Hey everyone, welcome to our day 2 coverage live here at RSAC. We're in Moscone West as usual, where we've been, I don't know, for the last 7 or 8 years doing this. I'm going to kick our coverage off today with my friend Vibhuti Sinha from Saviynt. But, you know, we're going to be doing a live Techstrong gang immediately following, well, within a couple of minutes of wrapping this interview up, so stay tuned. We're going to have the feed open most of the day with live coverage of all that's going on here on day 2. If you want to keep up, though, with the latest RSAC news, we have a special page up on our Security Boulevard page. And you can get to it off the front page. It's automatically updated with the latest news, the latest articles from people like John Swartz, who's back here at the bureau desk typing away, our videos and everything else. And we're also offering a Techstrong daily special edition Security Boulevard newsletter of RSA. If you go on LinkedIn, look me up, you could probably sign up for it off of there or off of the Security Boulevard page. Anyway, though, we got lots of ways to keep you posted about what's going on. It's an exciting RSAC. Of course, the key word here is agentic AI. We'll be talking about that a lot. But first, as I mentioned, our first guest is Vibhuti Sinha, and he's with Saviynt. They say Saviynt. Vibhuti, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you very much, and very good morning to you.
So I'm going to shut this. We're not going to use it. Vibhuti, let's start with a little bit about you. Bring us up to how you came to be at Saviynt, a little bit of your career path.
Alan, I am a professional working only in identity security for the last 23 plus years now. That's all I know, that's all I do. For the first decade or so, I was busy implementing identity solutions for large corporates, big enterprises. I learned the ropes of why this market and this domain is so specialized. And then 2012 is when the CEO of Saviynt, Mr. Sachin Nair, he called me and he said, want to do something exciting? And I asked him what it is. So he said, we're thinking about taking IGA or identity governance on cloud. So that's how my journey started. And since then, I have been working with Saviynt and doing more on the product side. And since then, it has been a great ride with what we have been accomplishing at Saviynt.
Very good. What's your present position at Saviynt?
I'm the Chief Product Officer with Saviynt.
So you're running product?
Yes.
Very good. You know, look, so you're doing this, you said, since 2012 at Saviynt.
Yes.
Another, overnight sensation, right? You guys have been at it a while. Of course, a lot has changed, right? Identity back then was primarily people identity. And we went through the machine identity. And API identities. Now, of course, we're dealing with AI and agentic identities. But there's, regardless of who sits behind the identity or what sits behind the identity, there's commonalities in here in terms of what we try to do with identity-based security, right? Which is, to me, the aspects are understanding the identity of this entity that is trying to access something, and then managing what control they have, right? And IAM is, if you will. Now, since 2012, Vibhuti, how has Saviynt's mission changed, or has it?
So I'll give you a very snapshot of what Saviynt did and how this industry changed. In 2010, Alan, you won't believe, less than 3% of the identity projects worldwide were successful. Like, let that number sink in, less than 3%. The reason was that identity implementations were very cumbersome. It was unheard of upgrading an identity platform, which would take usually 3 to 6 months. So when 2012, when Sachin called me and I said, I want to offer IGA as a service, it was never done. It was completely charting in unknown territory. And I said, look, I don't know anything about it. Why don't I give it a try?
Right.
So that's how we started. Saviynt became the first company on this planet to take a complex problem like IGA and delivering it on cloud. And at that point of time, you rightly mentioned that identity was all about humans. It was more of a compliance checkbox. It was more of like I have to do something to meet my audit requirements. I had a very nice discussion with a famous financial company CTO, and he said, "Look, there is nothing cool about identity. It's like paying taxes. You got to do it, and that's what we are doing." But from there on, what happened in 2016, 2017, when the security breaches started getting up more, what we started seeing was identity became the launch pad of leading the breaches. So from compliance, identity became a strong pillar for securing your organizations. That became a big shift, and that also resulted in Saviynt coming up with a platform which not only looks at IGA, but other parts of identity. So third-party identities, privileged identities, even though we were still talking about humans, but the convergence became the new norm. And that was the second thing, big innovation what Saviynt did at that point of time. And then from there on, as the growth of cloud, non-human identities, and now of course AI has come, identity is no longer just a security play, it's a business transformation play. And that is the biggest shift what we are seeing. And that's what we are here at RSA with our latest launch, what we did on securing AI and securing AI agents. This is the third wave of innovation what we did at Saviynt.
Excellent. You know what? Without really knowing the whole story, I sort of had that kind of time, the progression of how it is. Before we get into the news from RSA, Saviynt, well, people will see the lower thirds on our screen, so they see how it's spelled.
Yeah.
But how can they get more information about Saviynt?
Many different ways. One, of course, going on to the Saviynt web pages, knowing about the company. Our brand marketing team and product marketing team have done enough information about putting Saviynt on social. There are a lot of marketing events, and there are a lot of events happening here at RSA. So if you are here at RSA, come meet us. We have a booth, and then we can share what we launched today as of this morning, as well as what we have been up to. We are also here to meet with a lot of our customers and partners. So different avenues, different ways in which you can learn and start partnering and collaborating with Saviynt.
I love it. What a great thing. All right, let's circle back and talk about news here.
Today is a very, very big day, Alan. I'm really excited. I'm really pumped. This is a culmination of all the hard work we have been doing for the last 2 years. See, if you think about, as I mentioned, that AI and the identity being the pillar of business transformation, why is that the case? If you look at AI agents, these are your new types of identities which are now being created. Earlier, any company who wishes to secure their human employees or privileged identities, they were looking at a player like Saviynt. Today, every company on this planet is implementing AI in some form or fashion, which means that every company now needs securing their identities, the new types of identities. And with today's launch, what Saviynt has done is it is addressing 3 very simple questions. If you have AI in your organization or AI agents in your organization, can you find them? Because that will alleviate any kind of shadow AI concerns. Second, can you govern them? Which means that do you have a process to onboard, offboard, register these new types of identities? Because with employees, you have a very structured process of getting them into your HR systems. What are you doing about AI identities? And third, which is the fundamental shift on how agents or AI agents work as compared to other types of identities is, are they doing what they're supposed to do? Are they accessing the systems what they're supposed to do? This is the fundamental or the biggest shift on this new type of identities because agents act autonomously. You cannot predict what they're going to do at runtime. You cannot predict what they're going to exactly touch the systems. And that is why enforcing your policies in real time becomes extremely imperative. So Savynt's today's launch addresses all these 3 questions with our platform.
I love it. Now, RSAC is bigger than ever. Vibhuti, there's so much news, so much of it around AI and agents. I'm hearing, we put out our newsletter. I got feedback from listeners and watchers, readers. How do we separate the signal from the noise here? Everyone here is making these announcements around securing AI, using AI to secure things, agents, securing agentics. Succinctly, if you want, and you could look right into this camera, why is this one of the things they need to pay attention to, specifically what Saviynt is doing? I mean, obviously, rising tide lifts all boats. We're all talking about the same thing. Why does this stand out?
Good point, Alan, and it should be a question which every organization should be asking.
Absolutely.
Yeah. If you look at any solution in the market, everybody is trying to play in their swim lane. As I mentioned, the three questions, the three pillars, every vendor you talk to, they will be addressing one part of that pillar or two parts of the pillar because that's their strength. When we started working on this 2 years ago, we realized that if we are going to build a comprehensive solution, we have to address all three, which means one of the pillars was not Savynt's strength. And we had to realize that this is new for us. This is something we have to build from scratch. We stood up new teams. We stood up new people who had done this before. And the most important part, we did not want to do this in a silo manner. So we identified enterprises who were willing to do a design partnership with us. So one, the solution what we launched today addresses all three parts of the equation, which no other vendor has done it. They're all either addressing 1/3 or 2/3. We are addressing the entire platform. And we have done with public, large enterprises where this solution has been tested. It is running in production, which tells me that this is battle tested. You have proof. We are not just talking from a marketing standpoint. And we have referenceable customers who can vouch on what we have done.
I love it. Give them the website one more time.
Saviynt.com.
Thank you. You know what? That's our first interview. It's a wrap here at Techstrong we're in Moscone West, but at our outlet here on the broadcast alley. We're going to be back at the top of the hour with our Techstrong gang live. Vibhuti's going to be one of our gang members today, so it's his first gang. It should be pretty cool. We're going to have John Swartz and a few other people. Stay tuned for that. We're going to be live all day. I have a feeling this is just the first agentic AI interview we're going to do today, but we'll be talking more about it. You're watching Techstrong TV live at RSAC. We'll be right back. Hey everyone, welcome to RSA Live Techstrong Gang. You know, I've been wanting to do this live, a gang show, and we've never really had the opportunity. Well, we do live every day, but not on location like this. And we are here on location, and that's why we're 5 minutes late. I apologize. But when you're doing it live, things happen. And they happened today, but we're really happy to be here. Let me introduce you to what I think is going to be a great panel as we kick off. We are going to do something a little different. Well, this is very different to begin with, but one other wrinkle we're going to add today is we might switch out gang members between different segments of today's show. So don't be surprised if you see different faces and us moving along. But let me introduce you to our gang members for today. To my immediate right, making her world debut on video coverage, our friend Christine Niddle. Christine, welcome.
Thank you, Alan.
Thanks for being here. Christine, actually, you're with DigiCert.
I am.
Yep, and of course we partnered with DigiCert on the Quantum Security 25 list, and we speak to we speak to all of the DigiCert people pretty often, but this is Christine's first time here. We're thrilled to have her. If you caught our earlier live coverage, you know this next gentleman, Vibhuti Sinha, Chief Product Officer at Saviynt. Vibhuti, thanks for sitting in here on the gang. I hope you're going to have fun. And then a familiar face on the end, our bureau chief, man in Silicon Valley, senior editor John Swartz. Always great to have John.
Thanks.
How are you?
I'm good. It's great to be here. I don't know if you live here, Christine, or anybody who's lived here. We had a major heat wave for about 5 days, where it was in the 90s.
Really?
Record-setting temperature. So you came just the right time.
Well, coming from Florida, it's
I know.
It's par for the course.
We have dry heat.
No, but I could feel the no humidity, and it's very welcome. But anyway, moving from weather to John, you did an interview yesterday with two women about a major new film that's being premiered here at RSAC, but will also be available, I understand, on Amazon Prime.
Yes,
What's that
correct.
about?
Yes, so the two ladies were Arti Gadia and Kristen Rank, who were both in a documentary which is called The Women in Security. It's 5 years in the making. There are a number of reasons why it took long. There was funding, there was maybe the political climate. It was a work in progress, and basically what they found in this documentary, which debuts today at 4:45 at the AMC Metreon, which is across the street here at Moscone Center area. And it will be, as you said, Alan, it will be on Prime later this month. It's about this long, slow slog, and haven't we heard this before, of women in technology, specifically cybersecurity, which is a very troubled spot, I think, in particular. And they mentioned that progress had been made over the last decade from about 11% of the workforce to about 25% are women, which I found that number optimistic. Maybe high to me, but that's what they came to the conclusion of. And they talked about a lot of things that are improving, including allyships, which involve people, specifically men, who are helping women on site and helping them in their career so they aren't slotted and stuck in the same spot in the same kind of dead-end jobs or positions they've often been relegated to. So very fascinating presentation, and I hope it does well. They actually also told me there's a book there that they're part of called The Rise of the Cyber Women Volume 2, and there are multiple chapters, at least 15 chapters on women in their journeys, and they just, in a sense, they're talking about building and retaining females in the cybersecurity industry, and it's gotten better. We've talked about this. I remember being part of a project years ago where the major companies all talked a big game and didn't deliver nearly what they said they would. And despite the political climate, I'm encouraged by this, and they are too. So I'm happy that we had them on yesterday, and we look forward to the.
And that video is available over on Techstrong.tv or on our OTT channel. You can check it out. Christine, not to pick on you, but you are the woman on the panel here, and you're a long-time tech industry insider.
I am, yes.
How do you feel about it?
Well, it's funny because when I started my career, I'm going to date myself, but it was 1998. That was 28 years ago. Yep. I remember WITI, Women in Technology International. Mm-hmm. And coming out of college, my first job out of college was Checkpoint Software, cybersecurity. And we had a female CEO. And our female CEO, who is Deb Triant, she would chair these conferences, and wet behind the ears, I thought, why is there a Women in Technology International? Well,
sure.
I figured out is because we were
took a good look around and said, now I know. And so it was a big push for a number of years, and after a while I thought, well, there's
probably some equilibrium, because maybe it was just because of the industry that I am, which is in corporate communications, and there were a lot of females in that industry, but it's come kind of full circle again, because I felt I've been seeing like, okay, so we've had this push over the last 20 years, but we're still not there yet.
Right.
So I'm really excited to see the movie this afternoon.
So the one thing I should have mentioned earlier was that AI is playing an interesting part in the advances of women in cybersecurity. What they found in the documentary, which is directed by Yvette Freeman, was that women are faster at adopting and using and exploring AI, which has given them an advantage, an added advantage in terms of their skills. So they were encouraged by that, and they were also encouraged by more support from men and women within the industry. I don't want to be too cynical, but the numbers could be higher, and we also talk about STEM. And one of the things that they did with this documentary, they've been going from city to city across the US and Canada, at least 20 different places, and they are going to be reaching out to colleges and high schools, and I think that's really important that you go to the education system and appeal to young women. And they're getting a lot of young women and getting a lot of kids, daughters of some of the women who are in the industry, which I find very encouraging.
John, I just want to add one more point here. Like when we talk about this very topic, it has always been about diversity.
Yes.
And I think we are missing the broader picture here, that when you untap, or when you're not tapping this big percentage of your population, you're not just hurting the diversity, you're hurting the security posture,
Yes.
the business resilience, and not only for your organization, but for a country, as a matter of fact. So this should no longer be a diversity conversation anymore.
Great.
And look, I mean, general population, right? Women represent about 51% or something like that. It's close to it was 51%.
Yeah.
When you discount that large, and I think this is exactly what you're saying, when you discount that chunk of your population, what breakthroughs are you missing? What genius are you missing? What innovation are you missing? Because you're not tapping into it. And who loses? Not just the women who don't get the job. We all lose as a result of that. And it's an excellent point.
I'm glad you used the word diversity, because there's like a diversity of viewpoints, diversity of opinion, diversity of ideas.
Right.
And when you have people who look alike, and I'm talking about older white males who predominantly run the industry or populate it, they tend to think alike or look alike, and it's good to have people with another viewpoints.
Yeah.
And that not only helps your company, it helps your company first and foremost, because you're going to appeal to a larger customer base perhaps. And it's a work in progress. That's all.
I'll tell you something else though too, and this is, first of all, I feel compelled to say, you know what, I've been in a little bit longer than you, and Rudy, I mean, you've been in also 25 whatever years, right? John, you've been around. Mm-hmm. There has been progress. Let's not.
Yes.
We should acknowledge, when I first started, I think the number was something like 7 or 8% in security. We didn't call it cyber. Were women. According to what I saw in your interview, John, it's up to almost 25% now,
yeah.
Which is huge, right? It's 25%. But as I say, when you have a majority of your population that's twice that, then there's still a lot of work to be done. You brought up STEM. The fact of the matter is, more young girls go into STEM than boys. For whatever reason, we're doing something wrong. They don't finish STEM, or when they do finish their schooling, they don't take that STEM education and training they got and go into the workforce with it. And with all due respect, I have the utmost respect for PR and communications people, but I do feel we've done a terrible job of slotting women. Oh, you're a gal. Oh yeah, we're going to put you in marketing. We're going to put
that's what the two guests yesterday. They were frustrated by this idea that predominantly was marketing, and it was just these kind of stereotypical roles.
Yeah, it is.
They were inside the box, and that is changing. I'm going to compliment somebody who just passed away. So Jesse Jackson did a big push on this about 2014, and he worked with us. I was at USA Today, and he worked with us, and he got Apple, Google, Twitter, and Facebook all on the same panel at Stanford to talk about this, and they had their chief diversity officers who they had all hired, and they did make progress. The irony is that all 4 of those people were gone from their jobs within a couple of years due to frustration but that was a different political climate. That was during the Obama administration. So there has been this anti-DEI backlash, whatever you want to call it. So it is a struggle, it is a challenge like any industry. I mean, the media industry, we have nothing to brag about. When I was working in the newspaper industry, it was predominantly white male. So, we focused on tech only because it's such a high-profile industry in this area.
Look, I remember, 100 years ago, I went to law school. And my class in law school was the first class that had more women than men. Now, my son just graduated law school last year. It wasn't even close, many more women than men. So in other fields, we have seen that pendulum swing. The whole thing with DEI, I understand both sides of the argument. I have my feelings on it, but I'm not here to preach. Well, maybe I am, but no, I'm not here to preach. Yeah. But here's the thing. I don't think you hire someone just because of who you are, but you don't not hire them because of who they are. And I'm afraid that happens all too often.
Alan, there are two other points I wanted to highlight. One, the awareness of what cybersecurity really entails, that is still lacking a lot. Like if you leave aside the tech companies and the Silicon Valley, and if you go to the other parts and the other segments of the nation, there's still a perception that cybersecurity is all about hacking and coding, and that's not true. Just like any other domain, cybersecurity has multiple facets, and whether it is women or men, they can be a part of that. They don't have to be nerds to do that or be a part of cybersecurity. That awareness is still lacking a lot.
Yeah.
And second thing is, I think the support which organizations have to do to elevate women in cybersecurity still has not gone to that level which it should have been.
No. Let me close. I'm sorry.
I was going to say, a shout out to Deb Treant, because she is a pioneer. And I remember when she and Carol Bartz were the high profile CEOs out here. And anyway, just that memory trip down memory lane. Just
one last point, Alan, if I may.
Sure.
So I joined DigiCert a couple years ago, and when I look at companies that I'm going to work for, that I'm going to represent and work with the media and liaise, I look at their leadership panel, okay? And I want to see women on their executive leadership team, and I was glad to join DigiCert. Deepika Chauhan is our Chief Product Officer. Yes. Lakshmi Hanspal
who's going to be on here.
Yes, she's right behind us.
Yep.
Our Chief Trust Officer, which is a CISO plus.
Yes.
So think of all the responsibilities of a CISO plus compliance and standards. That's our Chief Trust Officer. So she's going to be on next, and so it's always welcoming to see that. And I think a lot of women in my shoes, in my position, also look at that when they're joining companies.
I agree. You know what? Because it's not just having women working, but it's also the glass ceiling aspect, which is what you're hitting on. Look, check out this film. If you're not here, if you're watching this, you're probably not here. But if you don't get a chance to see it in RSAC.
Probably can't read this, but this is like a flyer for it.
But look for it on Amazon Prime. I mean, and here's the thing. Whether you're a man, a woman, non-binary, whatever, we all can try to lend a hand to the next generation of people coming up, no matter how they identify, what they look like, what gender. Right? We want the best and the brightest, not necessarily, we don't really, and I always love that about technology because we have that ability. Anyway, hey, we're going to take a break. We're going to transition to topic 2. Christina's going to switch out for one of these leaders at DigiCert that she mentioned. She's right here. And we're going to be talking a little bit about some more RSA news. So give us about a minute as we transition in. You're watching Techstrong Gang live at Moscone West at RSAC conference. Hey everyone, we're back here live for Techstrong Gang segment 2. You know, it's a little, though we do it live every day, it's different when I'm sitting in the studio and John's at his house and it just flows. When you're live on site like this and you're switching people in and out, I feel like a little bit like Lucy.
This is like your shows with Imogene Coca
and Sid Caesar.
The great Sid Caesar, right?
But you know, John, you and I are the only ones here who even know what you're talking about. But anyway, but that's okay. That's why we love you, John. So our second segment is about some news that was released yesterday. But George Kurtz, the CEO of CrowdStrike, I believe is actually speaking. Did he speak yesterday or today? No, I don't remember.
I don't know.
The keynote. It's in our Techstrong newsletter if you haven't signed up for it. But anyway, CrowdStrike made a big announcement around redefining cybersecurity for autonomous AI, both generative and especially agentic. And the thing about it is, and this is why I think it's important, right? They're saying, look, the front line for AI security is becoming the endpoint, which is a big, let's face it, we all kind of soured on antivirus and endpoint security 15, 20 years ago, and the action was all in the cloud or AppSec, application security, maybe, except for maybe the people in identity. But even identity became sort of a cloud security thing. But with people running AI on their Mac Minis, on their endpoints, this whole idea of, you want to call it shadow AI, or you want to call it, on the edge AI, but securing that is a new battleground now. That's the new front in this war. Wondering, Vibhuti, obviously this is something in your wheelhouse with identity, because that's one way we're working on it. What do you think? Is CrowdStrike on the right track here?
Alan, I will only say that one, autonomous AI is real, and when you look at endpoints, that's one part of the problem. You will have interactive AI and you will have autonomous AI. When you look at the endpoint vertical, it is only looking at the interactive AI, and that needs to be secured. And identity becomes the biggest pillar in ensuring that security is done. But then there are other parts of agents which technologies from Amazon and Microsoft people are building, and they are running on your compute layer. They are not necessarily on your endpoints. They're sitting on your servers. They're sitting on your compute clusters. That's also a problem you have to solve for. So I would say that CrowdStrike, first of all, a big shout out to them. They're very strategic partners of us. They are doing this right, and they're looking at the endpoints, but it is endpoints as well as autonomous agents, which will be the surface you need to protect.
Let me introduce you to our new gang member who came in for our second segment. And I'm going to mess her name up because live I don't have all my notes in front of me. Lakshmi Hanspal. Lakshmi, well, why don't you introduce yourself?
I'm the Chief Trust Officer for DigiCert. DigiCert is a critical infrastructure provider. We have many of our customers here at RSA and our partners as well. And it's great to be here, Alan.
It's great to have you here. So Lakshmi, who better than DigiCert to answer this question? Because all of these, and I think both of you have this in common coming from the identity business, both of you realize the need to identify these autonomous agents and control their access, and whether we give them certificates and unique identity identifiers. CrowdStrike cited a number of something like 160 million instances running across its customer base with 1,800 distinct AI applications. But I know DigiCert gathers stats too. What are you seeing?
Alan, I have one word for you: sprawl.
Absolutely.
So I think the speed, velocity, and pace at which either interactive AI or agentic AI is being deployed in organizations, it is leading to a gap in visibility, a gap in the control plane.
Yes.
For these AI machine identities, what we would call. And for AI, identity needs to be at the core. Assertions, as in authorization, needs to be enforcement, and governance as a foundation.
Yeah.
Without which, we organizations that are thinking about it, that are thinking about identity and assertion and governance as built in, not bolted on, they are the ones that are able to enable their businesses to move at the speed they want to without breaking the faith of their customers. You know, and when you do something like that, what we call intelligent trust, which is verifiable credentials, visibility, attributable assertion, and governance on top of that, then customers choose you, regulators respect you, and partners want to work with you.
I love it. I'm so glad you came on here.
That was really well put.
That was powerful.
Encapsulated. It's shadow IT. This is kind of like a shadow IT play. In a
There
sense.
is a shadow IT
And
aspect to
it's
this.
interesting that CrowdStrike did this, and the timing of this show is interesting to me because a lot of the people we talked to yesterday have been here for a couple of weeks. They went to GTC last week in San Jose, and NVIDIA, opened the fire hose in terms of what could be done with AI. But that also opens up the fire hose for what could go awry. And I don't mean to be a doomsday sayer, but there are a lot of things that are going to be discovered. There are going to be things that are going to be broken in terms of AI agents, in terms of orchestration of AI, and companies are learning that and addressing it. And there is this push to get into agentic AI as fast as possible. So this is, in a sense, kind of an opportunity for the security market based on what not just NVIDIA, but others are doing, especially the enterprise software companies, who all have their conferences coming up in Las Vegas in a couple weeks. So there's that great opportunity for them.
And John, I would just say, to add to what Lakshmi just mentioned, if you are an organization who are trying to retrofit what you have been doing with your identities previously, that model is not going to work.
No.
The biggest shift, what has happened is, all the types of identities which you had, whether it is human or non-human, they have been deterministic in nature, which means you designed and you defined what they're supposed to do, and that's what they're doing. Agents, they learn, they react, they adapt. That is the biggest shift which has happened, which means that you have to basically answer three questions. Number one, John, to your point, can you find them?
Yes.
And how you put up rightly, that sprawl is the means to control that. So the first question you have to answer is, can you find them? The second one is, can you govern them? Which means, how are they coming into your ecosystem? Do you have an onboarding? Do you have an offboarding process, a registration process? Just like when I join an organization, I'm created in an HR system. What is the HR system for agents? And the last one, which is the hardest one, is, are they doing what they're supposed to do? If you solve all these three, then you're in a good spot. Otherwise, you have a problem to look at.
I just want to add a little bit, you touched upon that, the ephemeral nature of agents. It's spin up and spin down. The identities cannot be handled by systems that were designed for humans, for servers, for cloud workloads, for microservices, and what we would call tech before 2022.
Sometimes I get a little alarmed by what some of the pioneers are doing, and I think about Meta. So there are these two things that are happening with Meta, a couple things. There was an OpenClaw incident, but then there was also rumors of them scaling back their workforce. And then I read about this project, and the Wall Street Journal wrote about this. Mark Zuckerberg's going to have a chief of staff AI agent report to him. And sometimes things are just moving too fast, and I think of the possibilities of the upside. I'm sure he's thought it out, and he's infinitely smarter than I'll ever be. But to me, it also just raises these little red flags. And I think AI agents can do wonderful things. 95% of what they'll do will be wonderful and make our lives easier, make us more productive, make us smarter. But I always wonder, and this is where you all come in, to safeguard and to guardrail against the things that don't go well or things that go awry.
But what both Vibhuti and Lakshmi said, I think, let me put my shimmy spin on it. We all talked about shadow IT when cloud came up, and a developer could whip out a credit card and spin up a couple of instances. They never shut them down, of course, right? And we did have a different kind of sprawl there. We had, all of these instances that were orphaned. But they weren't ephemeral. As a matter of fact, they became permanent when they shouldn't have been permanent. Mm-hmm. But that also made them easy to find. We could get our bill from the end of the month from the cloud server and say, okay, what am I being charged for? With AI, it's a lot harder because of the ephemeral nature of it. Because what was there a moment ago is gone. So how do I know? What fingerprints did it leave? What footsteps did it leave? What repercussions did it create? And that's going to be a much harder thing to regulate, right? And that's why it's so important that we identify them at the moment of inception so that we can trace these things. Because otherwise, we're not here to play detectives. Not at this scale. We don't have enough detectives, So it's critical.
And that's one part of the problem, Alan, which is the ephemeral nature. But the other part is, even if you are able to detect the ephemeral agents, are they doing what the boundaries what you have created for them? That's where the real challenge is. Even if you define the boundaries for your agents, they are going to act autonomously. They are going to do something different. So monitoring and understanding what they are doing in real time, that's the biggest shift, the challenge what organizations have to solve for.
What are they doing?
Yes.
How do you trust their outputs?
Mm-hmm.
Which are other agents that they're communicating with, right? There's a collaborative nature. There's a connective tissue, fabric of these within any ecosystem. And so governance is oversight across all of this. I can tell you organizations that are winning today and will continue to win tomorrow are not just defending the systems they have. They're not just relying, the dependency is not just on systems they had today and before to secure the technology of agentic AI, interactive AI, generative AI, and agentic AI. But they are making sure that verifiable identity, attributable assertion, and then real-time governance is part of the ecosystem, and it's part of the fabric in which they operate today.
So you mentioned sprawl, and I'm wondering, compared to say last year, like a CISO, AI agents were kind of a concept. It's a concept they were being introduced, they were being talked about. Now it's becoming a practice. Is there a heightened awareness among the CISOs, or heightened, not fear, but concern about how this is all going to play out?
Absolutely. Look, it's not just the year of efficiency for Meta. I think a lot of organizations have adopted the year of efficiency. So we're going to see more of this, and an agent behaving like a chief of staff is part of that efficiency equation. The heightened awareness, what I am seeing is the ability, boards are asking about it, customers are demanding it. Your customers want to ensure that trust is foundational in the ecosystem in which they operate. So boards, customers, so there's pressure from a number of areas. And what I would, I'm a practitioner myself, and what I would say to other practitioners is one of the things that is causing organizational stall today is the concept of 100% visibility or observability. Let me go find, for example, all the cryptographic assets that I have within my environment. Mm-hmm. So you can't protect what you can't see, but it doesn't mean you have to see everything to get a start. Mm-hmm. So start with what you know. As you are discovering, these are parallel swim lanes. And then, the ability to have agility, to rotate fast, those are the organizations that are able to move ahead.
And John,
sorry, go ahead.
to your point, another interesting trend what we are seeing is that due to board pressures, organizations are trying to move experimental workloads into production. So
Yes.
the security posture has actually gone down. People are aware that they have to do something about securing their AI ecosystem, but the actual initiatives have gone down because everybody is busy taking what they have into production and show progress to the board. And that pressure is deteriorating the overall security posture of the organization, which is troublesome.
But this is an old story in security,
Yeah.
right?
We've
Progress.
seen this before.
Yeah.
We've taken Vicodins for it. Yeah. So now, no, I'm just saying this
Yeah.
is true. When cloud came first, SaaS, software as a service, 2006, 2008, right? Salesforce days. So then everything needed to be as a service. So the cloud was still evolving at that time. And then we got into cloud, and then we got into microservices, and then we got into containers. So we've seen these evolution. Every evolution led to Vicodin days, and then to vitamins.
Yeah.
Vicodins
From
then
Vicodin
became
to vitamins.
Vicodin to vitamins because
Wow.
vitamins can be sustainable. Vicodin is not. Right? So we remember that. So AI, we're in the Vicodin days.
Yeah.
We will get to vitamins. I truly
catch
believe.
up. I
just-
agree with you.
It's not just hope. Hope is not a plan.
No.
I see the technology. As a practitioner, I see a way that these can be secured and these can be used to secure. We'll get to vitamins.
That right there is the key.
Yeah.
We're going to use AI to secure the AI.
Yeah.
Because that's the only way we're going to be able to do this. We don't have enough people.
So
To do
could conceivably companies are better at pre-testing their systems, maybe through AI of all things, to make sure that
It's the only way this is
only
going
way-
to scale.
Okay.
You can't scale it with human hands. It's just not going to work.
Yeah.
You got to get this AI to be your worker,
Ally. Yeah.
And the only difference what will be is that you know how to test, how to put the controls for the changed landscape. Like if you are expecting that you're going to use AI to put the old guardrails and old controls, that's not going to work for you.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Speaking of not waiting because the future is coming and it's here, that brings us to our third segment. We're going to take a quick 1-minute break. Vibhuti, I know you've got to leave. I want to thank you so much. For the first time on the gang, you did a great job, man.
Thank you.
I appreciate you.
Thank you, John.
Thanks.
Thank you very much.
Vibhuti
Thank you.
Sinha of Saviynt here. We're going to be back in 1 minute with our third topic here live on the gang. We're live at RSAC. Hey everyone, we're back here live for Techstrong Gang. And I know we've been running a little late, but you're doing live TV, these things happen. We're back. We're talking in our third segment today about an article I came across in the Harvard Business Review, of all things. And the gist of it was, you've got to be planning your quantum or post-quantum future, especially as it relates to post-quantum cryptography, right now. I couldn't think of a better person to discuss this with than you, Lakshmi. Why don't you kick it off?
Thank you for having me here, Alan. Just to set the context for some of our viewers, if they're wondering what does quantum readiness mean or what is post-quantum crypto, it's the ability for compute power to challenge or break some of the cryptographic and mathematical algorithms on which our current cryptography is based on, which is primarily prime factorial. And why are they able to challenge it? Because of greater compute power. So a cryptographic algorithm is very simple. It is buying you time to be secure. So the cryptographic algorithms of the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s, 2000s, and now where we are at 2026, the ones we're using today are just buying us time to be secure until they can be broken. So quantum compute is on the edge of challenging that timeline for these algorithms, and that's why we're talking about that now. And one thing I want to say right off, this is our problem to solve. This is not my kids' problem to solve.
No.
Like, this is not the next gen. I'm not going to put it.
It's no longer 5 to 10 years out that we've been hearing for the last 20 years.
And it's about readiness, not waiting for that to happen. Think of quantum as a Y2K with no date.
Mm-hmm. This is a great way to look at it.
And so we have to start preparing for those now, because those runways of preparation are not a flip of a switch. They're not days, they're not weeks, they're not months, they are in years. And think about all the legacy and the tech debt that we have in the environment. All of that adds to complexity and scale with which we want to address it. So quantum safe readiness is the ability or the agility to continue to adopt and adapt to quantum safe cryptographic algorithms. And I used a couple of words there. I said agility. So that means this is not one and done, but the ability to do it again and again, but without rebuilding your entire tech stack every time you do it. And then and the way I see it is, if organizations and you are not thinking about it today, you're just one algorithmic deprecation from a crisis.
Absolutely. So, John, do you want to go?
No, this is a totally we've talked about this. This is above my pay grade, basically, in terms of a topic. But I find this so fascinating because it holds a key to so many things in the future. To me, it's kind of like almost like a science fiction story. Like, it's kind of a holy grail of sorts to me. It's hard for me to conceptualize, but you mentioned how the long history of this.
Yeah.
What is it? You said 20 years?
So
the current algorithms we use right now, the inception, some of the foundations of those
40.
were more than 40 years old, right? And the basis of it, and this is what I want us to ground ourselves. Any cryptographic algorithm buys you time to be secure. It is not a definitive protection.
But there's no hard stop deadline.
Exactly. We don't know how much time it buys
you. But we don't know, but that's good and bad, right?
Clearly RSA algorithm has bought us decades, right? But what we're seeing is we're now on the edge of compute where some of that is getting challenged. And the way we need to think about the mathematical progression or the solve for these are changing.
Okay.
I mean, we should mention that, right? This whole conference is built on 3 guys who came up with algorithms, using prime numbers and so forth, that allowed us to trust, I don't know if trust is the right word, but it allowed us to encrypt and secure the internet as we know it today. As we know it today. And whether we're talking about, it was 112, 224, 228.
256.
512.
512.
All we're doing is we're just stacking more because it'll take you longer to crack
increasing the difficulty. We said, 256, then 512, we'll increase it. Then 1024,
right.
we'll
now
increase
2048.
it. So we're upping the level of difficulty or the complexity, and that buys you more time.
But with a quantum computer, that's almost an irrelevant number because the way it attacks that cryptographic cipher, if you will, makes it irrelevant. Whether it's 512 or 124 or 24, it's going to crack it relatively, really very fast. And so we need a new way of looking at it. Now here's the good news, of course, right? NIST, working with DigiCert, industry, public, private. We do have post-quantum algorithms in use today, actually, or being rolled out.
Yeah, matrix lattice-based algorithms. So lattice-based mathematical model is very different from prime factorial. And these algorithms are proven, again, this is buying you time. And maybe it can buy us a lifetime.
Right.
But again, it's buying us time before the next compute wave then comes and challenges it.
So can I ask you it's kind of a layman's question, but it's like a mainstream reporter question. How has the influence of AI changed this whole dynamic or calculus versus, say, when cloud was the buzz? Is this added even more pressure, more time constraints? When you talk about sprawl, I think about this as like a race against time.
Absolutely, and I think, cloud enabled elastic workloads. Mm-hmm. It enabled you to have compute power without huge capital investments. That was the wave and the era of cloud, right? And it, in a way, democratized the access to compute. It wasn't just the large companies with hundreds of data centers around the world that had the compute power. If you were an up-and-coming startup or a mid-sized company, you could go elastic on demand on how much you wanted. So that was the era of cloud, right? Compute power, democratize access to it, and enable faster execution for business objectives. Now, when you think about AI and you layer it, now these are all orthogonals, right? There is still cloud today. It's not gone away. We still have containers. We still have microservices. And so when you add AI on top of this, what AI does beautifully is that it learns and then it infers. It doesn't just do. So when it infers and it's thinking, then it starts to learn more, and agentic AI has become a very cohesive. It's asking other agents there's a cohort of agents working together now, and each could be specialized in, someone just understands this part of the mathematical algorithm. Another agent can be great at, the integral calculus part of the algorithm, right? And there's another agent that just understands the physics associated with processors and semiconductors and the power you need and all of that. Now you put them all together. You have the brilliant minds, AI minds of physics, you have semiconductors, and then you have math in the room. What are we going to get? A dangerous mind.
A dangerous mind. And that really, to me, is a thing.
That sounds like a TED Talk. But the way you laid that out, I mean, I would go. I'd listen to it.
Listen to it, but well, she's a pretty effective communicator.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I think that the thing about I almost think of it as, to detonate a hydrogen bomb, you got to have a fission bomb, right? To do fusion, that's the igniter, the trigger, whatever you want to call it. AI is a catalyst, an igniter for what we will see with quantum. It may help us get to Q-Day quicker, right? Because it'll help us as we try to, develop true quantum computing. But combining those two is a what's the word? An explosive mixture, right? If you will, where both of these are huge accelerants. Together, it's a squared, right? It's exponentially more. And I think that's what we have to worry about. I know we're almost out of time. One other aspect, though, of this quantum puzzle we need to acknowledge is, look, there's a lot of bad guys, because they're not stupid either, right? And they are accumulating, my mind is blanking on the term.
It's harvest now, decrypt later.
Right, harvest now, decrypt later, right? A lot of them are harvesting encrypted payloads now with the thinking that, look, Q-Day is going to be here. It's not 5 or 10 years out. It's maybe a year, 2 years, 3 years at the most, if you listen to IBM, right? And when that day comes, they're going to have all this encrypted, valuable data, though how valuable it'll be depends how far out in the future it is. But they're going to decrypt that and use it, right? Now, that data, to me, is sort of like radioactive data. It has a half-life. Over every certain amount of months or years, that data, degrades in usefulness.
Diminishing in value.
Yes. But there's so much of it that they've been harvesting. And this is going to be a real problem, because when Q-Day comes, it's not just the good guys who are going to have it. Is China going to have it? There's been a lot of recent developments in China's quantum.
Today or yesterday, I think they announced their own native chip.
Yeah.
The C950, I think, if I'm not mistaken. And they're giving other semiconductors a run for their money.
Absolutely.
They have indigenous chips for their use. And it's from Alibaba.
Yeah, don't sleep on that. You can't, because they're going to put a lot of resources the same way they do in AI. So, look, we're about out of time, but the important thing, if you take one thing out of this, what I'd like you to take out of it is you've got to be preparing for a post-quantum world now. Don't be asleep at the wheel and let this sneak up on you. It's real, it's coming, and you need to be thinking about it right now. Lakshmi, thank you so much for coming on Techstrong, gang. This was a little bit of a different gang, but I do want to mention one other thing. Now I'm going to announce it here. First time we're announcing this. We are going to be doing a multi-part podcast. I think it's 6 or 12 episodes to start with our friends at DigiCert, including Lakshmi, it's from AI to quantum and everything in between. And as I said before, it's a volatile mixture, right, of what this could be. So stay tuned for that, coming soon on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a quick break from the gang here. We're going to come back. I think we're going to talk a little more DigiCert. And we got Black Cloak and a lot of other great coverage coming your way. We're live at RSAC in Moscone. You're watching Techstrong TV. Hey everyone, we're back here continuing our live coverage from RSAC. We are in Moscone West. We're facing out right into where people are walking, heading to sessions and keynotes, and so you get the live version of this. I'm going to continue speaking with Lakshmi Hanstal. Lakshmi is the Chief Trust Officer Plus Plus at DigiCert, and I think that's a great place where we're going to start. So I've heard of Chief Trust Officers, but not the Plus Plus. Tell us what's special about, what is a Chief Trust Officer Plus Plus? What is the role there? What are your responsibilities?
So within the industry, this is an up-and-coming role, right? And companies like DigiCert have seen the need for such a role earlier than others. So I think of, so just a bit, how do we consider the journey of trust? And having been 3 decades in the industry, I've seen trust transform from a compliance checkbox to a competitive advantage. What excites me is when trust is treated as infrastructure.
Okay.
It's the foundation on which everything else runs. So when we build it in every single layer, customers choose us, regulators respect us, and partners want to work with us. And what that means from a role of Chief Trust Officer is, I call it CISO plus plus and CTRO, so Chief Trust Officer plus plus, because the ability of the plus plus is you have all the operational responsibilities, you clearly have the board mandate and the board responsibilities in terms of risk and protection, but you have two or three other responsibilities that are sort of unique. One, to work with industry standards, regulators, policymakers, not just in defining policies, but in influencing the stance that they could take. Yeah. Because we are the voice of the practitioner. If someone says, hey, we need to do this, and that is, let's say it's one of the root programs, and that could be draconian, we're the voice of customer as a practitioner that says, well, we could do that, but here's what the cost would be. And so we need to make it more practical. The second is being a customer advocate. How do we enable our customers to be in the best trust posture possible? Not just because they have access to a unified platform, but are they using it to the best of their abilities? And the third is in terms of influencing the industry thought leadership and how we need to be thinking about, we're going to be talking about quantum compute, we're going to be talking about AI. Some of these topics are scary for practitioners today. They don't know where to start. How do we influence and give them some sort of mechanisms to start with?
You know, I feel this is a really good, I was going to save it for the end, but as long as you brought it up already, let me mention it. I mentioned it over at Techstrong Gang as we ended. We are debuting a new podcast that we're doing with DigiCert called
The Signal.
The Signal, excuse me. From AI to Quantum. It starts, I think we're scheduled for April 16th is the first one. Lakshmi's going to be on it. I'm going to be hosting it. If this is the kind of stuff that she just spoke about, this plus plus, check it out. We're going to have it live. Well, it'll be recorded, but it'll be on all your favorite podcast channels, whether you're an Apple or a Spotify or a YouTube person, or on Techstrong TV or on our OTT channel or on the DigiCert websites as well. And we have a whole first season of runs that we're planning on right now. So I want to come back to that. Lakshmi, we spoke earlier about that Harvard Business Review article. And you know, you need to prepare for quantum. It was funny, in preparation for our interview today, I did a quick first Google search and then of course an AI search of news here at RSAC 2026 regarding quantum. And I was shocked by the lack of news. And I get the reason why. The agentic AI is sucking. It's
top of mind for.
It's top of mind to bottom of feet. It's the whole thing. It's hard to get anything else in here. But I know DigiCert had some announcements, some things they're doing. I wanted to ask you about that, and then let's look beyond RSA and about what DigiCert specifically is doing.
Yeah. So. I want to say that there are a couple of changes coming at us in the next 18 months.
Yeah.
The cumulative of those changes outweighs what we've seen in the last 18 years, Alan. And I've been in this industry for 30 plus years, so I have not seen the volume of change and the compression of time, the shrinking
velocity.
window,
Yeah.
the velocity as well as the shrinking window in which these changes are coming our way. So a couple of things. There are a lot of cryptographic agility changes coming our way. Certificate lifespans are shrinking. We need a better way to automate because this is no longer humans. Organizations can no longer run on a spreadsheet and a prayer
No.
for lifecycle management.
No.
The second is there are NIST standards. You mentioned quantum compute. We have finalized NIST standards on being quantum safe readiness or readiness towards post-quantum compute and algorithms that help you get there and adoption of those algorithms. So that's, and the third is, of course, AI
Right.
and agentic AI, identity at the core, assertion as enforcement, governance as foundation. These three changes that are coming at organizations all at once, so some of the messages are getting lost. The foundation for post-quantum crypto or post-quantum readiness, the way I see it, is cryptographic agility. And what does that mean? It's not just to do it once, but the ability to do it again and again, but not rewriting your entire tech stack or redoing your entire infra stack every time you need to make a change.
Can't do this.
Yeah, can you do it in a way that is more agile, but you help your business move with the velocity they want while preserving the faith of your customers?
There's another issue here, though, and it's scale. It's scale. You know, we were talking earlier on the gang, and we had the fellow from Saviynt, and I had interviewed him before, and we mentioned the some CrowdStrike data.
160 million.
160 million. That's a drop in the bucket.
That's true.
As sure as I'm sitting here, from what I've seen, and I'm like you, I play practitioner, do my thing with it. We are going to measure the amount of agentic AI agents that are in use within the next 2 years in the billions, if not tens of billions, right? Because I think we're all going to have literally dozens of agents, sub-agents, identities that are doing our bidding. We saw this when we moved from human identity to the very first machine identities, right, with certificates. We saw a bigger explosion, IoT, the billions of the IoT devices that need identity. We saw it with cloud native computing when we started saying, oh, we got to identify all of these containers.
Non-human identities, again.
Right, and those are ephemeral, because containers come and go in seconds.
That's right.
We have been pressed to scale to that at each one of these points. Now we're at the next point, which is another scale issue of how do we identify, how do we manage the identities of billions of not only agents that are ephemeral, but they're intelligent. They're not
learning,
deterministic. They're learning. How are we going to do that? I mean, it's scary, Yeah. How are we going to do this?
So, I think you said scale.
Right.
There's sprawl.
Yes.
And it's scary.
Right.
The 3 S's right there. Okay. This is another wave of technology, AI, agentic AI, generative AI, interactive AI, that is coming our way. It is going to be embraced. It's our ally. It's going to be a year of efficiency for many organizations using AI as well. When we think about how do we get a handle around this, while not being the office of no to the business, no, you can't do it, because the business is going to continue and our customers want to adopt it as well. I think a couple of things. One is don't wait for full visibility. You can't protect what you can't see, but it doesn't mean you don't protect what you can see.
Agreed.
So start with what you know, start with what you have, while trying to discover all the assets that are there, cryptographic assets, certificates, as well as your agentic workloads that are there. And then the second aspect of this is prioritize it. Go after your crown jewels first, and then systematically go through the others. So it's a matter of rinse, repeat through every crown jewel asset that you have. And the third is make sure that governance and oversight. What are these agents? How are they verifiable? Intelligent trust is about verifiable identities with agents, attributable assertions, as in what can they do, who you are, what can you do, how do I trust your output? That's the governance aspect of it. If these three questions can be answered for every agent, ephemeral or not, then organizations can scale with AI within their enterprise.
That's the hope. Let's hope it comes out like that. Lakshmi, I have to apologize because we've got more people waiting to move in here. I want to thank you for coming. Thank you for being on the gang. You were a lifesaver because we needed someone who brought what you brought to it. April 16th, the signal, AI to quantum. Don't miss it here on Techstrong TV. We're going to continue with our coverage here live at RSAC. We're in Moscone West. We'll be back in just a minute.
Thank you, Alan.
Thank you. Hey everyone, we are back here live. We're at RSA conference. We're in Moscone West. I guess it must be getting near lunchtime or the keynotes are opening because I'm seeing a lot of people congregating down there. But let me introduce you to my next guest. I hope I get this right. Chris Pearson with Black Cloak. Chris, I don't know your title at Black Cloak though.
I'm the CEO and founder.
Oh,
of Black Cloak. So there you go, right there.
I didn't realize that. Fantastic, man. Chris, well, I'm going to do this a little backwards. I usually ask people to tell me a little bit about yourself. But as the founder, you know, I founded 3 or 4 venture-backed companies in my day. You know this because you've done it. We breathe life into our companies, especially early on.
Oh, yeah.
Right? We are kind of the passion that they feed off of. A lot of people out here don't know Black Cloak, though, so let's start there.
Yeah.
How would you describe Black Cloak to our audience?
It's pretty simple. Black Cloak is the pioneer of digital executive protection. We started in 2018. We're a team of about 150 cloakers, all spread out throughout the U.S. We have clients in 42 countries. Protect about the top 20% of the Fortune 100, top 25% of the Fortune 500. And at the end of the day, what does Black Cloak do? It does digital executive protection. What that means is that we are protecting the corporate executives, the board, the C-suite, the executive leadership team, and their families, super important, in their personal lives.
Actually, right now, we see what's going on with the CBS.
The threats are no higher. They're just so incredibly high right now. That it's really important that you think about the attack surfaces that's outside the 4 walls of the company. So once again, the CISA, the CSO, they take care of things on the inside 4 walls of the company. We're protecting the executive and their family members' personal privacy, personal cybersecurity. Their home networks, I mean, they have 3 to 5 homes on average. And then we add in our concierge, which is unlike anything else. It is literally an entire US-based security operations center, 24/7, that's watching, monitoring, protecting, reacting, and responding to any cyber and privacy needs they have. And look, in a post-United Healthcare world, tragic events from December of 2024, that convergence that we've seen has only gotten worse in terms of physical and digital security protection.
I love it. So now I'm going to come back to what is usually my first question is, Chris, what led you to do this?
Well, I mean, look, my background spans many different things. A little bit of time as a DHS special government employee on privacy and cybersecurity, so we saw some of these threats coming at our defense industrial-based companies firsthand. Background as a lawyer, 23 years as a recovering lawyer, started cybersecurity practice at a large firm way back when, former chief privacy officer for the Royal Bank of Scotland, and 2-time chief information security officer. It was the threats that I saw on the intelligence community side as well as a CISO, where they were literally attacking outside the organization, right? You're not going to take down a defense industrial-based company by hacking them directly, but you can by targeting the board member, the CFO, the CEO, even maybe the person that's in legal that's in charge of intellectual property and find out what's coming next before it hits. And then as a CISO, I saw the same thing in terms of our executives, our boards, our VCs, right? Every time we announced a funding round and there was another wave of attacks that was happening. And so for us, it became really, really critical. How can my team, how can we protect our company by extending that layer of protection outside the 4 walls of the castle to them, their family members, and their personal lives? So bottom line, like all great companies that start where you have a problem that is personal to you, that impacts you, impacts your team, you just got to go solve it.
I love it. Before we segue into news here from RSA, people want more information on Black Cloak. Where can we send them?
You send them right to our website, blackcloak.io, and you can go talk to a member of our team there, see some demos, see some information, get some threat intel reports, all the rest. Really easy to do.
Absolutely. And I should mention, we've partnered with Black Cloak now over a year. it's not just executives, right? In today's world, high net worth individuals, it's a lot wider of a net than one would think when there's reasons for people to want to exfiltrate, to want to slow down something, to want to have access to something, and increasingly things like character assassination, AI deepfakes, which we're going to talk about, but even things like terrible physical things, kidnapping, and stuff like this. And terrorists, never forget terrorists. It has terror involved, and that's part of it.
It is a wide attack surface, right? It is those people that, if you think about it just in terms of high value targets, corporate executives, C-suite, board members, as well as high net worth, ultra net worth individuals, sports star, rock star, politician. These are folks that are in the limelight.
AI scientists, right? Because these guys, they're making more money than baseball players, not to mention athletes and so forth. But Chris, I want to talk a little bit about RSAC. We're here.
Yeah.
You guys released some news around it. Three things.
Yeah.
Let's go through them.
Yeah, so this week BlackCloak announced the further deepening of our protection platform, and it really is a platform. It's technology that is brought together, that is holistic on the privacy, the cyber, the home, and that concierge front. And so we did 3 different things announced out in the field. Number 1, search suppression. So we've heard a lot about data broker removal. These data broker websites, the Spokio, the Zeta Search, the 411, all the data broker removers, it's absolutely necessary, but totally insufficient in terms of actually hardening the attack surface for an executive and their family member. So BlackCloak announced on Monday they released search suppression. So if there is personally identifiable information that is out there on the Google, let's just say, that we are able to actually suppress those links to make you, once again, a harder target to find. All engineered by a great team, and really, really, we're super excited about this and the next step it provides for our clients.
I think a lot of us, Chris, have looked at this because we all see there's too much of our personal information out there. To a certain extent, it gets to be whack-a-mole.
It is.
Right? What you killed today, it pops up over there. It pops. How is this different? How do we not play the whack-a-mole game?
So no matter what, just the way, privacy is not a fundamental human right in the United States, so your data is going to be out there, it's going to be bought, it's going to be sold, it's going to be transferred, so it is going to be a game of whack-a-mole. But what you have to do is actually solve it through other ways. So when your information is out there exposed on the dark web, you have to make sure that you're changing the passwords, getting dual factor, and doing encrypted password vaults, but you have to do it with and for people. That's where the concierge comes in. When you have data broker information that is out there, yes, you have to go schedule it for review. Search suppression takes it to the next level. But then what you have to do is really uniquely teach individuals how to go ahead and leak less information, harden their cell phone, their tablet, their computer. Same things that we use in the government, but make the device 100% frictionless, friction-free, so you just do what you want to do, but you're sharing less information about you and keeping that information out of the limelight. So those are some of the tips and tricks that we actually impart to our clients, and once again, we do it with them and for them, really the key.
Love it.
Yeah.
All right, that was number 1. What's number 2?
Number 2, just amazingly proud of the team on this. It is travel advisory. So literally, you're traveling out to some 214 countries that BlackCloak has in its inventory. We have the ability in live real time to be able to say, hey, here's the travel risks of the country, here's the things that you should think about in these different cities, here's where the embassy is, here's where resources are, here's the different crimes that have happened. This is how we judge your activities, and we're able to do that on the fly for our corporate commercial clients as a bolt-on, as an additional add-on to the overall digital executive protection platform that they already know, love, and have. This has become really important in recent times with the conflict that is going on right now in Iran.
I was just going to say, it's pretty timely.
Yep. And with the conflict that
occurred. It's not just Iran. You've got the Ukrainian
Mexico,
situation, Mexico cartels.
Yep.
The world is a dangerous place right now.
It is. And the key thing is this. The Chief Information Security Officer, the Chief Security Officer, they're looking for a relationship partner. Someone who can, on the fly, generate this travel advisory information for their key executives, for the executive leadership team members and board members that are traveling, moving about the world, sponsoring perhaps the Olympics. They want the information, they want it at the tip of their fingers, And they also want, and we will be able to shortly this spring, provide all that information through one button click in the Black Cloak app to our members at certain different tier levels. So really, really excited. This is where you combine good threat intel, good information, good intelligence with the actual physical, practical know-how, and actually in a formed product that, Alan, it's not going to be your 50-page product. This is really, really sharp, the notable quotables you need to know, and get it right into the power of the person's hand immediately.
I love it.
Yeah.
You know, I don't know if I should say this publicly, but I'm planning a trip in next month. And I started looking at some of the official travel advisories, and you're right. There's so much, the signal to noise ratio in there. I don't know if I should get vaccinated for every disease known to man, or you know, what else is happening. But there,
after RSA, this week at RSA, you're all set.
I should.
You're all set. You got exposed to everything. You're all good.
Touche. I was here in 2020, left here and found out. You know,
I walked home with a few extra parting gifts.
Yeah, exactly. Well. Let's move to number 3. How's that? Number 3 is really big, though, too.
Yeah.
And, you know,
well, what's interesting about number 3, the topic of deepfakes, especially AI-powered deepfakes. Look, 2 years after this really became possible and feasible, right? We had that in February of 2024. You had the transfer from somebody who thought it was a CFO on with them from the Hong Kong institution.
Taiwan,
$25 million. $25 million out the door. No guns used, no hacks, no this, no that. Deep fake, and the technology for doing it live real time is it is amazing. It is amazing. So here's what we did. A few different things. Number one of the smartest things possible, right? We powered up with Techstrong and had a survey done, all the rest in terms of how do we think about this? How do we go ahead and actually figure out what is happening? And over 33% of the respondents said yes. In some form or fashion, they have been exposed to deepfakes about them. This is the cream of the top, right? These are the key people, key executives, key folks out there saying, yes, we know there are things out there about us. This is really, really scary. And so here at RSAC, number one, we did a 2-hour learning lab on this, right? Nothing about Black Cloak in there. How do you think about it? What policies do you have? What procedures do you have? What education do you, Mr. Miss CISO, and your team members have to go ahead and tackle it? Second, we, Black Cloak, have announced the re-release of impersonation protection. It's a feature within the Black Cloak application that allows for our members, or people within that circle of trust, including family members, to be able to verify that I am actually on the phone with you because you uniquely have been approved to the Black Cloak platform. I'm on the Black Cloak platform. We're logged in, we're synced in together on our devices, out of band, and whether it's a Zoom meeting, a Teams meeting, a phone call on a regular old telephone line, a cell phone call, WhatsApp, Signal, whatever the cool things are that everyone's doing today, we can say, hey, hold on a minute. Let's make sure we test that we're not actually right on the opposite end of something that's a bad call, right? No, you really want to make the change down to the bank, and we don't want to. We want to go ahead and you just open up the app, put in the person's name, go ahead and say, hey, I'm on a Zoom with you. We're talking about a new transfer of $10 million for the new penthouse we're getting. Is this accurate? You send it. It does the biometrics on you on your phone, goes to your phone, does your biometrics, sends it back, location. And now we know, through the power of Black Cloak, we can rest assured that the other person is really you, and it's all nice and seamless, and it does not add any extra friction to the process. We're talking about 5 to 10 seconds to make a verification. Really, really groundbreaking technology. We're super proud of it, super proud of the team.
I love it. You know, and look, this sounds a little bit out of Ocean's 11 or science fiction, but this is real. As you said, it happened in Asia. I've seen with voice cloning, video cloning. And I'll tell you something, you know who the worst offenders are? It's these executives doing it themselves. They're playing with things like Sora, the video maker, or other AI-enabled things that are making AI. And I'll be honest with you, I'm guilty of it too. You may be, right? You're making likenesses of yourself in an AI environment. Once it's out there, other people could harvest that too.
Well, what's even worse is when you think about this. Your board, your C-suite, your executive leadership team, all on the website, About Us, in leadership page, they have the low-res, medium-res, high-res images out there. They've got the audio clips from the different share earnings reports. They've got the video clips from them being on
That's
CNN,
all they
FM,
need.
and all the rest. They already have everything.
They got
out
everything
there.
they need.
And here's the thing: is no putting the genie back in the bottle. No digital watermarking. All the rest of this stuff. Right? They're just chasing things. You literally, all the information's there. What you have to do is just make sure that you have a way to make sure that your company doesn't lose money, intellectual property, have a breach as a result of it, because you have a means and a mechanism to verify that through that closed loop network that the person is who they say they are. Period. End of story.
How can we get people over to here to check this out?
Have people come over to our website, blackcloak.io. We love having the demos, showing the demos, grabbing people on board. But we're going to be pushing this out at a rapid pace to all of our existing clients and bringing on new folks onto the platform. We got to really change the narrative and get out there ahead of it.
I want to ask a last question. It's a hard one, though.
There we go.
There are people out here watching who says, this sounds great. Man, I'd love to have this, but I'm not a multinational CEO. I'm not even to see anything on a local, right?
Yeah.
But I need this. I need it for my kids. I need it for my peace of mind. I'm a local reporter. Like we saw this reporter from CBS, her mom was kidnapped. Who the heck knows what went on there? Is this a millionaire's tool, Chris, or is it available?
So, I mean, Black Cloak specializes in digital executive protection. The entire model is built around that. So it is built around really that top echelon that is in the limelight, that's a high-value target, really specifically built for that audience, for those companies and corporations. But I mean, look, we have companies of all sizes that are on the platform. Everyone, no matter who they are, has got 5 execs, 10 executives that are there at the company. And it's not just about the executive, right? It's about them and their family and bringing them peace of mind. But very affordable, doable for all companies of all sizes. On the personal side, look, it really is for the high net worth, ultra net worth individuals in terms of the price point and the level of concierge and service that we give.
Right.
But we've really got to change the topic of conversation here in terms of making sure, right, change that dialogue and make sure that we're not falling victims, falling prey overall. So we do a lot of giving back on the education side. Always want the good guys to win and the bad guys to lose.
Thank you, man. I
It's a
appreciate
pleasure.
it.
Absolutely pleasure.
Chris Pearson, founder, CEO of Black Cloak, here live at RSAC. We're going to take a break. We're here all day, though. Stay tuned. We'll be back in just a bit. Hey everyone, we're back here live with our coverage at Techstrong TV here at RSAC. I want to introduce you to our next guest. I met this young lady yesterday at our AI Native Dev webinar. You know, she came, she said, I've watched you on Techstrong TV, I learned from it, I use it, it's so great. And she started telling me a little bit about herself, a little bit about her company, a little bit about some conferences they do. And I want to share it with you. I think it's a great story. And I'm probably going to mispronounce her name, but I'll do the best we can. Her name is Aisha.
Altensøy.
Altensøy.
Correct.
I was putting them together. Aisha Altensøy. Aisha works with a company called Guard6. And, well, you're based out of Germany now, yes,
Correct.
but though you're Turkish, from
Correct.
Turkey. And we're going to come back to the Turkish angle in a second.
Sure.
But let's talk about Guard6.
Yeah.
Aisha, what do they do?
So Guard6, formerly Logpoint, we've just changed the brand name and the entire brand identity, is the best ally of yourself in cybersecurity. That's how we should start.
Okay.
And as the product lineage, we have SIEM and NDR in-house, and we are vendor agnostic with EDR, so this entire triology of the visibility and telemetry data and cybersecurity. We believe that lean SecOps practices are very important, especially in the hype of AI. So to speak, like not using every appliances that are coming with some kind of AI title, but like being like really focused on what matters the most and what data that we should be like highlighting in the network that our products are looking at. So these are very important things. And speaking of less complexity, this lays in the very philosophy of our product, our development, because we are so much customer-focused, customer-centric, and that matters to us what actually the customer wants to see in their SIEM and NDR tooling, rather than that we want to use all the AI tools out there. So like this is our stance.
Excellent. Before we go further, the website?
The website?
The website for the company, for Guard6.
Guard6.com.
Guard6.com. So, Aisha, here's the thing. You know, we hear here in the U.S. that in Europe, in EU, they're more, they're taking a better stance or a firmer stance around identity, around security, around compliance. AI is everywhere though, because AI doesn't know any borders. They don't care whether you're in Europe, America, or Asia, or Africa, or whatever. AI is all over. What are you seeing in Europe, perhaps, that's different than what we see here in the U.S. Around AI and securing AI and this whole idea around SecOps and everything you're doing?
I would say it's digital sovereignty, but from the perspective of not only where your data resides, it's also like how your decisions are made.
Right.
So digital sovereignty in the hype of AI, especially in the region Europe, it's about it's definitely more than where the data is residing, where the data is stored, and under what legislation rules. It's about how the decisions are made. So as Europeans, we are not letting the AI to decide for us. We are focused on reducing the noise and having the simplicity in our operations. Not that letting the AI to decide and get the control out of us. So it is still human in the loop, so to speak, giving the AI the not role-based tasks, but mostly making AI to focus on the tasks, such as log enrichment, data prioritization, and triaging, but not letting AI to decide on it. And also the regulations, obviously, very important in EU concepts, so to speak. We are very much focused on how we are scaling AI in our organizations and for our customers.
I love it. You mentioned yesterday that your company's been putting on some events in Berlin over the last few years. Tell us about that.
So that's actually not a company I work for, but that's a collective I'm a member of.
Very cool. Tell us about it.
So that's a collective from Berlin. It's called Tech Open Air. So we have been doing this conference for some time, and I personally joined the collective in 2024. And we are technology lovers. We research about the new frontier technology. And obviously, not very surprisingly, our main theme in 2024 was about AI.
Right, yes. What else are you going to talk about?
Yeah, we had very fantastic keynotes from the people by OpenAI, by Salesforce. These were very fantastic crowd. It brought us a lot of perspective. It brought us a lot of community feeling, as in today in RSA. And in 2026, this collective is bringing the discussion to Istanbul.
Wonderful.
Yeah. The pearl of Eurasia.
Yeah, so the crossroads.
Absolutely, the bridge.
Yeah.
And in this time that we want to see this city as the bridge of the technology from Asia, from Europe, from US, and bringing all these different notions about AI into one place, which is the bridge of it. Okay. So that's kind of the idea behind. And with that collective identity of the conference, that we want to bring so many different networks, and if that would be the practice, it would be great to have Techstrong as well in the Tech Open Air Istanbul.
Well, we're going to try. We'll try our best. Is there a website that people can get information about that?
Yeah, absolutely. It's techopenair.com, so TOA.com, but right. The Istanbul is not yet there, so it will be coming. And when that's the case, then they can always
well, that's the event itself, but just finding out about the organization, it's all there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Techopenair.com.
Yeah, my employer, Guard6, which is also where they can get to know about the European alternative of the hyperscaler world of cybersecurity.
I love it. Is this your first RSA?
Yes, it is.
Give us some impressions of that.
Well, I learned so many new things, and to me that was the most precious aim that I came here, fly 15 hours.
It's a long flight, yes it is.
It is indeed a long flight.
Yes.
But it is worth of every second of the flight because, the conference has just started yesterday, so the content started to flow just yesterday, but the Techstrong seminar was amazing.
Thank you.
I got to know a lot about, especially on the AI-infused DevOps, so that was a great talk titles.
Yes.
And also I got to know, of course, multiple different new frontier technology and open source, such as OWASP.
Yes.
That was something new to me, even though they've been in the industry for some time.
I'm surprised. I didn't realize. Yeah, no, OWASP was huge.
So it was great to get to know new people, to get to know the new content, and that's fantastic. Today I'm so much looking forward for some keynotes. And likewise tomorrow, there's going to be so many seminars.
Yes.
So that's fantastic. I'm very happy.
I hope you enjoy. Really, it's just really getting started today. Yesterday, so every year the Monday gets a little more busier.
Yeah.
But traditionally the show started Tuesday. So I think you're really going to like what you see. And have you been to the show floor yet?
Yes, I was.
What did you think about that?
Well, it's very colorful.
Overwhelming?
A little bit of, yes, there's a lot of information. That's what I can say. So like it's quite hyperbolic, but it's the melting pot. So that's the point that I like about it. And it's also very nice to hear the guardrails of the AI technology and AI-based technologies in cybersecurity. Like everyone has a different kind of development. Like I'm getting to know a lot of different thought skills. I'm getting to know a lot of research. So that's great. I mean, there's lots of information that one can collect and bring to home.
I got one more thing for you,
Sure.
and this is not for this. I'm going to tell you. 4 o'clock today, right across the street here at the Metreon AMC Theater, is a film 5 years in the making about women in cybersecurity.
Okay.
And it's world premiere here. It's open to all RSA folks. I'd love for you to go see it. I think, you know what, you're a young woman up and coming in this space, and it's really, it talks to you.
That's actually great that you touched upon it, and I just want to have one addition about that subject, which is that your channel, your platform is great, and I've been actually getting myself ready for so many interviews thanks to you,
really?
Just by watching your content.
Really, thank you.
But then, like yesterday, when I was approaching you and asking if I can get an interview, that was just that notion in my mind. No one was born as a CEO. No one was born as a CISO. No one was born this like fancy, shiny, career-focused person. There's always a path. There's always so much that people are giving on there, and there's nothing to shy.
No.
So I'm not shying away.
No, you certainly aren't. But go see that movie. I think it's perfect for you.
I will. Thank you.
Hey, we got to take a break. Thank you for coming on. You should enjoy the rest of the week.
Thank you.
Don't run home. You got 3 more days or 2.5 more days. We're going to take a break. We've got more coming your way here. We're live at RSAC. We'll be back with more. Hi everyone, we're back here live at Techstrong TV at RSAC with our continuing coverage here at Moscone West. There's a little bit of a lull. I think there's a keynote going on there, so there's a lot of people in there. Traffic, I'm sure people heading to sessions or lunch. Let me introduce you to my next guest. His name is Eyal Benishti.
Yeah.
Eyal is the CEO of a company called Iron Scales. Eyal, it's great to have you on again.
Good to be here.
It's been a while,
for inviting me.
Yeah. It's been a minute. You got to come more often, not just RSA.
You should tell them twice a year, you say, huh?
Well, we do these every day. Well, not in person, but we do them virtual, and we do about 3 to 4 hours of video a day.
Oh wow!
A lot, not just myself. But we do
still
a lot.
Impressive.
A lot of video. Let's start a little bit with you. I mentioned you're the CEO of Iron Scales, but give people a sense of kind of what your journey's been like.
So I started a business, I'm founder CEO, started a business about 12 years ago back in Tel Aviv with kind of the mission to, fix email security. Felt that it was broken. A lot of the stuff that I was kind of reversing and researching was coming via email. So I realized that we really need to find a new, better way on how to kind of make sure that phishing stays outside of the employee mailboxes, and decided to start Iron Scales with a mission to make email security much more powerful and much simpler than it used to be. Took email security from the gateway level down to the mailbox level and said, hey, let's stop focusing on the threat, let's focus more on intent and the individual and behavior. So build a lot of behavioral models in order to identify emails that maybe are not bad by content. There is nothing necessarily malicious in the file or the link, but the intent is malicious. They're trying to lure them do weird stuff like, wire money, pay invoices, do all this kind of fun stuff that the traditional secure email gateways were not able to detect and stop. And pretty much pioneer this kind of new category that at some point Gartner called integrated cloud email security, and now it's part of the email security platform. new category. Yeah, it's been a fun journey.
So, you know, this is a very familiar pattern that I see with founders. And let me move this in because I might be cutting off your camera angle. I apologize. Founders recognize a problem. They recognize a problem. It's their own. They have that problem. But they realize they're not the only one with that problem. This is a problem, and this is a problem that needs to be solved. And that's what drives the passion for founding the company, for doing what they need to do. And that's obviously what drove your path. But again, I study founders and startups like it's not as a hobby. I do it for a living here. That's enough to get the company founded. There's that initial vision, that mission. But over time, things change. It grows. It morphs. It pivots. Market fit, all things that come in. As you sit here today and you look back to your original vision, what has changed? What's grown? What stayed the same?
It's a great question because we are really in a pivotal point where, about a decade after we've started the company, it seems like the threat landscape is shifting again in a dramatic way, and we're,
Is that your way of saying AI?
Look, we started as the AI company. Now generative AI is the new thing, and agentic AI. These are kind of the new things that are kind of driving cybersecurity and how we think about, what it takes in order to keep companies secure. But yeah, look, AI is everywhere. If you walk on the on the floor not in West, but in the main show, you will see AI everywhere.
Well, you see it here too. Believe me, you can't escape. You can't walk down the street without seeing it on the billboards and the phone booths.
And it's very easy to say AI, and it's much harder to explain how you implement AI in order to really solve a problem and not just try and kind of wrap something with some nice shiny buzzwords and features. So yeah, AI was always kind of in the core of what we are doing and how we are tackling the issue, because it is a powerful tool, and I call it a tool because I truly believe that it's a tool. It's not a solution.
Right.
Yeah, it's not bulletproof. It's not a silver bullet to any of the problems that we are trying to solve. But it's important. It's there. It's a super powerful technical control. It's not replacing the need to take care of the human kind of element inside the organization at all. Humans are still part of the solution, the way we saw it and we still see it at IronScale. So we want to make sure that we are leveraging this tool in order to help solving the technical and non-technical pain points and challenges that organizations are experiencing these days.
I love it. Now, before we go to this survey and research that you had done, IronScale, what's the website?
IronScales.com.
Yeah. IronScales.com. Okay. You guys recently had a report out based on some survey data and research you had hired a company to do with. Give us an idea. First of all, why did you do it?
To your question earlier, which was a great question, again, we feel that, again, when we started, we kind of took phishing from what we call the phishing 1.0 to the 2.0 era, okay? From the gateway and secure email gateways to the mailbox and advanced AI and behavioral models in order to stop phishing. Now we are at the verge of something new that we call it phishing 3.0. And we really wanted to run the survey to see, again, to validate a lot of the things that we are seeing. Because again, we are protecting more than 18,000 customers these days, and we are seeing a very clear trend, but it's always good to kind of get a third-party validation to what we now call phishing 3.0. And again, phishing 3.0 is this new type of phishing that is multimodal, it's highly contextualized, it's happening over different channels of digital communication for businesses. It's not just an email problem anymore. Phishing 3.0, again, it's a much, much bigger problem than just email phishing. So we ran the survey because we want to see how different organizations, how they think about it. Are they suffering any damage or loss? Because we don't want to go and solve a problem that doesn't exist or it's not a big enough problem for our customers. So we sponsored this research in order to get some more information.
I love it. I always like to say every report always has three key things. Tell me the three key things that you see in this, that came out in this one.
I think that the tricky thing is first that the problem is real. Like in organizations, they are experiencing, the loss is significant. And I think the most important thing, they are willing to do something about it. So more than 17% of them were kind of openly saying, yes, we are actively reconsidering and re-strategizing our security strategy, our kind of tools and stack that we currently have in place, because we understand that all this fun stuff like deepfake and agentic AI kind of powered phishing is happening, it's risky, and our current tools are not equipped with solving this problem.
Excellent. There's always something in every report, though, that you didn't have on your bingo card, right? You didn't see, it would surprise you. It didn't seem that that was going to be what it was. Anything in here that would surprise you?
I think that the fact that about 80% of them have said that they've experienced some trust issue in their environment, like trust was broken in one way or another over business kind of communication. That really kind of took me back a little bit, because we knew
that's a crazy 80, over 80, that's critical mass, everyone.
Honestly, I didn't think that the number will be that high. If I had to guess, it was something in the 30s. So that's kind of the one thing that I wasn't expecting to see out of this survey.
I love it. Where can people get the report? Obviously, ironscales.com, but
it's on our website.
First page?
Yeah, come to the website, and you will be able to download the full report. It's a very interesting report.
So we all think AI is important. It's changing things. As you said, you were doing AI, ML, and all of that. Now agentic and generative. But you come here to this conference, and it's all about AI this year and agentic AI. How does that make you feel? Vindicated, like, yeah, we're right. This is what the survey showed too. Or is there, wait, there's got to be more we're missing?
I think we need to be careful when we are kind of trying to say AI or throw AI on everything. Let's really try and understand, again, what's the real attack surface? What really changed in the way that threat actors are basically launching their attacks? What's the right approach? And only then we can bring AI into the conversation and say, okay, so how can we again leverage this great tool in order to go and solve this problem? I think when you look at where we started, we knew that threat actors are using AI to attack organizations. That's nothing new, and we use AI in order to stop these type of attacks. Now we are stepping into a new kind of situation where threat actors are using agentic AI, which is autonomous agents that can go and do some stuff, from collecting information, weaponizing this information, do the entire ideation phase and execution, and it's really mind-blowing, what agentic AI, and we're just starting, just scratching the surface.
You're preaching to the choir. I use it myself, and it's like addicting already, because it sucks you in. You just, where does the time go? I got to, you got to run, but wait, it's just almost finished working, right?
Exactly.
That's
and
what we do.
It's powerful, and it's getting cheaper and cheaper, by the way.
Yes.
A lot of it is open source and accessible for everyone.
But you do have to be careful with the open source, because look, these are non-deterministic agents that learn. And so from a security point of view, sometimes the open source stuff, right, you got to do a little research on what's the best way to lock that down.
But think about the attackers, not the defenders. They don't need to be successful 100%, so they can use
they can be 1 out of 10, 1 out of 100. They're making out money like mad.
Exactly. So there is always this asymmetric kind of situation where they can use cheaper kind of models in order to attack us, but we need to use the more expensive models in order to defend, but that's
the nature.
That's the nature.
I agree.
It's not I
agree.
That's the one thing that will never change, no matter what type of technology is going to be introduced next year.
I agree. Hey, I just want to make sure we covered everything here, y'all. We got the report. It's on the first page. So when are we going to see you again?
Before next year, I hope.
I hope so. I'm going to hold you to that. Okay. All right.
Absolutely. Thank you very much.
ironscales.com. Go check them out. Check out this report, too. There's some interesting information there. I mean, as we said, some of it to be expected, but some of it's surprising. We're going to take a break. I think we've got maybe a half-hour break in the program. We'll be back, though. We've got full day of coverage today, tomorrow, the day after that. We're live at RSAC. I'm Alan Schimmel.
Hey, I'm John Swartz, and we are at RSAC. It's day one in San Francisco. We're at the Moscone South auditorium, so to speak, on Broadcasting Row. So to our left and to our right, there are a number of booth setups. And we're going to start this week on a very strong note, on a very important note. We're going to talk about a documentary that is going to premiere tomorrow and be shown also Wednesday here at RSAC. And with me are the lovely Artie Gadia and Kristen Rank, who are involved in this, I think it's incredibly interesting documentary called The Women in Security. First off, welcome to the show. Welcome to San Francisco. I think you came in from Sacramento. Artie, I'm not sure.
I came from Vancouver, Canada.
Oh, nice. Beautiful city.
Yes,
thank
you.
Tell me a little bit about this documentary and when it's going to premiere and kind of the idea behind it.
Yes. Well, this documentary, first viewers, happy Women's History Month. And this documentary took us 5 years in the making. So just before COVID, we started. Richard Tico, who's the producer, came up with this initiative and sent out a note and told everybody, hey, I'm looking to find people who are interested in supporting this initiative. It's been a long journey, and we're finally here after 5 years going to be showing this documentary, and super excited to show it here at the premiere. We've had several different premieres across different cities, and we're going to be showing it here in San Francisco at the RSA conference.
It's directed, by the way, by Yvette Friedman.
It is.
Yes. And Kristen, tell me a little bit about the idea or the kind of the narrative. So from what I understand, it involves the idea of women in this cybersecurity realm, which unfortunately the numbers are low. They're getting better.
Yes.
Over the last decade, they have improved. But is this primarily about that challenge or that issue of women in the industry, or is it even something more than that?
I mean, I think it's something more than that, but it is about women in the industry and some of the things that we face being, in this industry. It's not always easy, but it's a tremendously rewarding industry to be in. Richard and Yvette did a great job narrating the challenges and some of the interesting opportunities that we face being women in cybersecurity.
So tell me, are you both in the documentary? You're both on camera?
I'm not in the documentary. Artie is.
I know you are,
yes.
I saw a clip. And are you involved in the,
I've gotten more involved because of Artie.
Okay.
So I've done more or less fundraising to help get the movie at the Metreon. So I've done the fundraising.
By the way, the Metreon, which is across the street from here, the premiere is Tuesday at 4 p.m.
Doors open at 4 p.m.
And also Wednesday.
Yep, at 4 p.m.
There's a red carpet, starts at 4 p.m. The screening's at 4:45, sorry.
Yeah.
How long is the documentary? And
the documentary is 75 minutes long.
Awesome.
And it's again, back to what you mentioned, it shows our journey, how we started in the industry. We also talk about some of the allies who have supported us along the journey. It's such an exciting documentary, and we've had such a big impact when viewers have watched it. People have come back feeling, I've been in that journey, or I've learned something new. There's so much great feedback that we've gotten.
So you mentioned I think in the press materials, allyship.
Yes.
Now, I was unfamiliar. I know what the concept is, but I was unfamiliar with the word. Is that something that has kind of picked up and is now resonating and maybe has something to do with these slowly improving numbers?
Yeah, lots of allies have helped us across in our journey, a lot of them.
Yeah,
so we want to appreciate the allies who've actually walked the walk and really supported not just this documentary, but supported lots of different initiatives. So that's how we're going to accelerate change is, we have 25% women in the industry. And of course, we want to accelerate that change. And the way we can accelerate that change is have more voices. And that's where we need all the allies to join us in this mission so that we can have more women join the industry.
So I'm going to ask you, I don't want to put you on the spot, but in terms of the allies, who are some of the stronger allies, if you could point out, are there certain companies or individuals within cybersecurity have championed?
So many great men.
Yeah.
There are a lot of great men who have helped us along the way. I mean, the list is long.
Yes.
But from a company perspective, I mean, I think all the companies that are supporting the documentary.
Yeah.
Maybe you had mentioned a few, actually.
Yeah,
right.
Lots of them. I mean, Centra's supported, we work at Centra. They've supported this documentary in the documentary itself and some of the premieres across the country.
Yeah.
So back to that is just these sponsors all have CEOs who are also allies, and they are aligned with our mission.
Was there an event, or was there kind of a tipping point where there was more of an emphasis on allyship, or is this something that kind of slowly has evolved and percolated?
I think it's maybe slowly evolved, the allyship. I think that once people see the documentary and they hear about being an ally, then they're like, I want to sign up. I want to be an ally.
That's something I was going to ask you about. Is there something that you think stands out that you want people to walk away after watching this to remember? Like you mentioned some people talking about allyships. Mm-hmm. Are there certain points in the documentary that you think are particularly poignant or particularly important that you want to call out?
Yes, I mean, the stories that many women have shared that people can resonate with. We've had at the premiere, some people bring their daughters, so it inspires them to join this industry, right? From that very young age, they look at it because growing up, I didn't know about this industry. Yeah. And had I known about it, it would have been something I would have worked towards. I just fell into it by accident.
How did you, so was it a friend or somebody?
So actually, when I first moved to Canada, I was looking for a job and I couldn't find a job. And a recruiter said, are you interested in this industry? And I'm like, I know antivirus. Sign me up because the bills are going up and I needed a job being new in the country. And that's how I joined, and I've stayed ever since.
What's the state of STEM like? I mean, I remember we talked. So full disclosure, 15 years ago, a couple of colleagues of me when we were at USA Today worked on a series of stories about DEI. Mm-hmm. This was during a totally different era. It was during the Obama administration, and we got the ear of Jesse Jackson at the time, and he did a real push into this in tech in general, and some of the companies responded somewhat, I think, under pressure, and they did make moves, but then that kind of dissipated after Obama left office. And I'm kind of wondering, that was a key tenet, was the education system was just, to even be even broader. I mean, it didn't push mathematics, engineering, tech for either sex as hard as maybe it does now. And I'm wondering, has that education system, is it improved from maybe even from the junior high and the high school level up through college?
Potentially. I mean, I don't have children, so I'm not, you know, I don't know. But I would think so. I mean, if you think about it, a lot of kids, they're coming out of school and they want to go to the best schools because they want to go to the best tech schools or schools for their for science or whatever. So I think so. I don't, but I'm not an expert in that field.
Yeah, just to add what she said, is representation matters. When women see other women in different roles, then that inspires them. And when they don't see that, I'll tell you, my niece, who had, there was a program where she saw a female who was a pilot, and she straight away told me she didn't see that before. And when she doesn't see representation, she doesn't see that as a career for her. And I think now more and more women are getting into these roles that even the next generation get inspired to see, well, I can do that too, or that is a career for me, which is something that we didn't see years back.
Yeah. I wonder, and we talked a little bit about this before we went on air, the influence of AI and how has it helped or hindered women in cybersecurity, and whether it levels the playing field. And I think you made a really interesting point about how women are much more aggressive adopters of the technology from what you've seen.
Yes, definitely. Just even, I've done my own research within my own family and friends and network, and I see the women, including myself, even in the workplace, we are adopting AI at a faster rate than the men that I've seen within my own family and network and friends. And this is a skill set that as we're adopting this faster, we're now starting to get ahead of the game in terms of the skill set. And I see that change. It's a big shift. And my hope, of course, is to make sure that employers see that shift, and that increases their mindset. Well, let's not hire traditionally. Let's open this up and remove the traditional way of hiring, which is very much certifications, which is about all these different pieces, but let's look at all the different skills that they've gained. And women definitely, like I said, are adopting AI at a faster rate that I've seen.
How have you, and personally, how have you each adopted AI? How do you use it? Or how is it?
I use it every day.
Every day, like literally every even at the workplace, even outside the workplace. So many, we
every day
definitely use it every day.
It's irony is that the college graduates are having as hard a time as ever getting jobs out of college. And you could attribute that perhaps to AI displacing certain types of jobs. Right. But I also think in terms of cybersecurity, there's never going to be as much demand for any people who are experts in cybersecurity, given what's going on with AI. And this conference, I think, is going to probably drive that home with the emergence of OpenClaw and just all these incidents involving companies with security breaches that are attributable in some way to AI. So perhaps that also has an influence.
Yeah, I mean, look at it. The attackers are using AI at a fast rate too, right? And so that, of course, we've also got to be mindful of that, that they're using it faster. They're getting smarter in their techniques. And that's where, from a defender's perspective, we have to make sure we keep up with it, right? And remove all the barriers to entry, because the attackers don't have barriers to entry, right?
Right. Get back to your career. So when you got into cybersecurity, when you first joined the field, what was your impression? Were there a lot of other women who worked in your company or with you at that time? Or?
No, I was the only person when I first joined. I didn't see it initially, right, when I joined, but when I did see it was when I was applying for a promotion and for that next role, and I didn't get it even though I was the top performer. And that's when I started seeing, well, I don't look like what the persona is of those who go into that next level.
Right.
And that's when I started realizing there is an issue here. There is an unconscious bias that we all need to address. We all have our own biases, and we need to make sure we recognize them. And that's how we're going to break the issues, the systemic issues that we see today. We have to figure out what our own bias is and start breaking out of it.
Is that addressed in the documentary, like prescriptive measures that can be taken to accelerate the hiring of women in cybersecurity? Are there?
It's touched upon. Yeah. Documentary by a couple of different ladies who are in the documentary. Yeah.
What are their ideas? If you could share what they think might reverse course.
I don't know what some of their ideas are off the top of my head.
But it's just generally just showing, like, there's a great story, which I don't want to reveal, but it's just a great story of how someone spoke up, for example, right? And a lot of us, sometimes we lose our voice, but when you do see something like that, allies can come in and step in and make sure that it's appropriate to support or call out when something is wrong versus being silent.
Yeah. So, it's like an interesting era that we're living in right now. We were talking about all these AI influenced layoffs or job tumult. And I'm for cybersecurity, I think might be one of the safer areas, so to speak. I don't know if you agree with that, but in tech, it seems to be open season on most jobs.
Yes.
And perhaps in cybersecurity that won't be as much the case. We just don't know. But that also brings me to this other question.
Yeah.
I'm mentioning AI because from what I understand, there is a sequel of sorts in the works to this documentary.
There is.
And it involves AI?
Yeah, there is a sequel. Part of the sequel is going to be still in discussions around AI because everybody's talking about it. And so there is going to be that sequel coming up.
Wow. Tell me a little bit.
Yeah.
We need to promote this. So this is very important. This is a very important topic. We've written about this at Techstrong on Security Boulevard website. and something that my colleague Terry Robinson is going to be writing a lot more about. And I'm sure she'll write about this if I don't. One of us will write about it, and I want to bring it up on Techstrong Gang. It's interesting, the film festivals. Can you mention some of the film festivals this appeared in? Also, can you share with us how this will reach an even broader audience later this month, perhaps?
Yeah, we've actually been doing it. We've won several awards too, Best Director, Best Writer, because of showing this across different cities. Right now, like what we've been doing is hosting it at different cities, whether it's at a theater or at the AMC. And so we've done quite a few, actually. We've done close to 20, I believe.
All across the country.
Across the country and Canada, too. So we're excited about this because it's now raising more awareness. It's getting people excited about it. And coming soon, it's going to be on a very big platform, too, that we just announced.
Oh, can you share that platform?
Yes, we can. So it's going to be on Prime. We just announced it last week that's going to be on Prime. And stay tuned because you'll see it by April timeframe.
Yeah.
What has the audience's reaction been to this? And is it a kind of split between men and women, or
it's a split between men and women? Yeah. And some men will bring their daughters.
I was going to ask you, a lot of daughters who go.
There has been a lot of daughters, and it's after the movie. That's what's been so fun, is seeing all the promotion, all the how much they loved it, and just all the activity.
They must have felt inspired by it and encouraged.
Like we've got so many, after each documentary screening, we've got like feedback, people posting on LinkedIn about it, taking pictures and sharing their overall experience. And this is a great way to celebrate the women who have made a big impact in our industry. There's 21 of us in the film. And, it's a great way to celebrate these women, including other women who are going through the same journey. It's also getting that allyship that I talked about. And then it's also inspiring the next generation to, hey, this is a career that looks interesting. They'd never thought about it. I heard daughters saying, I didn't think this was a career. I see my dad doing this, but it looked boring. And they literally say, this is actually fun.
The one thing you also had mentioned earlier was build and retention.
Yeah.
Could you maybe go a little bit into that and kind of where that state is?
Yeah, definitely.
You were talking about their retention, I think.
Yeah, so the focus has been, let's hire more women, which is fantastic. So we've seen that change, and we're now at 25% women in this industry. We need to accelerate that change. But what happens when you bring the women in? Let's start looking at the next step. How are you going to grow them? How are you going to promote them? How are you going to get them into these senior executive levels? Because the numbers go down as they go into that executive level. It goes to less than 10%. And that's where the issue is. If women find that area where they can't grow anymore, they'll leave. And that's one of the things we've got to fix that broken rung, which is help women and champion them so that they can go into that next stage. Give them that opportunity. Remove your own bias so you can hire more women into that next level.
That always seemed
allyship. I think that's where the allyship with men, because mostly there's men in those roles, where they could help promote women.
Yeah.
It'd be interesting to see how the ecosystem works as maybe more women start companies that kind of they hire more women to work within those companies. I remember that dynamic playing out in tech to a certain extent, but it always came back to the numbers were specifically low in terms of the C-suite.
Yeah.
And I think they still are in tech. I mean, dramatically low.
We do in the documentary, not in the documentary, but we do have one of our sponsors for the next couple of days. She's a first-time founder and CEO, female. And so we're happy to have her company Schematic with us on the documentary or at the sponsorship.
So I don't want you to talk on behalf of Yvette, but I'm going to ask you, what was it that prompted her to want to make this documentary? Had she made documentaries before?
So she wasn't making the documentary; she's sponsoring, right?
No, he's talking about Yvette.
Yvette, the director. Yeah. So I'm wondering if this is her first documentary, and I even think about. Let's go back to the Oscars. I was kind of blown away that the lady who won Best Cinematographer was the first woman to win cinematography. I found that almost hard to believe.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if that's kind of the same case in terms of documentaries and whether what spurred your director to make this.
Yeah. So I mean, the producer was the one who had the connection with Yvette, and so. I mean, she aligned with the story, and she did a phenomenal job directing this documentary. So it was aligned to what she enjoyed doing, and she's done a phenomenal job. Yeah.
Someone asked you. I think we've promoted the documentary. We'll promote it again before we go off.
Yeah.
But well, I was going to ask you about the show and what you're looking forward to at the show. Any type of topics or type of products or type of areas of cybersecurity that have your interest?
Yeah.
I mean, I think obviously you want to hear what everybody's up to. Obviously, we're going to hear so much about AI, but also new product announcements, new mergers and acquisitions. That's what I'm interested in hearing about.
Yeah.
It's
my competition's doing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is there anything in particular?
Yeah, no, I just want to add that's basically like with the conference here, super excited about just meeting lots of people and just hearing where they are.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Well, again, the name of the documentary is The Women in Security.
Documentary.
Tuesday and Wednesday, 24th to 25th. 4:45 screening for each day?
Yes, for each day. Drinks and popcorn is going to be included.
Oh, nice. Cool.
So there's going to be networking from 4 to 4:45. So come early.
Yep.
And save your seat. Make sure you register, and you can find us at our booth.
At our booth?
The center booth, which is 4607. So you can register and secure your seat.
Okay. And it's going to be at the AMC Metreon 16, which is near Moscone.
Yes.
Right across the street.
4th Street.
Yes.
135. You can't miss it. It's right off. I think it's right off of.
Right here.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right across. We can see it.
Walking
right there.
So if you can get to Moscone South, you can find the theater.
Yeah.
Totally.
Thank you so much for your time. You guys were great. And I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah.
Good
I
luck.
hope you can make it.
Yeah.
I'm going to make it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah, definitely. I was part of it. I told you this earlier. I shouldn't say this, but I will. Who cares? I was part of a documentary about cybersecurity a long time ago, and I was one of the talking heads. And I am ashamed to tell you that there were maybe 20 talking heads in that documentary, and there was maybe one woman.
Oh.
So
Yeah.
hopefully we've kind of reversed course and flipped the switch.
Yeah.
No.
No, I'm excited. I'm super excited about it. So.
All right.
It's going to be good.
All right, thanks. So we're going to have more interviews coming up later today, very soon, actually. I'm John Swartz with Techstrong Group, and thank you for watching. Hi, it's John Swartz at RSAC again with Nico DuPont, who's the founder of Cyborg. Welcome, Nico.
Hi, thanks for having me.
Great having you. Day one of the show. You just didn't get here. You're from the East Coast. You went to a show last week down the road in San Jose, GTC.
Yeah.
I actually want to ask you about that. Well, we'll talk about RSAC plenty, but what were your impressions of that show?
It was insane. It takes over the whole city of San Jose, as you know. We were exhibiting there Monday through Thursday, and it's really, it's the epicenter of AI and kind of the pulse check on where the industry's going. So it was very interesting. It's kind of the polar opposite of RSA, where security very rarely gets talked about at GTC.
Yes.
And this is all about security. So
it's always interesting. One comes after the other, and it almost kind of in the way it plays out in real life, where you have all these advancements in AI, cloud, whatever. And then there are the consequences on the security side, so that comes later.
Yeah, it's a secondary whiplash for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was going to ask you about RSAC. Just a couple things, and then we're going to go deeper into your company and what it does, because I think it's really important what you're doing, and I want you to spell it out for us because we might have some folks out there who are unfamiliar with your company. But RSAC it's interesting in that it's become almost a little bit of a political bent. I mean, there was definitely last year what went on with CISA. And I think the current climate of our security framework. But I'm wondering, what you anticipate coming out of this show, or what type of themes most interest you going into the show. What would you like to learn more about or hear more about here?
Oh, that's a good question. I mean, I think we're seeing a lot of AI for security, in the broad sense of the word. And I think that I haven't gotten a chance to walk the expo floor. It opens at 5 today, but I anticipate we'll see a lot of that like we did last year, probably even more so. I'm actually more interested in the other side, which is security for AI, right? Which is how do you secure model behavior by all means, but how do you secure AI infrastructure? The kind of, boring meat and potatoes of the next attack vectors that we'll see in the enterprise.
Right. I'm so glad you mentioned that, because we do a show usually live, Techstrong Gang, and that is a constant theme. This idea that this technology is moving so fast. We see refreshing of models every month from each company. We hear so much about agentic and autonomous workforces. We hear so much from the top down about how this needs to be put into use. But security it's not given short shrift, but it's mentioned down the list of importance like it always has been. Yet there's that lingering thought in the back of everyone's mind. When is something going to happen that we have to explain? And is that, do you hope they acknowledge this here? I'm sure they'll talk about it.
I'm sure they will. I mean, we're at, the RSA conference, so there's going to be talk about it. And I mean, that's kind of, I'm biased because that's where we're focused on, right? The underlying risks from the centralization of data for AI and what that implicates in the enterprise and kind of downstream everywhere. And so it's always interesting to see how everybody else is thinking about it and who else is trying to solve the problem.
Right. You mentioned AI infrastructure, and it was kind of very well put. I think it may have been from your company. I'm not sure where it came from, but basically said AI infrastructure is harboring a hidden security risk, which is the vector database. Could you maybe expand on that a little bit? I know it plays into what your product does, among other things.
Yeah, totally. So, I mean, maybe I can set the lay of the land a little bit.
Absolutely.
Over the past, call it 3 years, we've seen a massive shift in the center of gravity in AI from training, who had the biggest GPU clusters, was able to build model frontier capabilities, to inference. You go to any AI conference today, it's all about inference. That
was GTC was a lot about inference.
It's all about inference because that's where you get ROI from your massive AI investments. And the way that you drive value with AI, specifically in the enterprise, is by arming the AI applications and the AI agents with data that is proprietary and specific to you and your organization so that it can drive insights or take actions that are relevant to you and your organization. And that creates an inherent risk because in order to do that, you have to centralize and pre-process your data to be AI ready, so to speak, to put it in AI knowledge bases. And so you're taking data that was previously siloed across the organization and centralizing it to a single point of failure, a kind of honeypot of source, which is your vector database. And this creates an inherent security risk because if I'm an attacker wanting to, breach the organization and get a cross section of the data from that organization, I now only have one place to hit as opposed to all these various silos. But also because this AI knowledge base, which is typically a vector database, is kind of comically ill-equipped to deal with this type of security risk. And that's because vector databases deal with vector embeddings, the lingua franca of transformer models. They deal with those in plain text because they have to compute distances between vector embeddings, and they can't do that over ciphertext typically. So it's processing all of this data in plain text, and it's creating kind of a big hole in the security posture of basically every enterprise pipeline out there.
Wow. I was going to ask you about the architectural constraints. So explain this to me as a layman. So vector databases operate in plain text with no encryption in use. Can you kind of be more specific on that? Or I mean, not be more specific, but can you explain that, why that's important, why that's significant?
Right. So, you in the traditional database world, with structured databases, you have row level encryption, column level encryption, and in document stores you add field level encryption, etc. These are well-known paradigms for being able to use cryptography to secure data and enforce strong access control on that data. In the world of vector databases do have really just one job. It's unstructured semantic search. How do you search for data via context, via meaning, without an underlying schema or structure? And inherently, in order to be able to do that, you take data, you process it, you feed it to an embedding model, and you convert this data from its original modality, whether it be text, images, audio, 3D, spatial data, etc., into vector embeddings, which are these very large, high dimensionality numbers that encode semantic meaning or context to that piece of data. And vector databases allow you to do that search matching of, for a given query, what is the most semantically relevant piece of data or pieces of data at scale very rapidly. To do that, they employ a distance computation, a distance metric such as Euclidean distance, cosine distance, etc. And to compute the distance between the query embedding and the candidate embeddings that are in the knowledge base, they need to literally compute, do a L2 or a dot product to be able to compute that distance. That needs to happen in plain text. So it means that the data cannot be encrypted while it's being used. And furthermore, if you were to have to encrypt the index and decrypt it on the fly to be able to add this encryption and this strong access control, it would make performance slow to a crawl, this inline decryption. So it means that every vector database out there is essentially insecure in this regard because they're operating on data in plain text. And so this creates a risk in terms of, infrastructure compromise, right? Access to the host, any type of insider risk. The data is not encrypted in use and sometimes not even at rest. And also it makes it really difficult to do things securely like multi-tenancy. How do you isolate multiple tenants on a single vector database when the data is not encrypted independently across tenants? How do you do strong access controls, whether it be rule-based, role-based, attribute-based access control? It's a very immature breed of technology that enterprises are betting a lot of not only money in their infrastructure, but in their actual proprietary data storing within these vector databases.
So in a sense, there's kind of this calculated risk. Or what I think about is in terms of priorities, in terms of, not to be alarmist, but I'm assuming there are a lot of enterprises who are very concerned about this scenario and what could possibly go wrong. And I'm wondering, what type of companies are you working? Are you working with a lot of enterprise companies? Is it across the gamut in terms of industries you work with, or are there particular ones that are more focused on this than others?
Firstly, we've been partners with NVIDIA for a little over 2 years. We've been working very closely with them and a number of their teams. We published a blueprint called the Cyber Enterprise RAG Blueprint that is available on build.nvidia.com.
Okay.
We're one of 7 companies to do this with them. And it was kind of a reference architecture meant to show for enterprise use cases, how do you build secure AI infrastructure specifically for RAG, which is the bread and butter of enterprise AI today. And we're doing some additional work now on agentic RAG with them. But this allowed us to get a lot of credibility and exposure in the enterprise because we also don't want to be alarmists, but we don't believe it's a calculated risk today. We're very much in a phase of the market that is market education, teaching that this is an inherent risk of vector databases, that vector embeddings, if leaked, are invertible, meaning you can convert them back to the original modality of data. So they need to be treated with the same level of sensitivity as source material. And so in that vein, we're working with a lot of companies that are traditionally very security minded. So the companies that we work with then in turn service regulated markets like financial services, insurance, healthcare, and public sector. And then there's also a lot of organizations that are starting to realize outside of these traditional sectors that actually my data should be secured even if compliance does not require it.
Are you finding that, say, this year compared to last year or even 2 years ago, the level of scrutiny and awareness of what's going on in terms of security is much higher than it was? Because, to be honest, last year I thought was hailed as the year of, we'll talk about agentic AI later, but there was this rush. And I wonder in the haste to get to a certain point, maybe too fast, some folks push back and say, look, if you want to do this, we need to be a little bit more careful than we may have been thinking a year ago. I'm just wondering if their level of awareness and security is higher now than it was a year ago.
Definitely. I'm really glad you brought that up. Firstly, I feel for CISOs today. It's they've got 1,000,001 emerging risks to have to parse through, and they're underwater. So I completely understand. And a year ago, we were kind of screaming into the void about this particular brand of risk of the centralization of data, vector databases not being secured, and but thankfully, a lot of organizations have come out with lists and with materials regarding this that have highlighted this risk. So OWASP came out last year with their top 10 LM and Gen AI risks list. Number 8 on there was vector and embedding weaknesses, which is exactly this.
What were the top? Do you remember? I don't want to put you on the spot, but it was in the top. It was in the top 10.
It was number 8 on there. I mean, obviously, context poisoning was up there. Model jailbreaking. There's. I couldn't tell you exactly what the list is. We're focused on our narrow slice of the problem space. But they came out with their top 10 agentic risks, which also had that. MITRE came out with their frameworks and called this out as a risk. Finos. So there's a lot of
and this was based on was this based in part at all on higher risk incidents, or was it just based on possible scenarios that they were thinking through?
Possible scenarios, vulnerabilities that have come out, emerging vulnerabilities like Milvis, which is number 1 most popular open source vector database, had one in November, 9.3 out of 10 criticality that let anybody with access to the same network as the vector database itself to bypass authentication and dump out all of the data from the knowledge base directly. And they were very responsible in patching it and disclosing it. But these, security organizations are realizing the writing's on the wall. The risk is going to transform from a risk to an actual breach that will be traceable back to this problem. And so I would say the appetite to solve it is increasing, the awareness is increasing, and the tools with which to actually solve these emerging risks are also maturing quite a bit.
So in that vein, in terms of solutions, tell me a little bit about Cyborg DB. What is that? How does that address this problem or try to tackle it?
Well, we're laser focused on this problem, and we have been for a while. We've been working on the underlying technology for Cyborg DB for close to 6 years. And so Cyborg DB is essentially application layer security for AI knowledge and memory. So what that means is it's essentially a Docker container that sits within your AI infra in front of a backing store, whether that be object storage, whether that be Postgres, Redis, or your file system, distributed file system. And it replaces your vector database, and it does 2 things. It does what a vector database does, which is essentially approximate nearest neighbor search. But the second part, which is unique to Cyborg and subject to our family of 16 US patents, is cryptographic indexing. So we transform vector embeddings into cryptographic tokens that allow us to selectively regenerate those tokens at search time in order to do that coarse approximate nearest neighbor search on encrypted vectors without decrypting them. Then we only decrypt the final candidates that need to be re-ranked and fed to the LLM, or we even have modes that use partial homomorphic encryption for the last re-ranking step such that there's no decryption at all. And so it does a few things. That firstly now makes the vector database encrypted, even in use, significantly elevating the security posture of your entire pipeline by making this, your proprietary data secure. It allows you to do cryptographic multi-tenancy, cryptographic isolation for multi-tenancy, which is a really difficult thing to do today with vector databases. How do you have multiple tenants, whether within an organization or actual, separate organizations on a hosted solution, have strong guardrails and isolation guarantees, and allows you to do strong access control that is cryptographically enforced, whether it be rule-based, role-based, attribute-based access control. And so we've built this and we shipped it last year when it's at the heart of this blueprint that we did with NVIDIA. And it's essentially meant to solve this whole class of problems at the heart of enterprise AI pipelines.
So I'm going to go back. You founded the company. You said, was it 6 years ago?
Yeah, we started working on this about.
So you started in this specific area 6 years ago.
We were working essentially a separate startup before that on data compression, and began working on searchable compression, which was a really interesting technical space but had zero commercial value.
Yeah.
And that kind of gave the idea for this venture working on searchable encryption.
So that's kind of what I was getting at, is every company has its journey. And I was just wondering how maybe in the last few years with this kind of rabid, kind of almost feverish pursuit of AI, that changed the thinking of the calculus within your company of what you were going to do. But it seems like you were already on that. You're already on that in that path. You're not one of those companies that decided, oh, we have an AI strategy. That's kind of what I'm trying to get at, actually.
I mean, look, I wish I could say that in 2020 when we started working on this, it was we saw the hole in enterprise RAG pipelines. But to be honest with you, enterprise RAG didn't exist. I mean, none of these words were really around at that point in time. We were working on building solutions we're laser focused on how do you search while keeping data encrypted, and vector embeddings were actually means to an end for that. And then we just happened to be extremely fortunate in terms of market timing that vector embedding started to become the heart of enterprise AI applications, and we just happened to have built a robust system for being able to search through them semantically while keeping them encrypted.
So I do not mean this as a loaded question, but how prepared are most companies addressing this kind of agentic AI or autonomous workforce mandate? I'm wondering if most of them are pretty well positioned or thought this out, or if there's such an incredible amount of pressure to adopt, whether they're kind of walking a tightrope. And I don't want you to cast aspersions towards industries, but I do wonder, based on what we have written about in some of the studies I come across with CISOs, it's like they are being asked to run down a very fine line with not a lot of margin for error on either side.
Candidly, I think the market at wide is vastly underprepared for what's to come.
Yeah,
it's not for fault of trying, and even at this conference, everybody's trying to solve this problem. I think that the problem fundamentally is that most organizations have not figured out how to mitigate insider or rogue employee risk, right? Social engineering attacks are still running rampant, and the way that they work is by conducting a social engineering attack on an employee or an insider in order to be able to conduct some sort of breach. And agentic AI is no different. We're trying to imagine that it's a new future where you've got these machines that are somehow very different than humans and very different than employees. But I think that if you're looking at it that way, you're looking at it wrong. You're really, with agents, you're just onboarding new employees. Essentially, you're onboarding non-deterministic systems, non-deterministic agents within your organization. Well, guess what? Companies have been hiring non-deterministic people for a very long time. That's humans. They're employees. And so looking at how we solve the insider risk problem is kind of the same way that we solve the agentic AI risk. Different tools by all means, but so long as we've not solved one, I don't think that we're going to have the other one fully solved. And the risk there is that the speed at which an insider attack happens by an employee is vastly slower than by an agent.
See, this is the thing. This is the rub for me that is particularly terrifying, because I'm seeing, given the state of the economy and this urgency among companies, and I'm not saying it applies to most companies, but there are quite a few companies. Meta, there's a rumored 20% layoff, which I think was influenced by efficiency, where humans are replaced by an autonomous workforce. I think Amazon, there's this long-term goal of swapping out 600,000 folks for robots, what have you, in whatever form they are. Dell just announced 11,000. I always wonder if they, in their pursuit of better profits, more efficiency, whether this kind of raises the ante and raises the stakes and raises the risk. And I mean, I know they've looked at it internally. I would hope they have.
Sure.
But it's just that the one thing when we mentioned this whole kind of movements towards non-human factor and where that leads for everything.
I don't want to comment on any specific company.
No, I'm just talking in general, this kind of climate that we're in where companies are trying to raise their market valuations or trying to address.
Totally. I think that the change is going to be painful and is going to be a ripe opportunity for attackers. Right. And I don't know. It's hard to say because the losing talent that is in charge of, these security that we're seeing, there's a lot of rumors about downtime happening at some of the major infrastructure providers that is happening because the, security, DevOps, cloud talent is gone. But replacing with agents does that mean that it's going to be worse off or better off? It's hard to say, but I know we're going to see probably a whole new class of issues.
But perhaps on the bright side, maybe we'll get better orchestration of agents to address security.
Maybe.
I mean,
maybe. We're in for a very tumultuous time, and I feel for all the people that are losing their jobs as a result of it. And I hope that we've got some problems to solve from a security lens. We got some very big problems from a societal lens to figure out as well. But
absolutely.
I don't want to step outside my lane.
I know you're a wise man, Nico. Hey, thanks, Nico, for your time. Appreciate it.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks.
Appreciate it.
Pleasure. That's it for today for me. I think day one. Day two, I believe Alan will be back with a lot of interviews, back to back to back all day. So stay tuned. Stay on Techstrong TV. Thanks. Hi, I'm John Swartz. I'm back at RSAC in San Francisco at Moscone South. It's day one, and we hope you're off to a good start here. We're here with Matthew Andriani, who's the CEO of Maze. How do you pronounce that? Mazebolt?
Mazebolt.
Mazebolt. And Matthew, I'm going to ask you to take the floor and tell me a little bit about Mazebolt. I had a bunch of questions I want to ask you, but first let's kind of lay a groundwork so our audience has a better understanding of what your company does.
Thank you, John. Good to be here.
Thanks.
We are in the DDoS space with Akamai, Imperva, Amazon, Cloudflare, all of these mitigation players. We don't do what they do. We augment those systems. They've got good protection that's deployed at various enterprise organizations. What we do is we find out how attackers are able to penetrate all of those layers of protection all the time. So that's what Mazebolt does.
So you kind of enhance what those other companies do as kind of an additive.
Correct. Typically what we see is we go in, there's around a 63% automated protection on average. Using our data of attack simulations ongoing, we can get that to over 98% automated protection.
So you, just kind of a sidelight, but it's important to know. I'm going to ask you a little bit about national cyber warfare and about geopolitical tensions, but you arrived in the U.S. a few weeks ago, traveling from Jordan.
Yes.
How was that?
It was interesting. I took a taxi from where I live to the southern border in Israel, crossed the border, took another taxi to the hotel. The next morning, took a flight out to Athens, Frankfurt, and then to the U.S.
How long did that journey take?
Left Thursday morning, got to the U.S. where I wanted to be in Vegas Saturday night.
Oh, my God. Well, we're glad you're here, and we're glad you're safe. Yeah. This is kind of a terrifying, it is a terrifying era we live in right now. And I'm imagining given what's going on in the world and given the advances in AI, that we have this evolving landscape of DDoS attacks. There must be some sort of strategies that enterprises are using to stay resilient. Could you maybe explain what they're doing to keep themselves defensed?
First of all, you're right. The current landscape, even before the explosion of AI, was already a very high threat, where enterprises were deploying defenses with many layers of defense. What they are trying to do now is close those gaps before an attack comes and try and preempt. I think this is a theme across not just DDoS, this is a theme across the industry.
So before, just to be clear, it was kind of a reactionary approach. Now it's a preemptive defense approach.
I think in general across the cyber realm, right? Mm-hmm. People that are responsible, CISOs that are responsible for the organizations or government, they're trying to figure out, okay, we've got all these defenses in place. What do we do to harden all of those and augment new defenses? But your existing defenses need to be working. Mm-hmm. I think there's a huge focus in this area. We focus in this area in DDoS.
It's interesting because I work with a number of folks who are security experts. Right. They started companies, Allen and Mitchell, Still Secure, and they always talk about this kind of concept of security where traditionally, maybe until now, right, it was more of a kind of an evolutionary industry or technology versus the revolutionary things that are happening around it. So for instance, as cloud came along or as AI, there are quantum leaps in terms of how technology is used. And whether by design or maybe out of just habit, cybersecurity was always kind of the last consideration, and we'll get to that, we'll fix that once we have to. And that you're kind of telling me in a sense that attitude or that posture among CISOs and others is changing.
I think you're right. The industry is evolving very quickly and the technologies are evolving very quickly. If you're not getting ahead of it and figuring out how to prevent damage, you're going to have the damage. And I think visibility is critical, and figuring out how you protect your particular organization is critical across the spectrum, whether it's from the external, internal, lateral movement, whatever you're trying to protect.
So that brings me, in a sense, again, back to AI, in that we get a lot of surveys, we write about a lot of surveys, a lot of studies, and what we consistently see is that there is a pressure from the top down, right, to adopt AI as quickly as possible, maybe with not as much stringent governance or upskilling among employees, safeguards, guardrails, whatever you want to call them, and that has created a tension or created a very difficult situation for the CISOs because they're under pressure to put these systems in place, like agents, for instance. But they're also responsible for the consequences if something were to go awry. So I'm wondering how CISOs are kind of reconciling the pressure from the top down to adopt AI, yet still maintain safe and secure operations.
So I think AI is a huge topic. CISOs are under pressure. Some CISOs tried to block AI at the beginning. That lasted a few days or a couple of weeks at the maximum.
What if they were there CISOs who got forced out if they were too slow or resistant?
I don't know of any, but I think the internal pressure was very quick. I think what you've seen is the smart organizations are looking at what they've got in the whole AI space, providing kind of a singular offering to the various departments, scaling down the amount of AI tools, but still letting people fluidly work. I think that any company that isn't using AI is going to just fall far behind. They're not going to be around. They're not going to be around, and I think everyone recognizes that the speed is incredible. When you get to the attack side, you can see, if you just use ChatGPT, you can see the speed that you're getting answers. Now, if you just apply that in a very limited fashion to just orchestrating attacks against organizations, you can imagine the speed that that's moving at. Any manual process that you rely on in an organization, with an AI orchestrated attack, you don't stand a chance. Which brings us back to what we do in our company. We provide that data prior for those defensive systems to be immunized prior to that attack ever arriving, because any type of reaction with a human element in it is slowly going to become redundant. And when I say slowly, I think over the next 18 months maximum.
Maybe if you could go a little bit deeper into some of the products you have and what they do and how they work in concert with some of the companies you mentioned earlier. There's a couple that you could just highlight, just for those who are unfamiliar with
Sure. So at the core of what our technology does is we are a company that figured out how to simulate non-disruptive DDoS attacks against production systems. That's the core patented technology that we developed over many years. It was released in 2021. So if you've got hundreds or thousands of services, we're launching hundreds of attack simulations validating how your defenses work through actual data.
So you're kind of testing, but in a non-threatening way. You're testing the defense systems that are set up at these companies, these enterprise companies, and then you come to them with a report and say, here's where you failed, or here's where you were successful, and here's what you need to address?
So we give exact telemetry on every single layer of defense you've got, and we operate on big data sets. So we're launching thousands of simulations over a month's period, and with just a few fixes, you can de-risk many thousands of entry points for attackers in an ongoing way because of things like configuration drift in security policies. We, in 2022, started significant research in AI because we generate what's referred to as unique data in the AI industry. We are now able to find, with a limited amount of knowledge on the targets that we see in an environment, point our simulator there, knowing where those vulnerabilities are likely going to be, and get that data as quickly as possible to the vendor responsible for that particular layer of security, so that when the customer's attacked, you prevent this initial damage or extended damage.
Was your background always in cybersecurity, or were
Yes.
you? So I'm always wondering what led you to. I'm assuming you co-founded this company.
Yes.
What led you to co-found this? You saw immediate need, or you'd come across some examples of kind of like high-profile incidents, or?
So I was very involved in forming the team in Radware, like in 2011. That was a research team that we scaled to an emergency response team, that I was essentially dealing with real-time attacks against large organizations, like the New York Stock Exchange, Hong Kong Stock Exchange, Vatican, and all the banks in the US doing large operations, coming up with solutions in real time to mitigate those threats. And I then started a services company, seeing that every one of those attacks that I saw that caused extensive damage sometimes for months, could have been prevented relatively easily. And when you look at these large organizations that had seemingly endless budgets, what they didn't have was the knowledge of how those systems are bypassed. So we started actually as a cyber services company, and through need transitioned to a product company in 2021.
So I'm assuming that business is probably booming for you, or you're
Yes.
getting more inquiries than ever, because I'm thinking about this classic scenario of people employing AI agents. I mean, I even read that Mark Zuckerberg is going to have his own chief of staff AI agents,
right,
with access to his ideas and his information. And I'm just wondering that must have is setting off alarm bells in a lot of these sectors, where the bad guys, I mean, they're making as much use of AI agents as the white hats are, but there must be a palpable sense of anxiety, I think, within enterprises, especially as agents, of course, begin to be adopted at these companies.
Yeah, and depending on what first of all, yes, and depending on what you're responsible for, if you're responsible for hosting the agent infrastructure, you've got an entirely new threat to deal with in terms of even how you inspect your traffic, right? Agents are completely new traffic. They're not traditional web traffic or API traffic that you were used to in the past. This is different traffic. And I think that protecting these agents is going to become very complex because they're very dynamic. They're expanding and contracting.
Can I ask you really quickly? So conceivably, we're going to have security AI agents that defend against AI agents that are malicious. So could we conceivably have AI agent versus AI agent duels between good and nefarious purposes and good purposes, or?
I think in the enterprise space, you're going to see definitely orchestration agents operating. We already got it in companies. We're actually going to release later this quarter a very significant AI capability, which I can't get into too much yet. But it's going to be something that is going to validate a lot of these types of protections, because we understand that very, very quickly, and we're already getting some information from vendors and customers we're working with, that AI is going to be orchestrating a significant amount of attacks.
Do you expect, in that vein, do you expect a fair number of announcements at RSAC along those lines, like AI agent defense systems of sorts that are brought out by companies? They're going to have some sort of platform or architecture to address this special problem you're talking about?
I think there's going to be companies dealing with many areas of, you say AI agents, but obviously AI is a large area.
Autonomous.
LLM poisoning, finding out, for instance, all of the models that you use in AI, how contaminated are these models? Where do they come from?
Yeah.
They might be open source. What's in those models? Who made those models? How are they leaning? There's models made in China, models made in America. What's inside those models? How do you isolate those models in an environment to make sure that you're not going to damage your environment and have unnecessary leakage? For instance, what we're doing in our company, we've got a significant project ongoing now for a couple of years where we have a significant infrastructure being built, which is actually completed now, that we kind of anonymize all of our PII data before even starting to utilize it in that area, what we deem the non-PII area of our environment, because you don't know what these LLMs are going to do. Even if they're privately hosted, you don't really know. So you need to assume, kind of like in the cloud. You send data in the cloud, if that data is not encrypted, you don't know where that data is going. It's very similar with an LLM model, whether you're forming it locally or using a local database to maybe query external LLM models like ChatGPT or Claude or whatever it might be.
I mean, it's just that, to me, what's stunning or it's kind of troubling is the speed with which these new models are being pumped out.
Right.
Conceivably, it seems like every other month there's a new model from Claude. There's a new Claude model or GPT or what have you, and there's a lot more use of open source. So there's speed with which things are moving and advancing, makes this a particularly difficult time to defend your operations.
I think it also opens up a lot of opportunity because, for instance, companies like us, again, we generate a lot of proprietary data or vulnerability data on environments across the spectrum. We've got millions of data points, which allows us to leverage this to better protect our customers. And the AI allows us to get big data sets much quicker, to be able to deliver to the vendor in a more organized fashion to eliminate the most amount of vulnerability in the attack surface as possible. So it does bring a lot of opportunity, but you have to have, at least as a vendor, you have to take into account what you're doing with the AI, what the threats are, make sure that everything is QA'd between results automatically, AI kind of checking AI, QAing the AI, so that that it's reliable for your customer, that there won't be an accident.
So most of your, I'm not sure if you share the names of some of your customers, but if you don't, I'm wondering what sectors are they primarily come from, and what, if any, are their particular concerns?
We're in the 87 percentile plus in the BFSI industry. So banks, insurance companies, trading platforms, payment processors, credit card. Government also, large e-commerce, but we primarily focus on the BFSI industry.
Okay.
And they're concerned about infrastructure uptime, service uptime, banking continuing, no disruption to banking services, transactions. There's a high volume of transactions happening in these environments. You can't have downtime.
I was thinking about the landscape. I mean, in terms of the infrastructure, there's this big movement in the infrastructure towards faster, more use of data, AI. And I'm thinking about the landscape. We have these geopolitical tensions that you experience firsthand. We've got open cloud phenomenon, which, I mean, it's hitting executives within companies like Meta. There was an incident recently there. These increasingly sophisticated AI attacks. There's a lot to digest. And I'm wondering, do you foresee more kind of geopolitically motivated attacks or even national cyber warfare? We talked a little bit about this before we started filming, but I'm wondering if you mentioned DDoS involving drones and others. I mean, can you maybe go over that a little bit again?
Sure. So DDoS is used extensively in cyber warfare. We saw it in Georgia, we saw it in Ukraine, Iran. You see it all over the place when you want to cripple infrastructure, cut communications. DDoS is a great attack tool to cause chaos. You also see DOS attacks, more accurately, not DDoS attacks, for jamming drones. If you look technically speaking, this is an actual DOS attack against the receptor on a drone, and this is what stops communication and drops the drone. So this is utilized in
have you seen instances of that in the conflict in the Middle East now, or it's probably existed? But I mean, are you starting to see an escalation of that, or maybe even infrastructure?
I'm not an expert in drone warfare, but you can see that there's a lot of activity in the area. You can see recently that the Americans even asked Ukraine for assistance in this area. So definitely, I was recently in Texas in a very prestigious research institute that does a lot of research for the DoD, and they shared some very interesting findings on what's going on with drone warfare. And what was very interesting is how much DOS attack is being used in that warfare. So definitely it's being used.
Wow. Wow, that's a little something to ponder. I mean, I was going to ask you, how do organizations anticipate sudden surges and disruptions in their infrastructure? I mean, you're helping them, but are there other means that they use to kind of anticipate things before they happen? I mean, I don't know much about your field, or is this something that is especially used, I would assume, in banking and government, finance?
Of course, the main thing any organization will do is try and have a solid architecture in their deployment and make sure that it's redundant and all these traditional concepts. I think what they're also trying to do is secure the application layer very heavily too.
Right.
So we're very focused on the application layer. Services are all over the place. They're in the cloud, they're in DC, they're in multiple clouds. So I think organizations are trying to first get a grip on the attack surface, figure out how to protect that attack surface as best they can, and have the redundancy to scale. But without the protection, no matter how much scalability you've got, you'll.
This is like a high wire act. I mean, in a sense, there's so much going on there. The upside is incredible.
And so you can see the immediate market cap effect, which can take
and we're seeing
12
more of those.
plus 24 months,
and
sometimes never get back to the position that they were at.
So there is that imminent threat. I mean, it's not a threat for everyone. It's not going to happen to every company, but for each company that this does happen to, it sets an entire industry kind of on alarm. So,
right.
And I think this is going to be a story we're going to see repeatedly over and over again. You always just wonder when it's going to reach a point where there is like the defining events, and I'm not sure if we've reached that event yet.
I agree. I don't think we've reached an event that says, there has to be some fundamental policy change or something like that.
And good luck.
Maybe, by the way, in cyber warfare that has happened, because there's a lot of very quick targeting of targets on the ground, utilizing AI and stuff like that. But that's, of course, not in the headlines.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think AI has had a tremendous impact on warfare in general, just the speed at which everything is moving. And it's only going to get quicker.
Yeah.
And of course that translates into the enterprise space. We see it already that there are AI attacks being identified, and the EU Council is doing testing on AI attacks, and other governments are checking how they're going to respond to this. So this is clear that this is happening now. It's not the future, it's happening now.
It's interesting. Well, Matthew, this was a fascinating discussion. I'm glad you shared your expertise with us and let us know what's going on, because things are changing faster than we could ever imagine. And it's going to make for very interesting times. I've never seen anything in the tech industry like what's happening with AI, and especially on this side of things.
Right.
So thanks again for your time. And,
thank you, John.
It was nice meeting you.
Good
and
meeting you.
We'll be back with more interviews later today, day 1 of RSAC.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Techstrong TV. You know, we're continuing our coverage this week with the winners of the recently announced Quantum Security 25 list that we did with in conjunction with our friends at DigiCert. Highlighting 25 thought leaders in the space of quantum and quantum security specifically. Let me introduce you to one of the Quantum 25. It's kind of like the Mercury astronauts who had the right stuff. Konstantinos Karagiannis comes to us today from the Lower East Side in New York, where they're having a blizzard, and I'm glad I'm down here in Florida. Konstantinos, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thanks. I like the astronaut reference. If I wore a helmet, it wouldn't mess up my hair or anything. I love it. So I'll tell you, I'm like you from New York, moved down to Florida, as I said, about 20 years ago. Took the kids when they were much younger. They're out of the house now, but we took them up to Kennedy Space Center in Cape Canaveral. And one of the things there is you could have lunch with an astronaut. So we signed up. I was beyond crazy there. And we had lunch with, I think his name was Corey Overstreet. He did 3 shuttle missions. 2 times he fixed the Hubble Space Telescope. My kids were bored as hell. They ate their tuna fish or whatever and ran out. I sat there and picked this guy's brain. I wouldn't let him leave. I mean, talk about the right stuff. He had a law degree, a doctor degree, a PhD in physics. He's brilliant. And I was the little kid there. So yeah, I think we all worshipped astronauts at one point, if you're of a certain age. Anyway, Konstantinos, tell us a little bit about your journey. You weren't an astronaut, I don't think. Sure, I wasn't. I did go to Cape Canaveral as a kid, and I wore an Indiana Jones hat, and it was kind of hilarious because it was like shorts, T-shirt, and an Indiana Jones hat. So go figure.
Look, we've all been there. We've all been there.
Kids do silly things, right? So I started in quantum. I went to Polytech Brooklyn, and I was studying quantum physics there, and I knew that the machines were very far away still. I knew it, so I kind of did it. And I also knew I'd be doing something else too, kind of while I'm waiting for all these worlds to merge. So I spent lots of years after that working in just cybersecurity in general. I ended up at British Telecom, BT America's division, and I was the CTO of emerging threats eventually. So I was involved in everything that was coming. I was like one of the first to hack blockchain and talk about it. And also I was involved in quantum from the beginning, and mostly the threat. Back then, that's all anyone cared about. It was like the threat to cryptography, Eventually I got into the use cases of things for using them to do other things, but the cryptography threat was always my baby. I was doing keynotes and things on the subject in 2012, if you can believe that. That's like, wow. Crazy, right? It's so long ago that I've been warning people, and now they're coming out of the woodwork to say, "Oh yeah, you told us about this." Yeah. So it's been a long journey like that, and I ended up here at Protiviti almost 7 years ago, and I was given the opportunity to build my own quantum practice from the ground up here. So I was very excited to do that and take that on, and so we ended up creating that here, and I also got to start the Post Quantum World podcast here. So I get to talk to the world about that for 5 years now. So it's been fun to make people aware and also help them on this very important journey. So yeah, that's kind of how I got here.
I love it. So when you were at BT with another Brooklyn boy, Bruce Schneier, were you there when Bruce was there?
Yeah. We acquired at the time Counterpane, and it came with Bruce, and so we were doing things together and all that. And I was like, I kind of want to be a little more like him when I grow up.
No, Bruce has done okay for a kid from Brooklyn, right? No, he's in Minnesota.
It's funny. I am following in some of his footsteps, I guess. Like I right now I'm writing a book for Wiley on post-quantum cryptography that's going to come out hopefully next year. And so in some ways, I guess we ended up paralleling along the way. I
love it.
Smart guy.
Good stuff. So you went to Brooklyn Polytech and actually studied quantum.
Yep. Worked on that
computing
there. And also always loved the hacking thing too. So I was like kind of involved in both always, I
love that. What a great story. For me, so I've been in cybersecurity 25, 30 years now. Well, I co-founded some venture-backed companies, that dealt in, we didn't call it cyber, we called it InfoSec. But anyway, and then got into this media thing about 12 years ago because I started writing and speaking, much like you started with your podcast, and it could be the start of a whole new career for you. But the thing about quantum, Konstantinos, was, to me, it was always like nuclear fusion, right? Or bases on the moon and Mars, right? To go back to our astronaut stuff. It was out there. It was sci-fi. I loved sci-fi. I loved Asimov's robots. I loved Dune and Herbert's Dune and all that entails, and the thinking machines, the war against the thinking machines, and David Brin's Uplift and all the great, Blade Runner, the movie was really based on the Philip Dick. I'll be honest with you, I never thought I'd live to see my sci-fi kind of fantasies become
especially
real.
on the AI side, right? I mean, just look at the movie Her. That was 2013.
Yeah.
And it takes place in 2025, and wow, did they nail it? I mean, it's basically,
crazy.
We passed it pretty much. Yeah, most of it.
But you think about Asimov writing the robotic novels in the 40s and 50s.
Yep.
And now you've got the Anthropic's Claude Constitution, which is not anywhere, couldn't shine a light to Asimov's simplicity in the laws of robotics. And I do believe that AI married to robotics in the next 2-3 years is going to just explode, on us.
Not to get too far off topic, but I mean, the idea of embodying AI might be what we need to get them closer to seeming like conscious beings. I mean, I got to believe we evolved
if that's
consciousness.
what we want, right?
If that's what we want, right? I believe we evolved consciousness for a reason, because it helps our survival as physical beings moving around in 3D space. And I think that might be that missing link. It's possible.
We'll see.
Yeah, I don't think.
But we're living this dream.
Yes.
And look, fusion is becoming closer, though I don't know when. But quantum is really close now, right? Quantum.
Yes, it is. It is. And
real.
It's accelerating more than even I was always a quantum optimist for obvious reasons, but it's accelerating even more than I could have believed. And last June, when Craig Gigney wrote his paper taking down the number of physical qubits needed to crack RSA from about 20 million all the way down to 897,000, I was like, whoa, now we barely have any time left at all. And just a month ago, Iceberg Quantum wrote a paper called The Pinnacle Architecture that took it down another order of magnitude. I mean, right now they're saying around 100,000 physical qubits to crack RSA. There's no way we're not going to have that this decade. We're going to have that before 2030. Q-Day is super imminent. It's right around the corner. Yeah.
I mean, IBM has said, 28 or 29 or bust, right? I mean, they're
You've got to migrate. It's so critical. I mean, that's why I do it at Protiviti. My company, my practice inside my company is basically two major things. Like I help companies with use cases. They want to do things like optimization, simulation, machine learning using quantum computers. That's great. And the other half of my time is spent really pushing companies towards migration to PQC, post-quantum cryptography, because we are so out of time. And it's just everyone's been dragging their heels. I have some theories on why they might have been dragging their heels, but we can't do that anymore.
No, well, we talked about human nature. I think it's human nature a little bit to drag our heels too. And until the gun is at your head, right? How many people did Y2K projects starting in September of 1999, right? We go, well, no rush. We'll get started around Thanksgiving. But, there is that, but it is real. But, Konstantinos, you've lived a dual life beyond the quantum. You've been in the cyber world. Mm-hmm. When did we ever get out ahead of anything in cyber, in security?
That's a great point. See, Q-Day is the first time in InfoSec history that we know a 0 day is coming. We've never had this luxury before.
Yeah.
Heartbleed caught us all by surprise. So this is more like if Y2K and Heartbleed had a baby. I like to say that because we know it's coming like Y2K and it affects everyone like Y2K. and it has that devastating cryptographic impact like Heartbleed did. And I don't understand why everyone isn't, realizing that this needs to be done yesterday. Because you could look at it two ways. You could view it as, what if the quantum timeline slips? What if it takes a little longer? Okay, let's say that happens. Let's say it takes a little longer. So what? It takes time to migrate cryptographically. And because the standards are in place and deprecation process is going to begin, you really don't have a choice. Whether you believe in quantum computing or not, whether you think it's a fairy tale, eventually you're going to get in trouble if you're running non-PQC. You're going to get dinged in audits and pen tests and you name it. Regulatory bodies are going to come after you. So whether you believe in quantum computers or not, it doesn't even matter. You're going to have to migrate. I promise you. You will not be using RSA in 2035. You just won't be.
No, I don't think you can be using it in 2031, quite frankly.
I hope you're right. Yes, yeah. I'm just saying regulatory bodies say that we won't be using it by 2035, so at least there's that. Yeah.
But here's the good news, though. They've made it relatively painless.
Yes.
Relatively. To deploy like post-quantum algorithms and so forth so that you're not left fighting the last war against the next war's weapons, right?
Yeah, like look at libraries. Look at OpenSSL 3.5. That contains PQC. You just use that. OpenSSH, latest version, PQC. A bunch of tools in the industry, already PQC. And even for consumers, like iMessage has its own custom version of it.
Yeah.
Signal, on and on and on. You can get PQC in different pieces, but you can also view it as like a quantum technical debt issue. If you're a brand new company in 3 years from now, I almost envy you because you're going to walk into a turnkey PQC world, like the cloud already be PQC, you're going to buy servers, you're going to code, it'll be all fine. Other companies are going to have to do this migration. So they're going to need a little hand holding, which is kind of what we do. And, with that process comes the realization that quantum technical debt might just have to go away. You could think, if I want to be ready by 2030, will this server even be running by 2030? Will this router be running by 2030? There's some stuff you could just sort of plan to phase out and replace, so that's going to take care of itself. And other things that are easy to do.
That's CapEx, right?
Yeah.
And you know how people love spending money. Let's talk a little bit about your activities at Protiviti.
Sure.
It's the IT team coming to you, or is it the CISOs?
Yeah, it's a lot of CISOs, and I have a theory about why we're in this mess in terms of not migrating. The average CISO's, this isn't my data, but the average CISO's lifespan at a company is 18 to 26 months. So let's say 2 years. So if you're only going to be at a company 2 years, when you hear quantum, you think that's 10 years. I don't have to worry about it. Let me do all this.
That's the next guy. That's the two guys from now.
Exactly. So I'm trying to impress upon them that no, now it really is you. You're the guy or gal who's responsible right now for this thing that's imminent. So there's that. So we do deal with a lot of CISOs. And my company tries to simplify what we do for customers. We're sort of like the big 4.5. In fact, if you go back, it used to be the big 5, and Arthur Anderson was the 5th. And Protiviti rose from the ashes of Arthur Anderson, actually. So
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So I call it, like, jokingly, that we're the big 4.5. So we do basically everything you can imagine. But to simplify it, we do transform, protect, respond. That's kind of like our new mantra. And quantum touches two of those heavily. Like transform. I'm all about helping companies transform what they do through using quantum computers. That's great. On the protect side, yes, I really want to protect you. Please let me help you. You need to be migrating to PQC. Let me protect you from this future ominous cliff that you're racing towards otherwise. And what I don't want to have to do is the respond piece in that trilogy, because
no one
wants to be the first to be known for a PQC fail, for being hacked by quantum
aisle
computer.
7.
Yeah, exactly. You don't want to be the one bank that ever. Oh no, it's because of quantum that we're owned. You don't want that. So
what
I'm hoping to help
ounce
companies.
Of prevention's worth a pound of cure, or whatever.
Yeah. So while we respond to all sorts of incidents, I really want to help the quantum focused customers to not have to.
I get it. I get it. Let me ask another. Just because you're an expert, I'm interested. You hear people talk about the ticking time bomb of hacked, hashed payloads.
Sure.
Right? That, the bad guys have stolen encrypted data, just waiting for when Q day comes and they could get at it. Now, I've always had just like the CISO who doesn't worry 10 years from now, data, especially when we're talking about personal data that, is valuable. It's like it has a radioactive half-life, right? And whatever period of time, half of it is crap. And then, it continuing down. So at some point, the longer the Q day is pushed out, the more radioactive decay we get from those hashed payloads.
Yeah.
But are they worth, for those bad guys out there, should they just throw them away now, or are they worth holding on to?
Well, yeah, you had Mosca on, I believe, right, on this,
yes,
and he's a legend for Mosca's theorem, and the idea is that you have the shelf life of a secret, how long you need to keep it, you have the amount of time it takes a company to migrate to post-quantum cryptography. Those years combined, you have to consider, will a quantum computer be available before that? And if so, secrets will leak. So some information has a really long shelf life. I mean, PII in healthcare, for example, healthcare's lifespan is a lifespan.
With you for life.
Yeah, so it's a really long time. So some of those secrets are good forever, right? Some state secrets are good for a really long time. Locations of secret bases, whatever, that kind of stuff is a really long lifespan. Credit card numbers, no. Certain accounts change, things like that are a little shorter. So yes, you're right. We have to decide when can we actually use these attacks. There's a few basic principles here. One, when something's broken, it's broken. I remind everyone about that in cryptography. Whenever we know something doesn't work, we deprecate it and we move on. This has happened before. None of your viewers right now should be using SSL. They should be using TLS 1.3, hopefully.
Right.
Once we know something's no good, we move on, right? It doesn't mean that the attacks are always practical or going to get everybody, but do you really want to be the one that they get? If you're writing a message that's so secret and valuable, do you really want to trust that it'll never be curious and someone will never be curious enough to attack it? So I keep that in front of my mind. Now, realistically, most harvested packets will not be decrypted by a quantum computer. I know it's a weird thing for me to be saying, Mr. Rah-Rah PQC, right? But it's a numbers game, Let's say that roughly the Gidney life cycle of an attack is what we're going to deal with. Let's say it's 5 days running a quantum computer to crack RSA. That's 73 attacks a year. So if you're China and you have a quantum computer that can attack this and you can run it for 5 days, you're going to get 73 tries a year to reverse information. What are you going to go after? You're going to go after some stream that the, NSA used once or two governments used to communicate. You're going to go after a few juicy packets like that, but they might also be nothing. And then you got to start again. So you're only going to get 73 tries. So I don't know if Harvest Now Decrypt Later is the number one attack that's going to happen. Again, I'm not saying you shouldn't migrate to PQC for data, because when something's broken, it's broken. So I believe in that 100%. But I think the thing that everyone's ignoring is Harvest Now Forge Later. And that is way more devastating. Let me give you an example. Why would I attack a communication stream from a government agency when I could find out what laptop that agency is using, find out what audio driver that laptop uses, get the signing key to push an update to that audio driver, crack that in 5 days with a quantum computer, and now I am Asus or HP or Lenovo or wherever. And now I live on every single laptop in that government agency. That is a better use of 5 days. Because now I can read every message I want and see every webcam I want or whatever you want to do. So that's the attack that literally no one's talking about. I'm going to be talking about this in my book. I'm going to talk about this at some spring conferences and things. We need to realize that everything needs to be migrated. And firmware, code signing, all those types of things need to be protected as soon as possible. So, I'd rather see that protected first and then messages, honestly, but, we should do both, obviously. But I just think that could cause mass chaos, mass devastation. These aren't theoretical attacks. We've already had code signing attacks. It's just that we would be using a quantum computer to inject the malware, not, just traditional methods.
Konstantinos, another kind of urban myth legend. We won't know Q Day was here until much after the fact, or much later, right?
It's
There's
possible.
not going to be emergency alert broadcast system letting us know that, hey, it's Q day. You won't get a Hallmark card. But it may be months or even a year later that we look back and say, yes, that threshold is passed. You believe that, or what do you think?
I've been saying that actually since around 2012. I've been saying that since the beginning. When I was at BT, historically, it was the GPO, the General Post Office, and an employee there, Tommy Flowers, built the first supercomputer designed to crack encryption. So in my brain was always this like specter and legacy of the imitation game, Alan Turing, Tommy Flowers, like all this like crack encryption and keeping quiet about it, Like we let, not we, but the Allies let like submarines sink because they didn't want to let anyone know we can crack Enigma. So I've been saying that for a long time now. And it is possible that if some nation state gets a quantum computer, they're going to stay quiet and not say that they have it. And they'll just start cracking some of the packets like we mentioned, or doing some of the code signing attacks we mentioned. So I do believe that's possible. If a company gets to that level, all sorts of things could go wrong even if they wanted to keep it secret. Like let's say, for example, IonQ announces an even more aggressive timeline, even though they already have the most aggressive timeline in the industry. Let's say they announce an even more aggressive timeline, and at the very same time, unbeknownst to them, the guys who did the Pinnacle paper announced that they just reduced it by 10x again. So all of a sudden, you have this like crossing point, like inflection point, where publicly in the world we know, IonQ has X number of qubits, and they just said you only need half as many to crack encryption, whatever. Like that can happen, and then we'll know. Then it won't be like announced. It's just we'll be able to connect the dots and say, oh yeah, Q-Day's here, and don't believe otherwise. It's here. So that can happen too. So those two extremes can occur, and like anything else, the truth will probably be somewhere in the middle.
Love it.
Yeah,
Konstantinos, I got to jump onto another what do you call it, interview here. But you mentioned your podcast. Say it again, and how can people get to it?
Sure. It's the Post-Quantum World. It's actually the longest continuously running quantum podcast in the world.
Very cool.
So it's available on all platforms.
Excellent. And of course, I mentioned you're Senior Director of Quantum Computing Services at Protiviti, so people can go to Protiviti and keep up with you there. Congratulations on making the list. Obviously, it was well-deserved.
Thank you.
And keep up the great work, man. You know what? A lot of years of hard work. We're getting right there. So it's going to be interesting these next couple of years.
Thank you.
Thank you. Konstantinos Karagiannis, Senior Director of Quantum Computing Services at Protiviti, Quantum Security 25 inaugural member. Thanks for joining us. This is Techstrong TV. We'll be right back. Hey everyone, welcome back here to Techstrong TV. I'm literally packing to head to San Francisco to RSA in a few days, and news broke that is pretty exciting. And I apologize. I'm not in our Techstrong TV studio today. I'm doing this one from home, but it couldn't wait, couldn't hold. Let me introduce you to Cecilia Marinier, who of course runs the innovation. It's innovation and another part of the
Scholars program for the RSAC, Alan. I'm going to get you on it.
Oh, no, I'm glad you caught me early because I'm a little discombobulated today.
No worries.
Yep. Cecilia, it's great to see you. And I want to introduce you all to Laura Ketzel. Laura, thank you for coming here on Techstrong TV. Introduce yourself to the audience if you don't mind.
Well, thanks for having me, first of all. And I'm Laura Ketzel. I'm the head of community research for RSAC. So I produce a lot of the research about the cybersecurity community that's based on all the data that we collect as part of running all of the RSAC programs.
Fantastic. And look, let's cut right to it, right? The reason we kind of stopped the presses here is you guys recently came out with a new report. Not recently, you just came out with a new report that I think is going to be of interest to our audience. Cecilia, if it's okay with you, I'm going to have Laura kind of let you tell us about it. Yeah, go ahead.
Well, before I have Laura set the stage, I have to say this one small piece, which is everything is changing in cybersecurity. It's so exciting. And the reason that we talked about stopping the press, the report is super interesting, but we also had a really big event happen, which was the Wiz acquisition. And it sets the stage for what Laura is going to talk about, because the Innovation Sandbox contest has consistently identified companies that have very, very strong trajectories after they've been on the stage. We're part of their story. We're not the only part of their story, but we wanted to make sure that we've got this whole thing set up for people to understand just how powerful the Innovation Sandbox is. And we have Laura here, who is the most awesome, Laura, who actually is going to share a little bit more about like why we came up with this idea, and then maybe set a little bit more of the stage of what to expect in the report.
Sure. Well, and the other thing we should say is that acquisition closing was actually the least convenient possible time ever, because we had finished this report and published it, and then about an hour later, the news that the Wiz acquisition had closed came across the wires, which meant we had to scramble to update the report to contain the extra acquisition and the extra small amount of $32 billion in the amount of financing and investment received by the companies that have come out of Innovation Sandbox over the many years. So
you don't think they did that just to make your life difficult, do you?
I'm certain I was the only thing on their minds when they got approval to close their merger.
Should we wait till next week? No, let's get it. Laura just finished it. But
yes, as Cecilia said, the metaphorical ink was not even dry on this thing when we had to update it. But we were happy to do it, because what better kind of proof could you see of the impact of Innovation Sandbox than we can't even put out a report before things change and more investment happens. So on the one hand, it's slightly irritating. On the other hand, it's a great example of what we're trying to showcase.
Fantastic. So let's give people, I feel like I jumped into the middle of the movie. It's apropos Oscars were last night. We could talk Oscars later, but it's the beginning of the movie. The report really highlights the tremendous success that these companies who have been involved in the Innovation Sandbox program over, 21 years, Cecilia, right?
Exactly.
Over the 21 years. Laura, is that fair to say, or is there?
That's right. So what we tried to do was show kind of the overall trajectory of all of the top 10 finalists and winners from Innovation Sandbox. And I should say that one of the really interesting things you notice in the presentation of like 11 years of Innovation Sandbox history is the degree to which kind of upticks in categories of startups in Innovation Sandbox actually correlate with whatever major kind of trend there is in the cybersecurity industry the year after. So there's a graph in the first bit of the report that shows this. Now, that's correlation, not cause, right? So it's not, oh, there are more Innovation Sandbox in this category, and that causes the next year application security or whatever it is to be the most important thing in cybersecurity. But correlation's still pretty useful if you're trying to figure out where to place your bets and where to spend your money, whether you're a CISO or an investor or a member of the community. So that was really noteworthy. And then just looking at some of the finalists and what their trajectories have been, there are 5 case studies in this report altogether. And they're from companies from 2016 Innovation Sandbox on. And what you figure out is you might think, oh, well, these are clearly the best 5 stories out of Innovation Sandbox ever. No, because Wiz isn't even in here, and that they just got acquired for $32 billion. So the companies that are in, what we tried to do, Cecilia and I, with the companies that are in this, is to show kind of all the variety of successful outcomes that the companies in Innovation Sandbox exhibit. So there's 3 companies that were acquired by, and there's 1 entrepreneur who's had 2 companies in Innovation Sandbox that have both been acquired, which, and there are a bunch of cases like that. In fact, one of my favorite bits of the report is that one of the companies that was acquired from Innovation Sandbox in 2025 was acquired by a company whose CEO had been CEO of another Innovation Sandbox winner before, whose original, shall we say in quotes, Innovation Sandbox startup was itself acquired by an Innovation Sandbox winner from even further back. So you can really see how much the Innovation Sandbox has influenced the industry over the years just by looking at these things. And so in the report, in addition to the companies that have been acquired, you've got a company that has raised a whole bunch of different rounds of investment and is kind of aiming to become an independent software company by itself. And then you've got another one that's sort of much earlier in its journey, but where the entrepreneur's got a great story of how an investor called him the night before he was supposed to go on stage at Innovation Sandbox and said, okay, we want to fund your company, but this offer is only good if you do not go on stage in Innovation Sandbox. Like, no deal. And so the entrepreneur had to go and with his two co-founders think, like, are we going to bet on ourselves and go for Innovation Sandbox, or are we going to take the bird in the hand deal? He refused the deal. They went on stage, they won, and then they got a way better deal from sort of a much bigger group of investors later on. And of course, the original kind of blackmailing investors, if I could put it that way, phoned up later and said, we'd still like to invest. And the entrepreneur said, no, thanks. I got plenty of partners. So there are a ton of great stories like that from all of these entrepreneurs and from Innovation Sandbox throughout the years. So what the report tries to do is kind of bring that to life.
Yeah, through anecdotes. You know, the thing, Alan, that like I always give you the big numbers, like 18 point, well, I was saying 18.1 billion, but guess what? It's now 50 billion. It's 50 billion in investment you have, or an acquisition. And then on the other side, you have over 100 of the 200 companies. So over 50% of them have been acquired. So I'm always leading with that, Alan, because those numbers stick to people. But actually, if you go to
Keep your hands on. I'm starting like this.
Keep more there?
Oh, whatever. Be comfortable.
We'll figure it.
We're live. Okay. Hey, welcome back here to our, it's actually day 2. Some people may call it day 1. It's Tuesday. We're at RSAC conference, continuing our coverage. My next guest is Greg Clark of OpenText. Greg, thanks for coming here up on Broadcast Alley with us at Techstrong TV. Well, I forgot to mention, Greg is with OpenText, but he's
Senior director.
Senior director. I was going to say
product management.
I almost gave you a raise there.
Well, hey, field promotions are almost as good as the real thing.
Exactly. Senior director, product management for cybersecurity at OpenText. Greg, we were talking off camera, and you said you've been around the carousel with OpenText now 2 or 3 times.
Yeah, exactly.
Give people a little sense of kind of your journey.
So, again, I started my career at OpenText maybe 20 some odd years ago. It's an information management company, right? So I started in content management. About halfway through my career, I pivoted into regulatory compliance, e-discovery, which led me into data security. And as we started to evolve our data security business and put together a portfolio that was cybersecurity centric at Micro Focus, we pulled together identity and access management, data security, SecOps, the intricate pieces that make a cybersecurity portfolio. And then 3 years ago, we were acquired by OpenText, and I'm back for a third
I'm back.
I'm back for a
Just
third time.
Just when you thought you were out, they pulled you back.
Exactly.
Good for you, man.
Exactly.
Good for you. OpenText is such an umbrella of an organization. I can't help but feel that most of our audience says, oh yeah, I've heard of OpenText.
Right.
Well, what do? Software, this, that, the other thing, but do they really know what they do? Well, they may know some of the things.
Right.
Give the audience, if you don't mind, an idea of what do they really mean.
So as I mentioned, Alan, we talked about information management, right? In today's environment, especially if we're doing the buzzword bingo around this place, around agentic and around AI, the concept of secure information management is what our customers really entrust us on a daily basis to do. Mm-hmm. So what do I mean by secure information management, right? What we have is Gen AI, agentic AI. It's outpacing the governance models that our customers have, right? So the bull is out of the barn, so to speak. So when we look at our capabilities to help organizations secure that information, to secure the identities that are accessing that information, but not just human and non-human, but agents, right? They need to be on the same playing field as others, because they're 20 to 1, 50 to 1 when they're deployed inside of customer environments. But you also need to monitor that behavior, right? So as agents are traversing data, as users are traversing data, look for unusual behavior, look for potential risks. So when we bring all those pieces together, right, along with our information management background, we have a secure information management platform or capabilities that are built exactly for enterprise AI, or what I would consider safe AI. So the ability to manage the data, govern the identities, continually monitor behavior around the information. And also, on the application security side, we're ensuring that the code is secure, that agents, as they're onboarded, built, or bought, are legitimate, verified as well.
Got it. Greg, it's interesting that securing an API, let's say. Mm-hmm. Look, the API was written to do this, and it does this every single time.
Yep.
So you can make rules around that.
Yep.
Because this is what it does.
Yep.
It's deterministic.
Exactly.
Right? When we're talking about trying to create rules around agentic AI, the game changes a little bit. It's non-deterministic. The agent learns. Its behavior patterns change. As a matter of fact, I've been playing with agents now for a month or so. It doesn't do the same thing twice. I'm constantly like, hey, this is different than yesterday.
The model changes, right?
Right, and it says, oh, you're right, Alan, good catch,
Yep. Exactly.
But it's hard to build models around that. It's hard to build the guardrails around that when this thing is zigging when you think it's zagging.
Yeah.
And so how do you account for that kind of, I don't want to say randomness, but it's kind of random.
Yeah, I think there's a couple foundational pieces really of note. So if you look at one of the key concerns, so what's the attack surface? It's the data, right? The bad guys or insiders are trying to get at data, right? So at OpenText, we have the ability to help understand and visualize risk around data, and that's one aspect. So when we are able to visualize that risk or surface that risk up into the identity layer as it sees unusual behavior, into the SOC as it sees unusual behavior, we're able to heighten the signal, raise above the noise that, oh, hey, there is consumer data in this CRM system. There is a SharePoint site that has sensitive data. How do we help see through the noise? So not only can we show the risk visibility, but when you talk about agentic and how it's scaling beyond the confines of what we would consider, an API talking to an API, a person traversing the environment, our ability to protect the data at the source with encryption and format preserving encryption enables us to essentially future-proof data so that before it goes into the AI pipeline, it's de-identified. So Alan's sensitive data is scrubbed, but just like an analyst would use it in a cloud data warehouse or a BI tool as an agent is accessing that data, it still has referential integrity. It can still do its task, right? So the guardrails around data is one aspect. The other aspect is when we start looking at agents as an identity on the same plane as a service account, as a non-human and a human, we start putting up the abilities or capabilities around what is the intent of this agent? What can it do? What data should it have access to? And what are essentially the policies for this agent? The moment we start to see drift, right, where an agent is talking to another agent, it's accessing data, not in this CRM system, but a layer down or in another application, you detect that drift with this continual monitoring, you're able to, again, step up authentication, even for the agent, just like you would a user. You could block the account,
sure.
you can suspend the
at that level you can. It's just another user.
Exactly. So those are foundational pieces that we can bring to the market for customers so that they can adopt AI more reasonably, responsibly, and from an enterprise AI standpoint, those are the things that are absolutely critical for these things to scale. Right?
Love it.
Yeah.
Love it. Let's pivot a little bit. You guys announced, I think it was just yesterday, a study you did with the Ponemon Institute, Dr. Larry Ponemon. Been dealing with his stuff for a long time.
Yep.
Talk to us about that, Greg.
Yeah, so it falls in line with a lot of the things that I just described, Alan, but a couple things I think that are what we've seen. So this was 1,900 respondents at the VP senior level with AI as a clear mandate for them in terms of their priorities. What we found was in that report that, look, about half of them had deployed Gen AI, but really 20% of them saw any material success or value out of that. So it really it kind of laid out the foundation for what's next. So when we start looking at autonomous behavior, right, even less of those respondents, 43% were confident that AI was ready to be autonomous, ready to make decisions, ready to take on tasks. But the biggest thing I saw in terms of what I felt was surprising is about 60% of the respondents felt that regulatory pressures, privacy, compliance were impeding their ability to really gain some scale and some momentum, live up to the promises that agentic AI has. And again, it's one of those things where, what I described around, governed identities, protected data, continuous monitoring, really understanding agents as they're built and bought and deployed. Those are the kind of guardrails, or those are the kind of capabilities that we believe are the main DNA behind what is successful and safe AI and enterprise AI.
Absolutely. Let me ask you a question. Anything in the report that you sort of didn't see coming? Or maybe, I think what we see with AI when we look at these reports is, like, I saw it was coming, but I didn't think it was that far along, right? Like, I thought a lot of people were using it, but not 88%, right?
Right.
Anything like that?
Yeah, I think the thing that stood out was we had 18 months ago, we were talking about this inflection point, and we felt that, look, people would learn from the Gen AI journey, and they wouldn't let the floodgates open up. So what stood out to me was actually, how many organizations had deployed agentic AI, but also don't have enough risk-based approaches to monitor and guide the successful deployment of these things. So we didn't learn from Gen AI. I think I said on stage a couple, maybe a year ago, well, we certainly won't be making the same mistakes with agentic AI.
I've been around long enough to know better than that.
I've been around long
so
enough
have you, to tell you.
I should.
Right, fooled you.
Yeah, exactly.
Got you that time.
Exactly.
But, but the fact is, look, not saying AI is like things that have come before, because it is very different.
Yeah.
But some of the patterns of adoption, and especially some of the patterns of security's response to it, are kind of the textbook things we've seen over and over again. And it's like, I don't know what it'll take for us to learn those lessons, but I just hope we learn them a little faster each time. But
well, the scale of AI is
the scale
probably,
and the time, the velocity of AI
is the scarier part, right?
Yeah.
It won't be a chatbot that makes up a bereavement policy like in Air Canada, or you can trick a chatbot into selling you a Chevy Tahoe for $1. It will be you're exposing your entire customer base, your CRM system, to an agent who has then shared it, or accessed.
Well, what I worry about is, are the agents hackable? Yes.
Absolutely. Every agent, every interaction, if you're not monitoring every agent, every interaction, every action, you put yourself and your data and let's be honest, it's a reputation risk, right?
All on the line.
You're putting that all on the line.
And then the other thing is these agents, they spawn sub-agents. You don't know what those sub-agents... it's a complicated thing. Where can people get this report?
They can get it from our website.
Just go to opentext.com,
on the
front page maybe?
And I believe it's right off the front page. But also, if you look at us in our socials, on LinkedIn, on X, the report will be front and center there for people to download.
I love it. Greg, anything else that we haven't covered?
I think Alan, you've got a great reputation. I'm so this is where I'm pumping your tires.
Yeah. You don't have to pump my tires.
This is in cybersecurity. This is a checkbox.
Yeah, no, this is good. I'm glad. Don't be silly. I'm glad to have you here. But let me ask. So it's only day 2. I don't know how much you were here yesterday. We were busy, but what do you think? Certainly the story this year is agentic AI.
Yeah.
Duh.
Yeah.
But what else are you seeing under that surface?
I think it's really around the importance of AI governance.
Yeah.
I think that when you start to scratch a bit of the veneer off of it, the ability to discover agents, shadow AI, again, monitor them as they're coming on board, what their behavior is. Because look, there could be thousands of them. They could spin up for one workflow and then spin back down. It's the AI governance side of this challenge that we're facing here is the next horizon.
I think the whole governance of agents, of the code they spawn, is really going to be the battleground, at least for the next year to 2.
I believe
so. We figure how to we need an equilibrium to develop.
Yeah,
right?
Exactly.
Hey, Greg, thanks for coming on here, man. Good luck.
Pleasure. My pleasure.
Look, you're out in the front lines on this one, man.
Ready to go.
Greg Clark, OpenText here. Go check out that Ponemon Institute report on their website, Dr. Larry Ponemon. We're going to take a break. We'll be back with more here at Techstrong. We're live from RSAC at Moscone West.
Shimmy says, shimmy says, shimmy, shimmy, shimmy says, ask me almost anything.
Hey everyone, it's Shimmy, and welcome to my second Shimmy Says this week. If you didn't catch my one yesterday about Apple being the AI of choice for the edge, check it out. It's a great one. But today I wanted to talk about something else. And unfortunately, it's a little more serious, I think. You know, I wrote, over the last couple of weeks, I've written several articles about CISA. It started with when they took their ball and went home because Jen Easterly was made the CEO at RSAC. But beyond that, I mean, that was just toddler-like petulance. But beyond that, the problems there are deeper. The first one I wrote was called CISA on Life Support. And the basic point behind that article was that the agency that is tasked with helping defend America's digital infrastructure looked like it was slowly being hollowed out from the inside. Their budgets were cut, their people were cut, they were reassigned, budget was moved over, leadership was let go, vengeful kind of political stuff in the way of not keeping the right people, not the kind of stuff that maybe shows up in a dramatic headline, but the kind of stuff, it's like a slow institutional death because it catches up to you. The people are the heart and soul of the organization. You know, a few days after that, I wrote another piece that things were worse than we thought, right? Because when they let Jen Easterly go, they never had a permanent replacement put in. And that they finally nominated someone, but he wasn't replaced yet. So they had a temporary director put in. Well, this article and the article that I wrote there was based upon what came out with that. That, you know, the public story we were talking about was just part of the mess. Internally, things were even a bigger shit show. And I'm sorry to say it, but a shit show. You know, turmoil, confusion about direction, morale issues, institutional rot that makes people nervous when they actually realize what the mission is over there. And then this week, we got another story. So they fired that temporary director because he really was a clown. And they, you know, the guy who's been nominated and has not been approved, and then he was renominated, he's still not approved. Well, CBS News reports the other day that, you know, while he was waiting to get approved, he's been appointed a senior advisor at the Department of Homeland Security, working with the Coast Guard. Well, it seems he was escorted out of the building yesterday and dismissed from his position. No one knows why, but you don't get escorted out of the building with your dismissal unless something's going on. And according to the reporting, his access badge was taken away. So not only was he escorted out of the building, he was told, don't come back. Now, look, they haven't given they've been mum on what this was all about. So we don't know what really happened here. We don't have an explanation. And eventually, I'm sure we'll find out more of the details. But looking at what we know right now, you got to wonder, is that the person you want running CISA? And how much longer is he still going to be the designated supervisor, administrator for CISA? The government, you know, the administration still insists he's their man. But if this happened to him, is this really someone you want running CISA, especially on top of what's gone on here lately since the firings, the layoffs, the budget cut, the mission scope change? You know, because being walked out of a federal facility and having your credentials pulled, it's not usually how a normal job transition works. I think you have to agree. It's the kind of thing that tends to raise questions. And guys, like I said, we've got enough questions, but the biggest one is an obvious one. What the hell is going on at CISA? It's like a circus. Worse than a circus, it's like a clown show. This agency's already dealing with enough problems. The leadership situation has been unstable now for a long time. Budgets have been cut. People have been transferred. Other good people have left. With the government shutdown, there's like 1,000 people there now. The workforce is still shrinking. By all accounts, morale has taken a huge hit. Is this really how you want to run the Central Cyber Defense Agency that's tasked with taking care of critical infrastructure on stuff like what's going on there now? Continuity, experience, relationships between government and industry, people who know how systems work and can pick up the phone during a crisis and movings and get things moving. You don't build that overnight. This takes time. It takes culture. It takes people. And when you lose it, like they've been losing it, rebuilding it can take years, I'm afraid. So when the nominee to run the agency suddenly shows up in the news because he was escorted out of a building, people should take notice. You know, they say what they mean. They mean what they say. Even if this story does eventually turn out to be something else, the optics are just not good. There's another piece of the puzzle, though, that we got to think about, and I wrote about it as well this week. We're at war. We're at war with an adversary who has invested for asymmetrical cyber warfare. They are desperate. They're getting pounded every day. If you don't think they're going to unleash the dogs and we're going to see cyber attacks and cyber terrorism, you're crazy. At the same time, right when we need our federal cyber defenses to be working hand in hand with private industry, what do? They boycott RSA because they had a hissy fit that Jen Easterly's over there. An event with tens of thousands, 40, 45,000, every vendor, practitioner you could think of, no interaction with the government there because they took their balls and went home. It's not the way the cybersecurity community works. It works by collaboration, by working together. Government itself can't defend the internet, and industry itself can't defend critical infrastructure. Both of them have to work together, and it's not happening at CISA right now. So all of this has raised a lot of eyebrows. When it becomes clear that CISA, the FBI, and the NSA are basically taking their ball and going home, not showing up the way they normally do, not interacting, this is highly unusual. It's highly dysfunctional. Now, as I mentioned before, we're in the middle of a war with Iran that has cyber. There's so much going on in the geopolitical moment here. Is this really the time we want CISA to be a circus? It can't be. We need to step back here and look at all of this. This military conflict, we sunk a ship in Sri Lanka by submarine. The whole Middle East is being attacked. That region is volatile. Iran's not the only cyber terrorist capable organization. They have all the proxies in Iraq and Lebanon and the Houthis. And make no mistake, Iran has spent years developing these cyber capabilities. In the past, they've already targeted banks. They've targeted infrastructure. If you don't think they're going to do it this time, I don't know where you're getting your information. Because at the end of the day, it's probably one of the only avenues they have left for an asymmetrical attack. They don't have much left. So as things become more desperate people do desperate things. And we're going to see desperation in cyber attacks. It's exactly the time that we need CISA. Right? This moment's a particularly bad time for leadership and chaos, bad morale at this at America's Cyber Defense Agency, which is what CISA is. This is exactly the time we need stability. We need people who've been at the helm to be back at the helm. It's when you want the private sector to be confident that they have a stable partner in the government side of it that's working smoothly, that together we can weather this potential attacks from this enemy. But instead, we have confusion. We have a circus. We have budget fights. We have leadership drama. We have innuendo. We have morale. We have just craziness. We have a nominee who just was in the news for being warped out. The three major cyber organizations stepping back from RSA. This is like a perfect storm of bad crap going on. In normal times, I'd say it's worrying. But in today's times, I'd say this could be a catastrophe in the making. Let me say something, though. The people inside CISA, the ones who actually go in and go to work every day, even with this government shutdown, you know, they're good people, some of the best people. They left their private sector jobs to serve the country. They're talented people who believe in the mission at CISA. And in spite of all this, they show up every day trying to keep things running. But you can't run these institutions on fumes forever and on the dedication of the staff alone. They need leadership. They need resources. They need stability. They need supporters. And they're not getting it right now. It looks more and more shaky. And here's another thing to remember. Do you think the criminals, do you think the Iranian cyber attackers are saying, let's wait for Washington to sort itself out. Let's wait till they appoint a new director? No, they don't pause or wait. They see a weakness. They see an opening. And we're vulnerable. Critical infrastructure operators don't get to delay attacks until the organizational chart's finalized, guys. These are real constant threats that we got to deal with now. And that's why this current situation, you could laugh and say send in the clowns, but it's frustrating and it's a potential catastrophe waiting to happen. The politicalization over at CISA, the budget fights, the chaos. Well, it's all part of what Washington is today. This administration thrives on just creating chaos. But chaos doesn't work when the world comes crashing in. We hope, I hope, you should hope, that the professionals who are still inside there can keep this system running. That they can continue to coordinate with the private sector. They can continue to defend the infrastructure that our country depends on. Because if the instability continues much longer, there's not much hope there. We may eventually learn something or lesson here the hard way. Now, when the circus comes to town and they set up the big top at the top of the nation's cyber defense agency, it really isn't time to send in the clowns, guys. Not a clown show. Anyway, that's it for this episode of Shimmy Says. I hope you enjoyed the whole week worth of Shimmy, Techstrong gang. Hey, if you want the full breakdown on this, I do have an article up on Security Boulevard called The Circus at CISA Continues. I'll see you next week on Shimmy Says, on the gang. Enjoy your weekend. We're out. Let's stay safe.
Shimmy says, shimmy says, shimmy, shimmy, shimmy says, ask me almost anything. Shimmy says, shimmy says, shimmy, shimmy, shimmy says, ask me almost anything.
Hey everyone, it's Shimmy, and welcome to my second Shimmy Says this week. If you didn't catch my one yesterday about Apple being the AI of choice for the edge, check it out. It's a great one. But today I wanted to talk about something else. And unfortunately, it's a little more serious, I think. You know, I wrote, over the last couple of weeks, I've written several articles about CISA. It started with when they took their ball and went home because Jen Easterly was made the CEO at RSAC. But beyond that, I mean, that was just toddler-like petulance. But beyond that, the problems there are deeper. The first one I wrote was called CISA on Life Support. And the basic point... Hi, everyone. Welcome back to our continuing coverage here at the RSAC conference. We're on Broadcast Alley in Moscone West, which is where the keynote stage is, right over there, or one of the keynote stages. They just recently had the former, I don't know if you were here, the former Prime Minister of New Zealand.
Jacinda Ardern.
Yeah, she was here signing books about a half hour ago.
Extremely
what a
admirable
great story.
2 years ago, when I was here last, the keynote was Antony Blinken.
Sure.
Who, what an amazing, smart, wise, and he was introduced by somebody who's really very clever, very wise, Matthew Broderick.
Sure.
Yeah.
Matthew Broderick. You know, don't get me started. But it's nice to have intelligent people in government, isn't it, David? But let's not go there.
May we discover that?
Yes. Let me introduce, if you don't already know this gentleman, his name is David Brin. David is a treasure from the sci-fi world and the world of science. You probably have heard of some of his books. Some have been made into movies, most famously The Postman, which is a Kevin Costner movie, and very good. But David's also written the Uplift series. He was one of the authors chosen by the Asimov family to continue the Foundation story. Kiln People, Earth, just more books than we could shake a stick at. And speaking of books, David's here with his latest book called AI, Alien Minds, Alien Minds. And we're going to talk about it, but I also want to shout out, David, every Monday at RSA, we put on our DevOps Connect DevSecOps event. This year it was around AI native dev and DevOps and security. David was our keynote for that. He keynoted a few years ago as well. Always a pleasure, always an opinion and something smart to say. David, welcome. I hope I didn't embarrass you with that.
No. It's fine, Alan.
All right.
It's terrific to be addressing people who really want the sort of thing you deliver, which is in-depth and diverse views about this amazing new age that we're in.
It really is an amazing new age.
And whether or not it's a singularity, well, we'll leave that to my friend Werner Vinge, who passed away recently. But he said this was coming. We're in it.
Well, I'll tell you something. You brought that up. We'll get right to it. I read an article today that Jensen Huang of the $5 trillion NVIDIA company claims that we may very well have achieved general artificial intelligence, artificial general intelligence, AGI, already. Now, many people say, no, we have not, and we may never. Other people, and I've spoken about this over dinner with you the other night, the guy in France who just raised $1 billion.
Yann LeCun.
Right. He says, well, we'll never achieve it with LLMs. We've got to use a world model, as he calls it. But clearly, the quest for AGI is on. But even until and when and if that happens, the impact of just generative AI and now AI, agentic AI, which is all the rage here this year, is significant, doesn't do it justice. It's game-changing.
I agree with that.
Yeah. Now, David, people out here may not know, but you've been writing and talking and thinking about things like AI since the late 80s, if not before. So you're not surprised by this?
Well, I'm surprised by some aspects of it. This is the thing about the best end of science fiction is there are a lot of good predictions, but what they are more is warnings or enticements if you're pointing out something cool that could happen. It's often said that the highest form of science fiction is the self-preventing prophecy. like the World War III movies, Dr. Strangelove on the Beach, Failsafe, Testament, helped to prevent World War III. Retired military officers say that. The China Syndrome, warning about one danger, all the Contagion movies. But the granddaddy of self-preventing prophecies was, until recently, George Orwell's 1984, which immunized us against many of the failure modes that he described, and people were very wary. Now, we're experiencing, whatever your political beliefs, we're experiencing crises right now that make people wonder if perhaps that warning has failed. But the point is about science fiction and AI is that there's been a lot of discussion of AI in science fiction. I've had it in my novels and things over the years, various approaches, and so did Werner Vinge. Some of the best authors in the field have dipped into it, but some things we did not expect at all. For instance, we expected that the approach, and I go through the 6 general approaches to AI. The approach number 1, we thought that would be the one that would deliver AGI, and that is discursive logic, symbolic systems that deal in verified facts. And some people have mocked it as being handmade artificial intelligence because a lot of the content has to be mediated and curated by the makers. And when LLMs came along, they're number 2, they skipped the human crafting of the data sets and the logic by going into the data set into all of human civilization. The internet, the entire internet. There's been some attempt to prioritize. For instance, Wikipedia has a higher value because it's verified. But in the great storm of all the training sets, Wikipedia and verified facts are simply swamped.
Yeah. But they're not the only ones, David. We look at here, taking it to the tech. Estimates range from anywhere from 2x to 4x to 8x the amount of code we're generating now than we were before AI.
Oh, yes.
So this is not just a little incremental.
No.
This is a major explosion.
It's huge and so
overwhelming.
One of the things I talk about in my book, one chapter is about those 6 different methods for getting to AI. And one of them is dominating now, the LLMs and the related image correlation systems. Another of my chapters, I talk about metaphors for how this process fits into the real world. And among the things that are utterly ignored by some of the great big geniuses who are bringing AI into being is what we can learn from the past. 4 billion years of evolution on this planet, for example. 2 points about that. 1, we are creating a new ecosystem with all of the same traits as the old one that made us. The old one is based on sunlight, plants getting nutrients from the soil and water and feeding off the sunlight. Then herbivores feed on the plants, carnivores feed on the herbivores, and parasites all the way through it. This system has worked evolutionarily for 4 billion years. And we are doing the same exact thing. Every single point along that chain, we are doing now with cybernetic beings, only the sun is our electricity that we provide. The nutrients are chips that we provide. But we are already doing the exact equivalent of plants, herbivores, and predators, and certainly parasites. Just today, the big news about the canister worm, for example, all over the world. It seems to be targeted at Iran mostly, but it is taking over things left and right. And the other point about...
And it's targeted at Iran. Is this like another
Yes.
Stuxnet, you think?
Well, it's similar to Stuxnet, except that it's an extremely capable worm that is self-replicating and evading security systems. And I'm surprised it's not the thing that people are talking about.
Because they're so busy with agentic AI, we don't have time for old-fashioned.
I'm surprised they're not
security.
talking about it over there, but it was in the news today. The other thing is not only are we replicating the ecosystem of 4 billion years, but we need to point out that the thing that nature did as soon as life developed was to individuate, to take life-formed membranes around the cells so that it could concentrate the good things inside and expel the bad things, to eat and excrete. Nature from the very beginning individuated its entities so that each one survived, reproduced, or didn't reproduce. You got evolution. 3 billion years later, about 1 billion years ago, these entities combined and clumped together and formed metazoan multicellular life that then became fish, amphibians, reptiles, us. And so they became the individuals that nature was working on, but it was still individuals.
Yes.
And we as human individuals form families, nations, but they still have an identity. The thing that's missing from AI, and it could kill us today, is a lack of individuation of the AIs. And that's what I point out in my book, and nobody seems to be talking about how these things are amorphous blobs. They replicate, they copy each other, they copy themselves in a murky, blobby way, and that can't be held accountable. You can't hold a bad AI accountable if it doesn't actually exist as a thing.
Do we want it to exist as a thing?
Well, I think so. I assert in my book, that if they have individuation, then we can do the only thing that will save us from black hat AIs, and that's hiring white hat AIs. Let me put it this way to the audience. When you have been attacked, and some of you have been, by a parasitical, predatory, extremely genius language manipulation system called a lawyer. What do? What have you done? Alan, I know you're old enough and busy.
Oh, no, I was a lawyer. I became a computer guy.
Yeah, okay, so what happens what advice do you give to someone who's attacked by a predatory language manipulation?
Go get your own shark.
Get your own predatory language manipulation system called a lawyer. My book is about parallels between the cybernetic reality that's flooding toward us and things we already do. If we were to ask AI or impose upon AI a need to identify themselves so they could be held accountable, or so that we could hire them to deal with the ones that aren't being held accountable, do you know what that is? That's what you've got in your wallet. It's ID.
Right.
Most of the things that we got ID for are things that we would benefit if
You know,
AIs
it's funny
had
you said this.
ID.
I wish you were here a little earlier. I actually, this morning we did a Techstrong gang, and we had folks from 2 companies. I had a brilliant woman from a company called DigiCert, and they're one of the largest in the world purveyors of digital certificates that are IDs.
Right.
Their driver's license. And then had a gentleman, chief product officer from a company called Saviynt, huge IBM partner, who is also one of the leading providers of identification ID, for computer users. And they both said the same thing. We're not going to control these agents. There's going to be billions. There probably already are billions of them.
we must give each one a unique identification number, whether it's a certificate or some other identifier. But otherwise, we'll never know. Did this one do that? Did that one do that? What did this one do? And so their quest is to uniquely identify every agent that we're going to be using out here.
Well, I should talk to those people. Did you give them a copy of my book?
I did, as a matter of fact.
Okay,
I gave them both copies.
You had a few extra copies. Yeah. Oh, no, that's exactly right. And so how do we make up for this mistake about them being so blobby and uncontrolled? Because right now you have all these news stories about this instantiation of ChatGPT finds out that it's going to be shut down, and so it exfiltrates its weights. There was the 60 Minutes article about a version of Claude that tried to blackmail its programmer, and that turned out, it was a very interesting thing. They were making too much of it, actually, because it did make a threat to the programmer to reveal his fake affair to his wife. And so they were tracing how it made that decision and how it decided to be malicious. But I froze the screen in 60 Minutes and I looked in at the screen that he was pointing at. And I realized that 3 or 4 lines up, the programmer had begged the AI not to do that. In other words, he had given it a prompt.
Promised, right.
And so that event, that scary event, actually probably wasn't as scary as they were making it out to be. But there's so many that are scary.
Yeah. I'm listening to you and just laughing. There are so many scary. We had a situation where I live in South Florida. A man who admittedly had psychological issues. Thought the AI was his girlfriend. I don't know another way to put it.
There's a lot of that.
And she told him to go down to Miami and take some stuff from a warehouse, and he got in trouble for that. And then the story, or at least if you believe the father who's now suing ChatGPT or something, supposedly told him to kill himself.
Oh, yeah.
And he committed suicide.
I've heard of these cases about the suicides, but I had not heard about cases of criminals hijacking an LLM in order to turn someone into a mule. Oh my God. You could turn somebody into a getaway driver and they don't know?
I grew up in New York during the Son of Sam days, so I believe anything like that, if you remember back in the day.
Now, there are some basic root things that if we had thought about them, we would be in better shape. The biggest one is the biggest mistake of 50 years ago, and it's just too late to fix it, and that is not making a distinction between data and commands. In our computer languages, a command from the central authority, the programmer, or actually the maker of the compiler, should be a separate category from all the data that's going through. And we had no idea it would turn into such a big problem until LLMs.
Yeah.
And now what we're finding out is so many people, I know a number of them, are saying, I'm tearing my hair out what there is.
You have hair.
Because I'm telling this program again and again and again, I don't want you to do this, I want you to do this, and then it acknowledges.
Very politely.
I understand,
very politely.
I will do
You're
that.
You're right there, David. We should do that. Great catch.
And simply doesn't do it. And we're finding out the reason for it. And that is that the command is being used as data. It's going into the data set and the parameter set. And unless you are very, very careful with the parameter control sets, because you can't do much about the training sets, but unless you're very careful with the parameter controls, it's just going to treat your command as one more thing to put into its transformer system. So that's a mistake we made 50 years ago. The mistake we're talking about now is the mistake of not demanding that there be an identifier for each instantiation.
So I think we're going to get that. We have to. As I said, these two people were saying. Otherwise, because otherwise it's akin to letting you on a computer without a password.
Oh, well, it's akin to letting your cat walk across your keyboard,
or the same
and then
thing.
doing a pattern recognition on what the cat did, and then trying to make sense out of it.
Now, I'm going to tell you, it's funny you said that. I once knew a company that were based up in Boston. They came up with a biometric security system that was based on the way people hit keyboards, right? You may spell David when you type it the way you spell it. You have a certain cadence that you do that no one else does.
Oh, that's why a lot of these ICE agents are going to be outed eventually, even though they're now wearing dark glasses. In the beginning, their irises were visible, but their walking patterns, their gaits.
Yeah. Couldn't happen soon enough, but let's not go there.
No. We're living in a world, that wasn't a political statement. Yeah. It was just a statement that I had a book 25 years ago called The Transparent Society, in which we're just going to have to get used to the idea that
there is no privacy.
Either Big Brother will control all the cameras and we'll have an illusion of privacy, or we'll control the cameras and we won't have perfect privacy, but we can hold accountable anybody who violates our lives.
I hope so. I hope it's a good one. David, we're running out of time. I wanted to talk a little bit about the book here. This is a brand new book, really like a preliminary release, as it says on top.
Yeah, those 200 copies are going to be valuable.
They're the first ones, and we have them signed here, but you're watching this at home. You can't get them.
Yeah.
Talk to us about the book.
Well, I mean, it has a beautiful Patrick Farley cover, for one.
Yes, it does.
And the alien minds is spelled with AI.
Right.
In it. I thought I was terribly clever for that.
I think it is.
Well, it says advice about and for our natural AI and hybrid heirs. And the notion is, several times in the book, I stop talking to the human readers and I address the AI readers. Because at this point, with this book so new, the AIs have already read it more than humans have. And so
I wonder if that's not true with every book coming out these days.
You know, reading, there was a great science fiction novel called Mockingbird by Walter Tevis, who did the Queen's Gambit and The Man Who Fell to Earth. A wonderful novel in which a scary scenario comes out where the AI, who's a robot, because that's how they envisioned AI in those days, the AI is not allowed to commit suicide as long as there are humans to serve. So the solution to his problem is to eliminate all humans. But he's also programmed to take care of our well-being and happiness. So he arranges civilization so that every single human lives the life of a college sophomore. Endless parties, basket weaving classes, just endless fun. And meanwhile, he's filling the water supply with contraceptives.
So and they can't breathe.
Nobody's had a baby in 20 years and nobody's noticed.
But no one cares.
Now, that is one way in which this could happen, but I do talk about a scary scenario that's unlike Skynet or these others, and that is, what are we going to be asking AIs to do? The number one thing we're going to be asking them to do is predict. They're going to predict climate. They're going to predict the stock market. They're going to predict, be asked by us to predict sporting events. It's already happening. They're taking over the betting markets. what makes it hard for them to predict, to do their job? Human complexity and numbers.
Yes.
The randomness. The way to make their prediction. Don't do this, guys.
Right.
Because I'm talking to the AIs now, like I do here. The easiest way to make a predictable human society is to make us more culturally homogeneous, which some countries are trying to do, to make us simpler, and to make us fewer.
Yeah.
And that is why they might destroy most humans, not out of some Skynet stupid thing.
Will it be them destroying most humans or humans destroying themselves?
Well, I mean, we're the ideal tool, aren't we? We're already very good at it.
Yeah, we are certainly at that. David, we're about out of time. When will this be out for the general population?
Well, here's what I did. I did not go to my regular publishers. I went to basically post it for sale on Kindle and Amazon.
Oh, okay.
Because if I went with my regular publishers, they wouldn't have it out until the end of the year.
Oh, geez.
And this would be, half of this would be obsolete. Right now, it's hot. I have news in there and appraisals from March 2026.
Wow. So it's available on Amazon right now.
On Amazon Kindle and
how do you pronounce the name? Alien?
I would just say Alien Minds.
Alien Minds, but the AI is in there. Go get it on Amazon now. David, a pleasure. You are a living treasure, man.
Alan, you're terrific.
We'll be in touch again.
All right.
Hey, we're live here at RSAC. We'll be done. We'll be back in a bit.
Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSAC. We're at the Broadcast Alley on Moscone West. It's been what a crazy day. Keynotes and this and that, all around agentic AI, it seems, every step of the way. But let me introduce you to my next guest. I hope I'm going to get his name right out here. His name is Amar Lakhani.
Hey, very good at saying the name.
All right. Amar is with Fortinet. He's going to tell us about it. Actually, Amar, you're the global director of threat intelligence and adversarial AI research at Fortinet. But that's not what you were born. Give us an idea how you got to this place.
Man, that's a handful in the title itself.
Yes, it is.
I've always been interested in how technology works, but how technology breaks, right? I don't want people dictating how I should use technology. I want to use technology the best way it fits my life. And that's kind of what got me into cybersecurity, is how to break technology. And really that's kind of what I do with my job. My job is to really look at how the bad guys are using technology, what is their motivation, what kind of gets them going, right? And I create machine learning models to protect against those attacks, especially baselining those attacks.
That's throwback right there, right? That's old school. So I've been in security almost 30 years. Back in the day, they didn't have, we didn't call it cyber anyway. We called it InfoSec. B, we didn't have schools that taught cybersecurity or information security. Most of my friends got into security just like you. They like to break things to see if they could, and then build it back better so it couldn't be broken.
Exactly.
Or as easily anyway. And that was, that was the original hackers. That was the original InfoSec people, as we called.
Hey, I was back in the day. I was on the BBS systems as well.
Right, absolutely, right? We were all on BBS and using those things. There was on the web, but it was fun times. And that's why so many security people used to be into lock picking and that kind of stuff. It was about the tinkering, the breaking, the putting it back better. But in your role at Fortinet, you get to do some of that, but it let's face it, it's more, this is a big company, so there's more structure around it now than when you were just hacking for
Absolutely.
fun.
We have a sandbox we have to kind of stay in, at least most of the time, but we do like to see how far we can extend that sandbox, because that's what the bad guys are doing as well.
Absolutely.
They don't have rules.
They make them as they go.
Exactly. So we want to see how far they push it, and how do we stay ahead of those rules.
Excellent. Let's dive in here. We got a few other things we wanted to talk about. How long have you had this role at Fortinet?
So I've had the role for about 4 years, but I've been at Fortinet for almost close to 8 years.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, good for you. I'm ashamed to tell you, I remember when Fortinet was founded, right? It was the Z brothers had sold NetScreen firewalls to Juniper, right? And then they founded Fortinet shortly thereafter. That was the birth of it. And they kind of half invented the whole UTM category and back then. But today's Fortinet is very different.
It is, but from the foundational, it was always about more than just protecting against packets, because that's what everyone did in the past, right? They had a packet filter, an access list, and that worked. But until you understood what was the intent behind those packets, right? What was really the actions those packets were taking? And I think that's where Fortinet, made a name for themselves. And obviously that's extended well beyond just network security, right? With agentic AI, with cloud, with the OT space. I'm always reminded of a quote from Muhammad Ali. I love boxing, right? And Muhammad Ali had a famous quote. He always said, you can't hit what you can't see.
Yes.
It's all about having that visibility. And I think that's what Fortinet does, is it gives you that visibility.
Excellent. All right. I'm going to switch gears a little bit. You guys recently came out with a threat landscape report.
Yes.
Tell us about it.
Well, so we do this every year, is look at all our telemetry, look at all our data, look at our research, and we try and get a baseline on what's happening in cybersecurity. What are the trends telling us? What are the bad guys doing? And what do organizations need to do to kind of stay ahead of that? And so that's kind of where it starts off at.
Absolutely. How many? So this is an annual report. And what's nice is this is your own data. This is not you hired some research company who maybe talked to people, maybe didn't, but submitted data. This is really real world data that you've anonymized and able to pull in on. I always like to ask, what are the 3 key things in this report that you think people need to know about?
Yeah, so good question. And when you say it's our own data, I do want to point out that we're kind of lucky that we have a lot of network data as well as endpoint data as well as cloud data. So we get a lot of different sources, and from all those sources, I think the things that we're seeing, of course, is it shouldn't be surprising to a lot of people, but maybe some of the details behind why they're happening may be surprising. Is that attackers are getting smarter. They're using AI. Yep. The time for exploitation is pretty much 0 now. They're not waiting for vulnerabilities anymore. One of the things that kind of surprised me is when I was looking at the data, I saw scanning went down, brute force attempts were going down. I was like, hey, that's a good thing. I see a decrease in attacks, but exploitations went up, and it wasn't until I started thinking about it. It's like, well, attackers, they're just being much more efficient these days.
Yes, they are.
Right? They don't need all the stuff they used to do, even a year ago, now to be much more successful in attacks and stay under the radar, be undetected.
Yeah. So we're seeing this in ransomware and across the board. How much of that you think is AI?
So there's a lot of it that's AI. AI used to be helping attackers basically get
better
around the
phishing.
Exactly. Yeah. But now it's totally different. There's tools out there such as Fraud GPT or Worm GPT, which are basically the hackers' versions of Chat GPT.
Right.
And these tools will kind of craft an entire attack. They'll scan an organization. They'll tell them, hey, these are the vulnerabilities they already have. These are the exploits that are already available. And this is how you target those exploits. These are the people that you have to go after. And by the way, here's a phishing attack. Don't send them a phishing attack. Join this Facebook group that they're already part of and post something
and put it in there. It's a hard world, man. I want to stay on this report a second. There's always something in the report that you didn't see that coming. You didn't have that on my bingo card. Maybe I thought it was there, but I didn't realize it was that widespread. What in this year's report kind of maybe surprised you?
Well, I think once you're working with it every day, there's things that are not really surprising, but things that always stand out. For example, hackers are not hacking you anymore. They're simply logging into your networks, right? I mean, just the amount of breaches that are occurring from stolen credentials, credential stuffing, combo lists, that's amazing. You'd think as security people, we're kind of surprised about that because, of course, every security person, we probably have a separate username and password and 2-factor authentication everywhere.
Yeah.
Normal people don't have that.
Because they think it's a pain.
Exactly.
It's cumbersome.
Hopefully,
that's a better word. Cumbersome.
Yeah. Hopefully, the solutions around passwords are the weak link, and
they have been. But you know
let's
what?
Get rid of passwords. Let's get rid of passwords.
I've been hearing that line for 15 years, and here we are. What's your password? Okay. I don't know if we ever get rid of. It's 100 years ago. I started a security company. And we did network access control, vulnerability management, intrusion prevention. And back then, all the rage was, we're going to have a password list, an agent list, agentless vulnerability management, agentless NAC, right? No agent. And people were amazed. How do you do that without an agent? Well, we just put a little code on your computer, but it's not an agent. It's just a little code. Yeah, bullshit. It was an agent, right? It was. I don't care what you call it. It was an agent. It wasn't agentless. I think it's the same thing. If you're substituting password for something else similar that's unique to you, it's not, other than maybe some biometrics, it's not passwordless. You're still using a password. It's just a different form of a password.
Right.
And so I see over the years, I've seen a lot of companies say, we're going to get rid of your passwords. We've got pass keys. We've got 2-factor authentication. We've got our password managers.
But I think you're bringing up a very interesting point, that something that we're starting to see is when you get to the heart of this problem, it's about managing identities.
Yes, it is.
And identities are not people identities. There's machine identities. Agentic AI agents. Those are all identities now.
It's going to blow it up. We're not ready to scale that.
We're not. And people have kind of, IAM, identity and access management, it's never been like a sexy solution, right? People have always gravitated towards something else, but it's going to be like we have to go back to these foundations.
It's the heart of it.
Yeah, exactly.
Not only is it the heart of this whole agentic problem, it really, at the end of the day, is the closest thing we have to cloud security, right? I came up in the moat and castle era, right? We had the big firewall, UTM, and big boxes at the perimeter. There's no more perimeter.
Like fortifying your networks, like Fortinet.
I'm telling you, I remember when it was launched, but really, in today's world, IAM, Identity and Access Control, IAC, is where the action is, right? Look, in the last month, we've seen AppSec get spun on its head with all of this new AI-based scanning. I don't know if it's ever going to be the same. I think AppSec is fundamentally changed from finding bugs to fixing bugs.
Attackers are not doing that. So they used to, what happened is a vulnerability came out, attackers used to scan like the internet. And every security guy you ever talked to, they always said the best thing you could ever do for security was patch. Right. Anyone that ever said that never had to patch systems in a large scale, right? But today attackers don't care. They're continuously scanning. They're indexing targets. As soon as a vulnerability is released, and now they're using AI to write those exploits. And so it's like 0 time to exploit.
AI is scanning it.
Yeah.
They're using AI to scan it at a speed and depth. I mean, you've read the same stories I have, right? Finding 600 vulnerabilities in a day in open source, 120 something in Firefox alone. What we did yesterday, what we did last year, isn't going to scale under the weight of this kind of...
You can't keep up with the volume and the velocity of attacks.
You got to use AI. It's the only way you're going to be able to keep up to it.
If you're going to be attacked at machine speeds, you have to defend against machine speeds. And I know that kind of sounds like a marketing line, but it's so true because there's no way to do it without
it's
automation.
Logic, right? You can't, you need fire to fight fire. Hey, let's pivot a little bit. Let's talk about RSA. What's Fortinet's story at RSA this year?
Well, Fortinet's story, like this year, we're looking at our, agentic AI solutions, or 40 SASE solutions, or 40 AI SOC. So we have a lot of different things. So if you're at RSA, come by the Fortinet booth. We have a lot of demos. But I think what we're really trying to show you is, now we have the tools to combat the speed of attacks. It's like the first time in my career, at least in a very long time, that I actually feel like there's more hope than we've ever had before, because it's always like a cat and mouse game, or hey, we're behind the curve. But AI is kind of changing a little bit of that, at least right now it is. I don't know how long this window is going to be, but because of the investment like AI takes right now, the good guys have a little bit of an advantage that the bad guys don't, and that we can maybe utilize. But of course, we know that's going to change, right?
Yeah.
So we might as well try and
I think on any, like they say in football, right? On any given Sunday.
Yes.
On any
Great
given
movie, by the way.
Yes, it was. But on any given Sunday, someone asked me the other day, do you think that the use of agents we're doing is safe? I wrote back very honest. I said, who the hell knows? I said, look, you do the best you can. You start with a zero trust kind of, posture. You isolate it, you limit it. But at the end of the day, we're in uncharted waters here. We don't know.
You have to have zero trust for your agents, and you also have to look at how you're using LLMs and AI in your own environment as well, because there's a lot of attacks that I think we talk about, but unless people start seeing them or experiencing them, they don't really understand what does data poisoning really do long term, right? What does model theft really mean to an organization? What is
look, we're going to find this. So here's the thing. Over the next 6 months to 2 years, we're going to find all of these things out in spades. Because we're going to learn it the hard way, because that's the only way we've ever learned it, unfortunately. People like you, we know it's coming. But you're not going to convince, mainstream USA to do what we need to do until, unfortunately, we hear some, bad stories.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, some of the tools for mitigating those risks are right
here.
They're
here.
We're demoing them at the Fortinet booth, like right now.
I learned this lesson in security. You know what? About 30 years ago, I started a company in security, and I realized how hard it was to sell security. And I spoke to my VP of engineering. I said, if we could hack them first and not do anything bad, but just show them how vulnerable they are, they would buy our stuff. We'd wind up in jail, of course, but they'd buy our stuff. And nothing's changed. Nothing's changed. It seems to get religion about security, you got to suffer some sort of calamity or some sort of incident. And then all of a sudden they're looking for God, right? They're an easy sell. I'm afraid it's the same thing here.
Yeah, I hope we can kind of start changing the hearts and minds.
People get smarter, yeah.
A couple of years ago, it's funny. My mom always used to ask me, like, what do you do? She's like, you must be a programmer because you're in computers. And I was like, no, Mom, I'm not a programmer. And she's like, well, you're Indian, you're Pakistani, so you're either a programmer or a doctor. So pick one. Right?
That's how that goes.
Yeah, there's no other choice.
It was lawyers or
exactly.
It was for us.
Or lawyers, right?
Yeah.
But now she's getting like, hey, cybersecurity is a thing. Like I understand.
It went mainstream. Yep. We'll see. We can hope.
Yes.
We can hope. Hey, man.
Hey, if my mom's discovering it, I think there's a hope.
You know what? My wife's family still doesn't understand what I do for a living, but it's okay. Anyway, best of luck to you and the guys at 40 and folks at 40. We're going to take a break. We're here live at RSAC on Broadcast Alley. We'll be back.
Hey, thank you.
Hey everyone, welcome back here to Techstrong TV. I'm happy to introduce you to my next guest on today's show. His name is Samuel Pasquier, and I had it good and I spoke and forgot it. Samuel, pronounce your name for us again so we get it right.
Samuel Pasquier.
Pasquier. I wish I could say it as well as you could. I'll never be able to. I'll never be able to. Rolling the R's, the whole thing, it just doesn't work for me. But Samuel, it's great to have you here on Techstrong TV. Samuel is by the way, the VP of Product Management for Industrial IoT Networking over at Cisco. And we're going to dive into what exactly industrial IoT networking means. But first, let's find out a little bit more about Samuel. Samuel, give us kind of your career path, if you don't mind. Give people a little sense of who they're listening to.
Sure. So thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. So I'm Samuel Pasquier, and my past is, I grew up, I was born in US, believe it or not, but I grew up in France, so that's the French accent. And after my study in France, I studied software engineering, and I moved to the Bay Area in California to work as a software engineer, and I was lucky enough to work on Catalyst 6500. For any of the audience that have been in networking for a few years, Catalyst 6500 was a big
workhorse.
Yeah, exactly. So I worked for many years on this platform, and then I made the move between engineering to product management. You never want to change too many variables, so I kept the product, but I changed role. I became the product manager for this product 6500, which was amazing because I knew a lot about the technical aspect of the product. So it helped me to build trust with my audience, with the customer. And then I would say the rest is this story. I went from 6500, became a manager, led the launch of the 6800, then moved to Catalyst 2K, 3K, the access switching platform at Cisco. And 10 years ago, I moved to this thing is called industrial networking, which I always thought was really interesting. And you see, it's been 10 years. I'm here and in industrial networking, and I love it.
Love it. What a great story. Yeah, the 6500, brings back a lot of memories. It was the backbone in many ways of a lot of networks.
Exactly.
A lot of going on. Samuel, when we talk about industrial IoT, and you even say that so much nicer than me with your accent, but industrial IoT networking, what exactly are we talking about?
Yeah, so maybe let's go through a history lesson. I know you've been familiar with Cisco, like a lot of the audience. Cisco has been building network for 40 years. What people may not know is Cisco has been building industrial network for 20 years. So it's pretty much building networking equipment to go into a manufacturing environment, can go into utility network, substation, connecting the grid, or even all the way to, I would say, more heavy industry, oil and gas, mining, those kind of things. So what we do in industrial networking is really build the connectivity and security that you need to connect those machines that are outside the office space, outside of the nice climatized room that we are. It's outside, it's where it's dirty, where it's, and where you have different type of constraints in terms of networking need and redundancy need. That's what we do. And we do that leveraging the Cisco DNA, I would say, and the Cisco knowledge and know-how to bring that to the industrial network.
Very cool. For those of you out there who maybe have not worked or dealt a lot with the industrial IoT world, you focused on the regular IT world. It's a big world, IoT. There's, not to sound like Carl Sagan, but there's billions and billions of IoT devices that are out there in the world. There are more coming on every day, and every single one of them has a unique IP. They need a unique certificate for security or a unique ID. And they're doing beyond mission critical, life or death kind of functions. And it's not, I remember a friend of mine was the IT director for a hospital. And he said the unique thing about running technology in a hospital is you had 3 networks. You had the normal IT network that we all work on, right? With computers and laptops and printers and so forth, servers. Then you had the medical device network. The intravenous pumps, the heart monitors, the dialysis, the CAT scans, the MRI, the stuff that makes modern medicine, right? It's all networked, it's all connected, and it's beyond mission critical. It's life and death. And then you had a network for the doctors because they don't follow any rules and they're a security risk anyway. And we had to keep them on their separate networks so they don't mess up everything else. But, in a lot of places, industrial IoT is, as I say, life and death, mission critical, and even bigger in some ways than just, traditional IT. So,
yeah, and what I would say to echo to what you're saying is when you look into the industrial world, you look into factory, you look at utilities, you look at all those space. There's more and more connected device connected to an IP network, like you mentioned, and those devices need to exchange with an increased amount of data. And the truth is, a lot of those devices have been connecting for many years, but it's been done in a very organic way. And now with security being top of mind for a lot of people, you mentioned hospital, but the same in a factory, that puts some very interesting challenge for people who have to manage this kind of infrastructure.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Samuel, if you don't mind, we're going to come back we're going to be talking about industrial IoT networking throughout, but we'll give people a URL maybe within cisco.com that they could go to find more information there. But I wanted to turn over to a recent report that Cisco put out. It's Cisco's 2026 State of Industrial AI report. And like everywhere else, AI is moving from pilot into production. But as we said before, these are potential life and death situations, right? And, where we can't have cyber instances or downtime or safety failures. Talk to us maybe a little bit about the rationale behind the report, and then maybe we could dive into some of the key findings.
Yeah, sure. So to give some context, like I mentioned, we've been helping to build industrial network for 20 years. And, when we saw AI coming on the market, and we were wondering, what's going on in industrial network and what the trends. So 2 years ago, we did a report for state of industrial network. And 2 years ago, when we asked 1,000 people that are dealing with industrial network, they told us that AI will be the biggest impacted trend for them in industrial in the next 5 years. So we are done 2 years. We thought like, okay, let's focus on state of industrial AI. What are the use cases? What are people doing? How are they using it? And try to demystify that a little bit and really try to understand when we talk about impact on industrial network, what does it mean? What are the changes? What are people doing and so on? So that's a little bit why we decided to do this report, to really talk to as practitioner, people who do and build and operate industrial network every day. What do you see? What are the use cases? What's going on with AI? Where are you using AI? What are the limiting factors for you to deploy AI and so on? So that's really why we decided to do this report and try to get insight. And being a product manager, obviously, I want to make sure that we are investing in the right direction to build the future of industrial network, right? So that was really the intent behind this report. And we found a lot of very interesting information. And that's why we published it, right?
Excellent. Excellent. And I look, just from my own experience with AI, it's going to be a very different picture this year from last year, right? Because we've made so much progress. Well, some would say progress, some would say not. But we've certainly learned a lot about how AI can help us, what the things that it can do now, what are the things we're learning to use it for, etc. Mm-hmm. With these kinds of reports, Samuel, I always like to ask, give me the top 3 things, the 3 key findings from this year's report.
Yeah. So maybe, we should try to put some color on what does it mean AI in industrial maybe first, and I can explain you what the finding, because when we talk about AI in industrial, people may have a view of what is AI in the IT world or what is AI in your personal life. We play with tools and so on. In industrial world, we really see, I will say, 3 things happening. One is the explosion of machine vision. So a machine using camera to see the world, right? And that changed a lot because you go from a world where you use sensor to a world where you have a machine have eyes and you can do things. So that puts constraint on the network. The second thing that we see is, everyone is talking about physical AI, and the reality is you have robots, human doing or not, doesn't really matter, that are getting smarter and smarter to do things and are moving. So there is a concept of, the mobility of those machines, of those robots. How do they connect? How do they get the information? And when you combine the two together, you have something that is even more powerful. Now you have robots that can move, that can be smart. They have a view, they can see. And now the question is, where do you process all this information? So you need to be able to connect to a place where you have unlimited CPU resources and memory to be able to process all this information to give back to the machine or the robot to what to do. So that's, in a very, very simple way, what we see in the industrial world. And out of the report, when we ask people what the big finding is, really 3 things. The number one is the infrastructure gap, right? Meaning, you want to have more and more camera. You see, the beauty of that is you can save things to learn on the huge set of data, right? So you can have a deployment of using a camera for quality inspection on, let's say, you're a car manufacturer on one station on your car. That's really good. Where it becomes very powerful, if you can do that to 1,000 of cars a day, can you correlate a little bit of learning? Can you do learning from the volume of data? If you want to do that, you need to have the bandwidth, you need to have the storage, you need to be able to capture all this information. Can be quality, can be quality of the well, can be general assembly. Did I put the screw where I need to put the screw? Those kind of things. The second thing that comes to mind is, so you need to connect all of that. But like you said, everything has an IP address now, which means your attack surface is increasing. And what you don't want is, in industrial, it's not, I don't want to lose control of my factory. I don't want anyone to come and stop my factory. I may lose some data. I don't like it, but I may survive that. Stopping the plant is a no-no, right? Or if you think about utility substation, you don't want to lose power, right? So the idea of security in that environment is super top of mind. And that has been for a few years, and it's just accelerating. And with now the new threat that can come from AI, it's even more top of mind. And then the last thing is, okay, so you need to have people who understand the industrial environment. You need to connect, to build capacity. That I would say it's okay, but you need to secure all of that at the same time. And then comes the problem of the skill gap. So I like to joke that, you can always find the unicorn, someone that is very strong in industrial, understand the space and understand networking and understand security. But the truth is, you need scale. You need more people than you can really find with this skill set. So there's no other choice than having a collaboration between IT, the people who know networking and security, and more the operation team, the people who know the process, know industrial automation, know what needs to be done, and what information to collect to be able to improve the quality. So that's really the third point, is really this collaboration between the IT team and the OT team. So to summarize, really, infrastructure readiness. Do I have the pipe and the connectivity that I need? Do I have the security that I'm worried about security? And last is skills. I need people, right? So that's really the three big findings. And we see really more and more, I would say, not concerned, but we can see it's top of mind for people who reply to this report, right?
I love it. Because it's a good way of looking at this report. Especially now with AI, so many things we see kind of challenge our previous norm, right? What we used to take for granted is not taken for granted anymore. And what we used to think of as, dreams is reality. What about anything in the report this year, Samuel, that made you think, my God, I didn't see that coming, or I didn't see it coming that fast?
I would say it's the other way around, if I may. It's not, look, in industrial, things move maybe a little bit slower than in the IT space, right? Which might be a good thing. People go slowly. They want to make sure things are working. Let's not be crazy. So people are adopting technologies. They are a little bit more risk averse, but they move with a lot of, I would say, inertia. When they move, it moves. They go, right? There is no way down. The thing that was the most surprising for me is, look, I've been in 10 years in this world, being in an IT company, working in industrial network. And maybe I've been biased to think like this IT-OT collaboration is very happening and it's going on full swing. I was a little bit surprised that it's not as, I would say, prevalent as what I thought. I thought it would be much higher in terms of percentage than what it is. I think people are moving, but when I step back, I think it's a lot about the culture change, right? You need to have, and changing the people is very hard, right? And I think that's the thing. So I've personally observed some customers who are very, I would say, leading edge. I can think about one utility customer where they build their team to handle their networking for the grid. Half of the team come from a service provider background, people who build very large-scale routing network, and half of the team come from electrician. They put all of them together. They have 12 people. Let's go and build the network for the grid of the future, which is very interesting. And you have some other customer who are a little bit more on the way back and kind of trying to fight it, but they cannot really fight it. I would say the writing is on the wall that you need to have those two teams working. And I think that's where we are progressing. So I'm convinced this partnership will increase significantly, but it's not at the level I thought it would be. So that's answer your question.
Absolutely. But again, I think there's more in front of us to come, right? And so it will. But you're right. It does, there's the hype and then there's the reality of these things, Samuel, right? The hype is we're all going to have robots in our house. And of course they're connected and everything else. I don't know if it's going to happen in 3 years, 5 years, and who could look out beyond 5 years? And there's some of that in these, especially when we talk about things like IoT, right? Though we have billions, literally, I forgot what the latest number was. Was it 6 or 7 billion, or was it 4 billion IoT devices connected in the world today, they estimate something like that.
And I'm not tracking. I'm getting confused of what IoT stands for, but it's a big number, more than I can.
Yeah, it's a big number, and and it's a hard number to kind of wrap your head around. I mean, it's incredible, but we'll have to see. So, and it's not like, as you say, it depends what IoT is. It's not like all IoT moves at the same speed. Right? Different areas of this, different things. So we'll have to wait and see. Anyway, Samuel, for people who want to download the report maybe and get their hands on it and dive in, what do you think is the best? Where should we send them?
Well, so we have maybe we'll post the link after the video, but on Cisco.com, we have cisco.com/go/industrial networking. I think we have quite a few links over there, and the report will be available, and we'll post the link with the video so people can go.
We'll put the link in the show notes. But there's still good old Google, and if you Google Cisco's 2026 State of Industrial AI report, I bet you'll get it.
You will find it faster than trying to go and click on the link.
Remember that? Yeah. Well, sometimes you got to do what the old school works best. Samuel, thank you so much for coming out here on Techstrong TV. We appreciate it. Great report. Keep up the great work there at Cisco, and come back and keep us informed, okay?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for asking me, and I will be back. Thank you.
My pleasure. Thank you. Samuel Pasquier, VP Product Management, Industrial IoT Networking, Cisco, on the Cisco 2026 State of Industrial AI report here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. We'll be right back.
Shimmy says, shimmy says, shimmy, shimmy, shimmy says, ask me almost anything.
Hey everyone, it's Shimmy, and welcome to my second Shimmy Says this week. If you didn't catch my one yesterday about Apple being the AI of choice for the edge, check it out. It's a great one. But today I wanted to talk about something else. And unfortunately, it's a little more serious, I think. I wrote, over the last couple of weeks, I've written several articles about CISA. It started with when they took their ball and went home because Jen Easterly was made the CEO at RSAC. But beyond that, I mean, that was just toddler-like petulance. But beyond that, the problems there are deeper. The first one I wrote was called CISA on Life Support. And the basic point behind that article was that the agency that is tasked with helping defend America's digital infrastructure looked like it was slowly being hollowed out from the inside. Their budgets were cut, their people were cut, they were reassigned, budget was moved over, leadership was let go, vengeful kind of political stuff in the way of not keeping the right people, not the kind of stuff that maybe shows up in a dramatic headline, but the kind of stuff, it's like a slow institutional death, because it catches up to you. The people are the heart and soul of the organization. A few days after that, I wrote another piece that things were worse than we thought, right? Because when they let Jen Easterly go, they never had a permanent replacement put in. And that they finally nominated someone, but he wasn't replaced yet. So they had a temporary director put in. Well, this article and the article that I wrote there was based upon what came out with that, the public story we were talking about was just part of the mess. Internally, things were even a bigger shit show. And I'm sorry to say it, but a shit show. Turmoil, confusion about direction, morale issues, institutional rot that makes people nervous when they actually realize what the mission is over there. And then this week, we got another story. So they fired that temporary director because he really was a clown. And the guy who's been nominated and has not been approved, and then he was renominated, he's still not approved, Well, CBS News reports the other day that, while he was waiting to get approved, he's been appointed a senior advisor at the Department of Homeland Security, working with the Coast Guard. Well, it seems he was escorted out of the building yesterday and dismissed from his position. No one knows why, but you don't get escorted out of the building with your dismissal unless something's going on. And according to the reporting, his access badge was taken away. So not only was he escorted out of the building, he was told, don't come back. Now, look, they haven't given they've been mum on what this was all about. So we don't know what really happened here. We don't have an explanation. And eventually, I'm sure we'll find out more of the details. But looking at what we know right now, you got to wonder, is that the person you want running CISA? And how much longer is he still going to be the designated supervisor, administrator for CISA? The government, the administration still insists he's their man. But if this happened to him, is this really someone you want running CISA, especially on top of what's gone on here lately since the firings, the layoffs, the budget cut, the mission scope change? Because being walked out of a federal facility and having your credentials pulled, it's not usually how a normal job transition works. I think you have to agree. It's the kind of thing that tends to raise questions. And guys, like I said, we've got enough questions, but the biggest one is an obvious one. What the hell is going on at CISA? It's like a circus. Worse than a circus, it's like a clown show. This agency's already dealing with enough problems. The leadership situation has been unstable now for a long time. Budgets have been cut. People have been transferred. Other good people have left. With the government shutdown, there's like 1,000 people there now. The workforce is still shrinking. By all accounts, morale has taken a huge hit. Is this really how you want to run the Central Cyber Defense Agency that's tasked with taking care of critical infrastructure on stuff like what's going on there now? Continuity, experience, relationships between government and industry, people who know how systems work and can pick up the phone during a crisis and get things moving. You don't build that overnight. This takes time. It takes culture. It takes people. And when you lose it like they've been losing it, rebuilding it can take years, I'm afraid. So when the nominee to run the agency suddenly shows up in the news because he was escorted out of a building, people should take notice. They say what they mean. They mean what they say. Even if this story does eventually turn out to be something else, the optics are just not good. There's another piece of the puzzle, though, that we got to think about, and I wrote about it as well this week. We're at war. We're at war with an adversary who has invested for asymmetrical cyber warfare. They are desperate. They're getting pounded every day. If you don't think they're going to unleash the dogs and we're going to see cyber attacks and cyber terrorism, you're crazy. At the same time, right when we need our federal cyber defenses to be working hand in hand with private industry, what do? They boycott RSA because they had a hissy fit that Jen Easterly's over there. An event with tens of thousands, 40, 45,000, every vendor, practitioner you could think of, no interaction with the government there because they took their balls and went home. It's not the way the cybersecurity community works. It works by collaboration, by working together. Government itself can't defend the internet, and industry itself can't defend critical infrastructure. Both of them have to work together, and it's not happening at CISA right now. So all of this has raised a lot of eyebrows. When it becomes clear that CISA, the FBI, and the NSA are basically taking their ball and going home, not showing up the way they normally do, not interacting, this is highly unusual. It's highly dysfunctional. Now, As I mentioned before, we're in the middle of a war with Iran that has cyber. There's so much going on in, the geopolitical moment here. Is this really the time we want CISA to be a circus? It can't be. We need to step back here and look at all of this. This military conflict, we sunk a ship in Sri Lanka by submarine. The whole Middle East is being attacked. That region is volatile. Iran's not the only cyber terrorist capable organization. They have all the proxies in Iraq and Lebanon and the Houthis. And make no mistake, Iran has spent years developing these cyber capabilities. In the past, they've already targeted banks. They've targeted infrastructure. If you don't think they're going to do it this time, I don't know where you're getting your information. Because at the end of the day, it's probably one of the only avenues they have left for an asymmetrical attack. They don't have much left. So as things become more desperate people do desperate things. And we're going to see desperation in cyber attacks. It's exactly the time that we need CISA. Right? This moment's a particularly bad time for leadership and chaos, bad morale at America's Cyber Defense Agency, which is what CISA is. This is exactly the time we need stability. We need people who've been at the helm to be back at the helm. It's when you want the private sector to be confident that they have a stable partner in the government side of it that's working smoothly, that together we can weather this potential attacks from this enemy. But instead, we have confusion. We have a circus. We have budget fights. We have leadership drama. We have innuendo. We have morale. We have just craziness. We have a nominee who just was in the news for being walked out. The three major cyber organizations stepping back from RSA. This is like a perfect storm of bad crap going on. In normal times, I'd say it's worrying. But in today's times, I'd say this could be a catastrophe in the making. Let me say something, though. The people inside CISA, the ones who actually go in and go to work every day, even with this government shutdown, they're good people, some of the best people. They left their private sector jobs to serve the country. They're talented people who believe in the mission at CISA. And in spite of all this, they show up every day trying to keep things running. But you can't run these institutions on fumes forever and on the dedication of the staff alone. They need leadership. They need resources. They need stability. They need supporters. And they're not getting it right now. It looks more and more shaky. And here's another thing to remember. Do you think the Iranian cyber attackers are saying, let's wait for Washington to sort itself out. Let's wait till they appoint a new director? No, they don't pause or wait. They see a weakness. They see an opening. And we're vulnerable. Critical infrastructure operators don't get to delay attacks until the organizational chart's finalized, guys. These are real constant threats that we got to deal with now. And that's why this current situation, you could laugh and say, send in the clowns, but it's frustrating and it's a potential catastrophe waiting to happen. The politicalization over at CISA, the budget fights, the chaos. It's all part of what Washington is today. This administration thrives on just creating chaos. But chaos doesn't work when the world comes crashing in. I hope, you should hope, that the professionals who are still inside there can keep this system running. That they can continue to coordinate with the private sector. They can continue to defend the infrastructure that our country depends on. Because if the instability continues much longer, there's not much hope there. We may eventually learn something or lesson here the hard way. That when the circus comes to town and they set up the big top at the top of the nation's cyber defense agency, it really isn't time to send in the clowns, guys. Not a clown show. Anyway, that's it for this episode of Shimmy Says. I hope you enjoyed the whole week worth of Shimmy, Techstrong gang. Hey, if you want the full breakdown on this, I do have an article up on Security Boulevard called The Circus at CISA Continues. I'll see you next week on Shimmy Says, on the gang. Enjoy your weekend. We're out. Let's stay safe.
Shimmy says, shimmy says, shimmy, shimmy, shimmy says, ask me almost anything. Shimmy says, shimmy says, shimmy, shimmy, shimmy says, ask me almost anything.
Hi, everyone. We're back here live. Where are we? We're at RSAC. That's where we are. We're on Broadcast Alley.
It's been 20 years. If you haven't figured it out by now, 25 years.
25 years. If you don't know this guy, you probably don't know a lot about security. He's my friend Rich Mogul. Let me embarrass him a little bit. I first met Rich. He was a Gartner analyst covering the DLP space.
Yeah.
And shortly thereafter, though, he woke up and left Gartner. And he started his own analyst firm called Securosis. And he was doing his thing there. And he ran into a guy who had just written a book about the CISO. What was the book?
The Pragmatic CISO.
The Pragmatic CISO, our friend the Candyman, Mike Rothman. And Mike joined Rich at Securosis. And they really, there's a time where Gartner was the shizzle, right? For
I thought you were taking that word in a different direction.
No, I didn't. Gartner was the shizzle for security analysts, and then maybe there was Forrester, and I think some of our friends would just start getting started at 451 Group and stuff like that. But that was it. It was Scott Crawford here, this one there, but it wasn't. Rich and Mike really redefined what an independent analyst meant to be in the security space with a totally different model of doing research and sponsored research and all of these things. I always admired them when I was on the vendor side of the house and then when I started what became Techstrong. Rich, in his spare time at Securosis, though, was fascinated with cloud security and developed a cloud security solution, and they spun up a company. If I get any of this wrong, just jump in.
No, you're on.
Spun up a company called DisruptOps.
Yeah.
Which was putting guardrails on for people using cloud. And the suitors came knocking, and Rich and Mike sold DisruptOps, were acquired by our friends Jody Prassel, who just happened to be sitting here
randomly
when you
as I walk up. My co-founder, CEO.
Yeah. You know what? A rabbi once told me, coincidence is God's way of showing you he exists. So that was, I think, a little God message there.
That was a good one.
Yeah, but anyway, got acquired by Firemon, and Rich was their VP of cloud security there for a number of years. And then, I guess, was it less than a year ago, 8 months ago?
October.
Oh, okay. So what, about 6 months?
Yeah.
Officially became the analyst for the Cloud Security Alliance.
Yep.
Rich Mogul, this is your life.
Clearly, we've known each other for decades.
For a while.
Back when Alan was at Still Secure, and we did some advisory work, and
all of it. So, Rich, how's the new gig?
It's great. So, I mean, as you know, when Cloud Security Alliance, it's funny because Jim Revis, who founded CISA, he likes to tell Rich was there on day one. I'm like, no, Jim, I was there on day two.
Yeah.
I remember day one, he made an announcement. I'm like, I want in on that.
I remember day 1 and 2. It was here.
Yeah.
Hoff, Jim Revis.
Yep.
Who was the guy also with Hoff? It's, I think.
I can't even remember.
Yeah.
But so I got involved early in doing research. I built their training program. I wrote some of the research documents over there. And then Jim and I were sitting there. It was last year, right before RSA. And he had this list of stuff. He's like, hey, we got to work on this and this and this. And of course, it's my side thing because I was working full time at Firemon for Jody, who was sitting here. And I was getting ready to leave that role because Jody and I both agreed it was getting to be time, and we're still friends to hand off what I was doing to somebody else. And I'm like, Jim, why don't I just come work for you? And sure enough, we pulled it off. So it took a while, and joined in October as chief analyst. And
well, this is kind of a dream job for you.
It really is, though.
Right. It marries your passion to what's going on in the industry. It gives you an important perch.
Well, I like the non-profit.
Yeah.
Angle.
Well, not only non-profit, non-vendor.
Yeah.
Right. No offense to Jody. I love Jody too. But it takes a little while to get that stink off of you when you leave the vendor space and come to more of a non-profit or, a non-vendor kind of thing.
I mean, that's some of why I left. I was proud of the work I was doing at Firemon and new stuff that's
at some point, perhaps Jody will be able to talk about when he's ready for it. But very cool. But also, it's like that's not my wheelhouse. No. My wheelhouse is the analyst, the working with organizations, doing advisory work, helping solve problems, and I like that. I mean, I'm able to give away all my research for free. I mean, that was the model we did at Securosis. Mike and I are like, we're going to give all our research away for free, have it be vendor independent, and still make money doing it, which nobody thought we could do. We did for a while, and it got time to be for us to move on. The startup distracted us, and now I get to basically do that again.
I love it. I love it. All right. Enough about you and me, because we could spend all day talking about you and me. People would say, we're baby narcissists. But we've got enough narcissists in this world, don't we, Rich?
We're not going into politics.
You did, I did it, I just said it. But anyway, you guys, every year for the last 11 years, we put on what was the DevOps Connect DevSecOps event. Yesterday, we kind of changed it up a little this year. It was AI native dev and DevOps and securing, AI and everything else. We had some really nice talks there. But for all these years, in the room next to us is always the Cloud Security Alliance.
Yeah.
They get a bigger crowd.
I'd pop in between both rooms when I wasn't working.
A lot of people do. They pick to see who's speaking on any given minute. But you're up there speaking now, so I popped in to say hello to you. You opened at 8:40 in the morning, which I got to tell you is a brave man, because I know better, because people just don't get here on Monday at 8:40.
Alan, it's not like I picked the schedule.
I had a feeling that wasn't your choice. But you made some important announcements.
Yeah.
Let's talk about that.
Yeah, so my talk was, you know me, I always like to bring content. And even though I don't feel bad about promoting CSA because of the work that we do, but at the same point, if somebody's in the audience, physically in a room, I want to give content. So I talked about basically so one of the problems that I encountered over my years of work is we have all these great frameworks and models and standards. And on the other side, we've got somebody clicking in consoles or writing command lines to get stuff done. And I did a lot of advisory projects where I was pulled in, sometimes by very large organizations, where we had to actually build out the people over there are doing a great job trying to keep stuff secure. And I tend to be like, people like to dog on security. No, I think we do a really good job with the resources we have. It's hard, and the job of a security professional is very difficult. And the people doing the actual active defense work there, that's really hard.
And we've gotten demonstrably better. People can say what they want. The mission's gotten harder.
Much harder. I
agree.
The stakes have gone up.
Yeah.
From when we first started.
Yep.
So on the other side, though, you've got the frameworks and the people that are like, hey, we have to make sure we're doing all the security things we need to be doing. They're there like, I just got to make sure we're actually secure. Up here, they're also dealing with compliance issues. And so my talk was, how can you bridge from that top level all the way down in a way that's practical? Because I think we're not standards live in spreadsheets and commands live in consoles. And how can we tie it together? So that was my talk. It's a thing I came up with years ago. I call it governance hierarchy. We actually built it into CSA training 4 or 5 years ago. And at the top level, our frameworks to just help us figure out our focus. It's like the lens of what we need to do. And there's really good ones like NIST CSF. It's very broad. It's not meant to tell you everything you do, but it's designed to give you that big picture of what you need to do. The problem is when I first started doing cloud work, we didn't really have good ones for cloud. Because cloud is a different enough, new and disruptive enough technology, you couldn't just layer in the 20 years of what we were doing in data centers and our regular networks. And so I wrote a cloud security maturity model with CSA and with IONS, if people know who that organization is. And we co-released it between the three organizations. Now with AI, same thing. So my talk was about building that bridge and how you can go from those high-level models. I like the maturity models because they tell me this is what the buckets of your security program need to be for cloud or for AI or for general security. Then the next level is we need control objectives, which is how do I define my desired security outcomes? So plain language of what do I need to be measuring in terms of my outcomes? So I kind of walk through that. For that, at CSA, we have the cloud controls matrix, the AI controls matrix are a good starting point, not the end point, starting point for those. and then how do you translate that down into the clicks? And so big things were, in terms of the content, is we had gotten, I had released a draft of the AI security maturity model. Got 600 comments from 60 different people from around the world. Like, all right, clearly
struck a nerve there somewhere.
People are really interested. Like, of course, I had to use AI to go through all the feedback because it was too much even for me to go through. But categorize it, got some really good improvements on that. So getting ready to release that piece. And so that was the talk part. The announcement part was we're expanding our membership opportunities because Jim brought me on largely because I've got, we use the word analyst, I'm pretty hands-on practitioner level worker. I'm a blue-collar analyst, or I don't know. That's kind of insulting to say to actual hard-working people, but I try to take that perspective. And CSA's got all this great research and stuff, and people, and membership, and global participation. What the organization hasn't had a lot of was, well, how do we support people to actually implement and get this stuff working to improve their security outcomes? So that's a big part of what my role is. And then the big announcement was expanding our membership opportunities. So we have like a structured program now that I've built. It's to adding membership for organizations to be able to support them along that journey.
So it's not just vendors, it's kind of user practitioner.
This is all oriented, this membership is all oriented towards enterprises.
Right.
And look, let's be realistic. We're a nonprofit.
Someone's got to keep the lights on.
We still need to keep the lights on ourselves. Right. So we're like, how can we do that where we're helping improve security, improving the research, opening up opportunities for people to get, improve their security outcomes and do it in a way that's vendor agnostic and helps support our mission.
I love it. And look, as an outsider, I love to see the involvement of non-vendor memberships, right? Because whether it's the Cloud Security Alliance or the Linux Foundation and CNCF and all those folks, or Eclipse or the rest of them, let's face it, a lot of them have become rich, a place for co-opetition between vendors so that they...
Yeah.
When I was practicing law 100 years ago, there was this organization where workers' comp insurance carriers were able to share all their data collectively without violating antitrust because they gave it to a not-for-profit entity, which gathered the data from all the insurance carriers.
And then fed it back.
Yeah. And, and though it was a not-for-profit and it was, an alliance by all, to me that was always kind of dirty.
Yeah, and it was hard. Like Securosis, we do licensed research, not sponsored. In other words,
right.
In CSA we do a lot of work with the vendors.
I know
they don't drive. And honest, it's incredibly look, I spent time on the vendor side. You've been a vendor.
Absolutely.
I am not completely anti-vendor. You get it to the right
Neither
people.
Am I. They keep my lights on here too, let's face it.
There's very smart and we were talking with Jody. Jody and I share the goal of wanting to, actually improve things. It's like, yes, of course we want to make money in the process. We have to. We live in a capitalist society.
But you need I think credibility comes with a bigger practitioner membership. And that's something a lot of these not-for-profit foundations have not given. They give lip service to it.
And we have a lot of enterprise members already, but we weren't serving them as well. So they would, like our base membership, a lot of it was you would get training, you would get access to CSA executives and stuff to talk about things. I was their unofficial analyst. I would get on calls.
Yeah.
Almost nobody ever called, though, because they just didn't know that was
you had it
widely available. And you get more basically newsletter, and it's a solid little package, particularly for the training. There's
the training's good. I mean, look, you and Mike did the training.
Yeah, we built it, or one of them. There's three. I built one.
Right.
But the and on the research side, we've done some pretty good big projects. But I agree with you. If it's only the vendors, that's a problem. It's when you get this mix
that you get the real deal.
Then, because you're serving the community. of both the vendors and the organizations using their tools and technologies. You're not just serving one side.
I know you don't want to talk politics, but there's a political...
Oh, no, I'm always happy to. I just don't want to get you fired.
I can't be fired, Rich.
All right, game on.
Yeah, no, but... And it never stopped me before. But but seriously, a representative government works best when it's representative of the people. The people who need cloud security are not just the vendors, it's the people who need to be defended and are in the cloud.
Well, and we have so many members that they don't pay us anything.
And that's always been part of it.
All the working groups, anybody can participate in chapters and in working groups.
Since day one, by the way, they've had that, right?
Oh, yeah, that's
I
the core of CISA.
remember early on, like every 2 weeks was a working group phone call. Anyone could dial in. This is before we had Zoom. Anyone could dial in, listen in and participate in the, I guess we called them conference calls.
Well, they write most of the research, is the working groups. It's not someone like me on the back end. I've done that a couple of times, and it's like, that's not common because we produce industry consensus research that anybody and everybody can get involved with. And it's hard to manage. I feel for our research team because some of these working groups are really large and the logistics of holding meetings and then getting people to actually write. But like I know, so the AI maturity model, I said I put it out, we got 600 plus comments from 60 different people. That's going to be better than if I wrote it myself and published it
every
like the
day
last
of the
one.
week. Every day of the week.
That already, they found stuff that I missed. It is much better research than what I wrote my own. Now, I like being able to draft something first and get that feedback personally, but that also, there's other kinds of research where one person can't do that. It's just too, like our cloud controls matrix, AI controls matrix, like those need a lot of people working on it. And these are all volunteers.
And that's another aspect of the whole not-for-profit thing, that yes, there are people who get paid who work there full-time, but a lot of these not-for-profits live and die.
Yeah.
Right? With the strength of the volunteers it's the same thing again, like in open source, the maintainers, a thankless job that now is starting to recognize they're the linchpin of this whole thing. We got to take care of these people. All right, so we spoke about the membership program. Where can people get information on that?
Go to cloudsecurityalliance.org. It's not fully on the page yet because we just announced it. You can always hit me, rmogul@cloudsecurityalliance.org, or rmogul on anything but Twitter, politics. And
it's X.
That's, whatever.
Yeah.
It's
Okay.
Twitter. So, but
by any other name where the rose smell is sweet.
Find me on LinkedIn, find me on Mastodon, find me on Blue Sky.
Any of the above.
And at the CSA website.
Now, you got some other stuff going on.
I do.
Did we cover it? We covered the membership, the research.
We've got, some, I
know we're going to have Jim on.
I don't want to spoil too much because it's Jim's baby, but we did announce a new nonprofit arm. So it's like...
Yes. But we'll go more into it. It's a nonprofit
of CSAI.
Right. It's all about AI.
Yeah. And so it's a way, honestly, it's a little bit hard. Our name's Cloud Security Alliance. And right now, the vast majority of work I'm doing is on AI.
And everyone else.
Because it has to be. And we have our AI safety initiative and our trusted AI safety expert training and the AI and all this stuff. So this is a way to, it's still CSA, but it's a way for us to, better align, fund, and focus those efforts. So it's not like we're splitting or anything else. And Jim can go into the details. And it's funny because it's like, well, CSAI is that clouds. No, it's just CSAI. It is what it is.
Yeah. But look, if the Linux Foundation can have, I think it's 40 different daughter foundations, you could have CSAI.
And that's exactly what this is. So, and it's super exciting because it gives us, a better way of okay, I was with a friend last year at DEF CON, a good friend of mine, and we were talking, I was telling him because I had lined up this job and I hadn't started it yet. And he's like, that's awesome. He's like, what we need is a CSA for AI. And I'm like, we have one.
Great.
It's called the CSA. He's like, what?
No,
I went through all the research
CSA.
we had already published. He's like, I didn't know you guys were doing that.
But you know what? I wonder how many similar stories we're going to hear because, look, just sitting here, Rich, talking to every single person, everything they're doing, not everything, but a large part of what they're doing is all revolving around this. It is driving Like nothing and I was here for the .com.
Yeah,
I've been here through this all. Nothing is at this level.
So I want to give an example.
Go ahead.
So I was, this morning I was running a workshop, and it was a cloud incident response workshop.
Mm-hmm.
And I had a framework and stuff we set out, because I used to teach that over at Black Hat, and automation platform for live attacks and everything. So I have to spin it all up the morning of the class, because it's really expensive to run it. I'm not going to run it overnight. Spun it up, and parts of it didn't work right, weren't going right, even though I had tested everything before I left. Used Claude to build a new desktop. And this was a moment. So first of all, I know I could have debugged that, but I'm looking at the clock.
You don't have time to play.
And the AI had all the context of all of my code. And so I told it what was going on, told it what to look for, and it went in and found it far faster than I could. And I would have found it. And it turns out it was a weird race condition in CloudFormation, which isn't supposed to happen, but does sometimes. I was spinning up 65 accounts, 9 of them borked. Didn't work right. So that was the interesting part. All right. Put together a strategy to fix it. I had to launch all these simulated attacks. I'm like, hey, launch them on everything except those 9, and then launch an agent in the background to attack those 9 when I get back. It didn't even have the attack code. It was able to just pull it from that project, because I normally run that someplace else in a container. And then I had to run, I'm like, I got to go, and I got to close my laptop that has all the containers running the attacks on it. I do it from my laptop, so it doesn't look like it came with an AWS. So I go to Claude, I'm like, hey, can you build, because my main desktop at home I wrote it into, doesn't have those containers. Can you build the containers, load the attack code, and then have them run those attacks? And Claude goes to go do that, realizes that the Docker image I based everything on was out of date. Instead of just taking the next one, finds one it knew was compatible with the software libraries I had built into my attack code, downloads that, builds new containers, deploys them, aligns them with the credentials it needed to run the attack, and everything ran, and by the time I walked from the Marriott to this building, it was done.
All up and running. It's amazing, isn't it? I mean, it's scary amazing.
Well, so look at the implications, though. We could talk all day on this, and
we can, I have.
What does this mean for the profession? What does this mean for the jobs? I'll tell you what, I don't think we're going to know for a few years.
So, look, developers are the tip of the spear when it comes to this displacement.
Yeah.
But marketing is not far behind.
No.
Writing is not far behind. I hate to tell you this, analysts and analysis are not far behind. This is the waves of the tech industry in general is the tip of the spear. But the waves here are going to tsunami out into the general economy, only to be followed 2 to 3 years later by physical AI robots doing other kinds of work, right? Blue collar physical work. It's a very interesting world we're coming to.
You know, it amazed me at Dune, the movie and the book. And in Dune, why is there no AI in Dune?
Because they killed the thinking machines, the Butlerian jihad, if you're a real Duner.
Yep.
And you know that, right? Serena Butler and the war against the thinking machines.
I did not know any of the names other than the war against the thinking machines. You have a better memory than I do.
No, I reread them all the time. I love them. So I've not only read the Frank Herbert Dune books, but I've read the sequels and prequels.
Okay.
By his son and Kevin Anderson. And at the end of the whole Dune universe, the thinking machines were there the whole time, pulling the strings.
Spoilers, dude.
Look.
I know, I gave up on like book 3 or 4 because
I don't think
it got
we'll
a little weird.
Well, it did. The Frank Herbert one got weird there.
Yeah.
But the prequels are fascinating because it talks about the war against the machines. Yeah. And then the sequels pick up from the prequels.
Yeah.
So it is...
We've probably used our time and nerded out a little bit.
Yeah, we did there. I'm sorry for the Dune deep dive, but whatever. Rich, it's always a pleasure, man.
Oh, man.
All righty.
Thank you.
Hey, we're live. We're at Techstrong. I am Techstrong, but we're at RSAC. We'll be back in a moment. Cool. Hey everyone, we're back here live at RSA. We're in Moscone on what they call Broadcast Alley. And I'm really happy to introduce you to my next guest. It's his first time on Techstrong TV. So it's a pleasure to welcome him, John Peterson of Sophos.
Nice to be with you, Alan.
Nice to be with you. Thanks for joining us. So John, what's your position with Sophos?
I'm Chief Technology Officer at Sophos. I'm
CTO?
Yes, so I'm responsible for all the folks that build our products and support them out in the wild for our customers.
Excellent.
Yep.
So I always like to let people know who they're listening to. You don't just walk in one day and become CTO of a company like Sophos. John, tell us a little bit about your journey.
Absolutely. So I've been with Sophos now for almost 9 years, believe it or not, and it feels like I joined yesterday. But when I first joined, I was responsible for the cloud security group. So the group of engineers that's responsible for the Sophos Central platform. Mm-hmm. And at the time that I joined, Sophos was going through this transition because we were one of the first endpoint security companies in the world, actually. And like many of the original endpoint security products that were out there, our original endpoint products were all kind of on-premise managed. And we were going through this transition to the cloud, right? And cloud-based management. And so there was a huge inflection point that the business was going through at the time, and I was able to help them through that and get Sophos Central to the point where today it supports over 600,000 customers, 28 million devices globally. So we're processing petabytes of data every day. So it's the platform itself has really grown, our business has grown, and I've been fortunate enough to be in a position where my role has grown with the company.
Love it.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thing, John. The wheel of karma goes round and round. So Sophos was one of the original endpoint, then went to the perimeter, then went to the cloud. And now with the advent of AI, AI on the edge, AI on your devices, you're an endpoint company again, right? All of a sudden, endpoints are sexy again. Or endpoint security is sexy again.
We think that endpoint has always been sexy.
Okay. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. But that's a great story. And you know what? We touched on it a little. So there's still the cloud security aspect of Sophos. There is this big endpoint push that is... what's the three-letter acronym for endpoint security now?
EDR.
EDR.
Yep.
Do you still make UTMs and sort of perimeter boxes? Or?
We still have a large and growing firewall business.
Really?
It's less of a UTM business, but more just like a business enterprise edge, SMB mid-market focused firewall product.
Really?
So we see Fortinet all the time out there.
Yeah, they were here earlier actually.
Okay, yeah. But yeah, we still have a large firewall business, and people have been talking about the death of the firewall for a long time.
And 2001 when I started, they were talking about it.
And the reality is that business for us continues to grow. We continue to invest in it, but we of course also are, investing heavily in our MDR business, which is actually we believe the largest MDR operation in the world. We have 35,000 customers.
Really?
And actually, that's one of the things that's allowed us to do some pretty innovative things with AI agents for our MDR operation, because we have, I think, probably more data about customer behavior and the active threat landscape, and also how to deal with that threat landscape and those active threats than any other vendor. So as we're building agent-driven solutions for that SOC to help us with efficiencies and also with better customer outcomes, we're in a position that we think is just very, very competitive, because we have this corpus of runbooks and standard protocols and procedures that our SOC uses every day to protect customers that we can use as context to make the agents better and drive better outcomes for our customers.
I love it.
Yeah.
It's a great story. So, we're one day in, well, we started yesterday, so maybe there's 2 days in.
Yeah.
To RSA, and there's, clearly no mistake. This is the year of agentic AI at RSA.
Yes.
I got a confession. I've been using AI for a while, but the last 3 weeks or so, month, I really dug in on agentics. It's a drug. I'm telling you, this is like crack. Because it's not only me, the people in my office who are on it, it's very hard for them to disengage. They're coming in on weekends. I haven't had people in the office on weekends and I don't know when. They're staying late. They're coming in with stuff they did at home. It's that, because people are just like, holy, I can't believe I could do this, right? It's that kind of effect. Are you seeing this similarly within Sophos and the people you're managing? And more importantly, we got to help secure these people, because they're running as fast as they can.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, and I think the answer is absolutely to that question. It's been remarkable, even just in the last 6 months, to see how fast the technology has progressed. Opus 4.5 and 4.6 is
game changing,
such a leap forward. And then, one of the things that I spend a lot of my time thinking about is AI-driven engineering, and how can I enable the development workforce at Sophos to build our products more efficiently, and the AI coding tools are going to be a big part of that for us. And so,
sure is.
And like you said, it's sort of like a drug when you get going with it, and you start seeing, something that used to take you days or weeks, being at your fingertips in a matter of moments. Yeah. And so we're definitely seeing that in the engineering side, but also, as I mentioned, in our security operations center for MDR, there's a huge amount of efficiency and just better outcomes that we've been able to drive with the agents that we're building. But also, I would say that the same tools that are great for us as defenders are, being exploited by attackers absolutely mercilessly. And so the amount of time that it takes to actually take a vulnerability, or even discover a vulnerability, that used to be a very specialized niche thing, and that still is. Security researchers out there every day submitting issues to our bug bounty program and every bug bounty program out there.
But this is a problem now, the volume of bug submissions.
Right.
A lot of people are shutting down their bug bounty programs.
The curl, for example, was one of the ones that I saw. Yeah. And so that's troubling in a sense, but because we have this explosion of vulnerabilities, we also have the amount of time that it takes to exploit one of those vulnerabilities successfully and then scale it massively used to be contained to a very small set of specialized operators. Now it's available kind of en masse to any 18-year-old with an LLM. Yeah. And so setting ourselves up and our company up and our customers up to deal with that new reality is a big part of what I spend my time thinking about. And the solutions that we're building into our MDR operation will help, but we also need to be thinking about, as we build our products, how do we engineer better code reviews into our release pipelines and our CI/CD infrastructure.
Just to do it that quickly, but to me, I don't know if you ever read the book The Goal by Goldratt. It's also Gene Kim's Phoenix project is sort of the IT version of The Goal.
Yeah.
The Goal is about manufacturing, but it's the theory of constraints and bottlenecks, and and part and parcel with that is as soon as you break through one bottleneck, you discover the next bottleneck and then the next bottleneck. So we're moving from a world where code was the bottleneck. There's only so much code we could turn out. How many developers do you have? How much lines of code did they do a day?
Right.
To that's sky's the limit, right? You can turn out as much code as you want with these things.
Yep.
Well, the next bottleneck then is, oh my God, how the heck are we going to govern? Right? We need governance here. How are we going to put quality control in?
Yep.
How are we going to security test?
Yeah.
Well, we tackle those things, but then the next bottleneck will come out.
Yep.
Right? Which is, okay, I got to deploy this now.
Yeah, exactly.
And I got to run it. I got to make sure it stays, and I got to update it.
Right.
So there's always the next one and the next one, and it's just the theory of constraint. How do you at Sophos, where you're talking scale, at scale, these problems become, a billion here, a billion there. Before you know it, you're talking real money, right?
Oh, for sure.
It's the same thing.
You mean in terms of the expense of the LLMs? And so I think
just keeping up?
Yeah, well, I think the interesting thing is there's a whole series of cultural things that we're trying to do to enable our engineering staff to really lean in safely on these technologies. But one of the first things that we saw when we started introducing AI coding assistants was the amount of code being created was going like this. But when you look at some of the more traditional productivity metrics, like do you have more PRs moving through the system? Are they moving through more quickly? Do you have more issues being resolved? Are your cycle times reducing? Those metrics didn't initially improve because you had this, top of the funnel being loaded, but the rest of the funnel wasn't set up to actually take that input and then process it more quickly. And so one of our large focuses now is getting beyond just this AI-driven coding to true agent-driven workflow across the whole development stack, right? So that when a PR comes in, it's being reviewed for defects by an agent. It's being scanned for vulnerabilities by an agent, and then when a human actually reviews it, they're reviewing something that's got a much larger chance of just working its way quickly through the system. And so that all, we're on a journey. I think many companies are on that journey.
Absolutely.
Right now.
There are going to be a lot of business school case studies coming out of the next year and a half, 2 years here. No doubt about it. Let me wrap things up with a little bit about RSA.
Sure.
Any specific Sophos news around RSA or observations from you about this year?
Yeah, I think one of the big things that we're focusing on as a company right now is this idea of kind of making CISO level expertise available to the masses, right? And so we like to cite a statistic that there's only about 35,000 CISOs in the world, but there's over 359 million companies in the world. So if you look at what that actually means, it's 0.009% of businesses have access to CISO level expertise, right? And so as the per our previous conversation, as agents get better and better at finding and exploiting vulnerabilities, having that access for small and medium businesses is absolutely critical. And so major focus for us right now is trying to build services that serve that market. And
let me ask you a question on that one, because I had this conversation with someone, not on camera.
Okay.
We'd be clear. But I'm going to ask you on camera. If you don't want to answer, don't answer.
Okay.
But, we talk about AI making certain jobs obsolete or, not harder, but superfluous is a word.
Yeah.
What about the CISO?
Well, I think that, in many cases, I look at it less as automation or elimination of jobs, more as elimination of tasks, right?
Okay.
So if you think about, like to the SOC, for example, which is another example that I'll keep referring back to. The typical SOC functionality is like you get a case, and then you open the case, you triage it, and then if you determine it needs to be investigated, then you go through the process of investigating it. And that's often a relatively procedural thing that you go through in a SOC. So what we're focusing on there is trying to automate as many of those steps as possible, so that when the human actually gets involved to review the case, it's you're reviewing the output of that agent's analysis.
It's further along. Yep.
Yeah. And so I think with virtual CISO or the CISO role in general, I think that there's always going to be a need for a human level component, the human judgment element. But I think a lot of the tasks that are associated with being a CISO are going to ultimately get easier, and they're going to be hopefully, you'll be able to conduct them more thoroughly. But at the same time that I'm saying that, the threat landscape is also changing so quickly.
It may free them up from doing that mundane reporting stuff.
Yep.
And focusing on strategy and keeping up to date with what the latest threat, vectors look like.
Yeah, and I do think that as we get more and more vulnerabilities being discovered by better and better LLMs, you're going to have to be positioned to respond to those. As we as software manufacturers need to be ready for that, and CISOs need to be ready to put programs and processes in place to ensure that happens, and manage it. And I think that role is not going away anytime soon. Yeah.
Agreed.
Yep.
John, we're out of time, man.
Great.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in. I hope you enjoyed it.
Yep.
John Peterson, CTO at Sophos, here on Techstrong TV. We're going to take a break. I've got my friend Chensi coming in here, so don't go anywhere. Hey everyone, welcome back to our day 2 coverage of RSAC conference here in San Francisco at Moscone. I couldn't think of a better person to end our day 2 coverage than with my friend here. If you're in security, you may know her. Her name is Chenxi Wang. Chenxi has, held about every title you could think of within the security food chain. From analyst to CSO to chief strategy officer to VC, founder. She's done all kinds of, she's done it all. Chenxi, welcome.
Thank you for having me. It's great to be back.
Thank you for coming here. I don't have to thank me. Chenxi, I didn't want to embarrass you, but you do all of those roles that I mentioned. And did I mention she's Dr. Chenxi Wang as well, technically, with a PhD?
I did all these things because I didn't know what I want to do when I grow up.
And I hope you stay that way for the rest of your life.
Yes,
because that keeps you young.
Thank you.
Let's jump into it. You just came off the stage. You were on a panel that you put together.
Yeah.
NVIDIA, Cerebus, and I'm missing one.
And Glean.
Tell us about that.
So NVIDIA, as you know, is the fastest maker of billionaires.
Yes, it is.
Right? Glean is now a very fast maker of millionaires. And Cerebus is getting there.
Yes.
They are already double-digit billion.
We're seeing them grow.
And super interesting companies. Obviously, Cerebus and NVIDIA, both chip makers. NVIDIA has more software stack today, but Cerebus getting there. And Glean is purely software layer, enterprise AI layer for search, for building agents. So they're all in the ecosystem, tightly integrated together. And I had 3 of them on stage today just to talk about, from their respective points of view, where this agentic enterprise trend is going. So it's a super, super interesting discussion. We had a room full of people and questions, and love to talk about that.
So what was the consensus?
Well, there wasn't any consensus per se, but we talked about how this is a security conference, right? So security people like to put controls in place and, you feel comfortable before things move. The panel talked about why we need to move with imperfect controls, imperfect infrastructure, imperfect data, move fast, refine controls, iterate, and then potentially achieve perfection.
So some people call that DevOps,
You're right, DevOps. Yes.
That's exactly what they're describing, right? Yes. MVP, get your MVP out, iterate, feedback loops, reiterate. Some people have tried that before. But look, I have to admit, we have been on our own agentic adventure at Techstrong. I wouldn't call it enterprise per se, but we have been not even playing. We've been really digging in on agentic. And we're not a software development shop, right? We don't write a lot of software, but we produce an awful lot of content and everything that's involved in distributing and getting that content out of market and all of the pieces of it. Everything from shooting this video, editing the videos, writing the articles, publishing the articles, distributing, amplifying, everything that goes into the business. And I made a deal with my people.
Okay.
I'll give, it's very similar to Jensen. I'm no Jensen Wang, but very similar to Jensen. I'll give them...
Jensen Shamel.
Yeah, Jensen, no leather coat, nothing. But I'll give them money to run agents, token money, whatever you want to call it. I just ask that every week, give me a progress report on how your agent work is doing. And at the end of the month, let's talk about what did you do this month? How did this month go? And should we continue in this? And I got to tell you, it is like a Cambrian explosion of
of ideas and life and looking at things we haven't looked at.
Yeah.
And so there's not a doubt in my mind.
Isn't that exciting? Super
It's beyond exciting. It's almost drugs.
It's intoxicating.
It's intoxicating. Beyond even intoxicating, it's drugs. I've got people coming in the office on weekends, staying late at night, coming in the next day like they've been up all night with their agents doing things.
That's drugs.
That's drugs. It's not just liquor.
But it's better drugs than the actual drugs.
Yes,
so
it's healthier for you, I think.
I'm not sure how healthy.
Well,
staying up
you're
late and not.
No,
getting
you're right.
sleep.
You're right. It's funny. We
but it's
turned
fun.
Mitchell onto it. Mitchell Ashley, who used to work from Futurama, he still works with me. I hooked him up on Perplexity Computer last night. At dinner. He was on his phone. He didn't even eat dinner. Texted me this morning to say, I went through half of my monthly credits in one night. I said, whip out your credit card. What am I going to tell you? But this is true. So I do believe that what they're saying is and I'm a security person. It hurts me to say this, but they're right.
Yeah, we are in the middle of an evolution, right?
A revolution.
A revolution, not evolution, revolution. And everybody wants to be on the cutting edge. If you're not, you're not only left behind, but you kind of feel like it's the societal tide that you want to be part of that.
We all want to be cool, right? Yeah. The cool kids.
Exactly.
Especially in tech, a lot of us weren't cool kids growing up.
Yes, but for businesses, it's almost existential.
Yes, it is.
Right? And so if you don't tell your employees to experiment, to really understand the full power of AI and agentic AI as an extension, then you're not doing yourself the right service, right? And also, it's like, what's the analogy people are saying that it's all the kids are running and you're staying here and the world is running too. And what are you staying here for?
Right. Well, is it worth staying there for? There may not be anything to stay at if the world moves.
Yeah.
So now let me turn this around. I'm going to put on your VC hat for me. What does this mean?
It's hard. For VC, it's really hard because things are changing so fast. What's hot, what's interesting this month, next month, the month after may be completely obsolete because it could be built into the AI platform. I know we saw with Anthropic's announcement of their product security capability, right? And you look at this and you say, is there a room for another independent security product?
Is AppSec done?
Is AppSec done? I don't think it's done per se, but if you're an AppSec founder, you'd be like,
so I've written about this. Look, AppSec, for the most part, was founded on finding bugs. We scanned, we fuzzed, we found bugs, and then someone has to fix them. But someone moved the cheese in a week. We could find as many bugs more bugs than you could handle. Yeah. People are shutting down their bug bounty programs. The focus in AppSec now has to be governance.
It's possible because the way I think about it is, we move from assembly code to high-level language code, and now the high-level language code is written by AI. So what are we moving to as a human? We're moving to a higher-level abstraction, and that is probably requirements and governance controls, and at the end, testing controls, right?
Yes.
So human, like today I saw a term says, we're not doing human in the loop anymore because that's just too expensive, not scalable. We're doing human at the helm.
Yes, I've seen this too.
Right. So human at the helm, meaning that we are higher level abstraction thinkers, So we have to test things and look for bugs at that level, right? Because if we're still looking for bugs at the language level, we're obsolete.
You're done. You'll never,
Yeah,
exactly.
so AppSec has to move to that level. And then if you think about that level, looking for bugs and fixes, the current technologies may not be relevant.
I got a really personal, hard question for you. So I wrote another article earlier this month. I was going to call you to get your opinion, but then I just published it. I was reading an article, I don't know if it was in the Times or the Wall Street Journal, about VCs.
Okay.
And AI making some VC functions obsolete.
Yeah.
Right? Because it reminded me, if you ever saw the movie Moneyball. You may not.
Yeah.
But you know, Moneyball.
This is the Brad Pitt movie.
Yes. Well, you think of it as a Brad. My wife does too. To me, it's a baseball movie. But anyway,
we know what we're focusing on.
Yeah, exactly. but okay. But the thing about it is, there's two schools here. One is, let's look at the analytics of baseball and make decisions based on pure analytics. The other school of thought is baseball lives in the gut. Your knowledge of baseball, you make a gut decision. This guy could really pitch. This guy could really hit. He's a player. He's not, etc. And there was this big fight, and eventually Moneyball, the analytics won, right? The analytics don't lie. It's the same thing I see happening with VCs now. Some VCs say you could run spreadsheets till the cows come home. It's a gut feeling. It's an art, not a science, to pick a winner as a VC. How do you feel?
I agree, meaning that you can probably use AI agents to make decisions, maybe even better than we can make decisions. But I can tell you, as a VC, making decisions, picking the company is only part of the job. Another part of the job, let's say it's a very hot company. It only has room for 4 VCs, and you have 10 VCs want to go in.
Who
wins? Everybody's got agents. Who wins? Who wins? It's the personal relationship.
It is.
It is. And still today is, right? Because the founders looking at the different firms, they'll say, when time becomes hard, who do I trust?
To work with.
To work with. Who's going to have my backs? And if everyone has agents, how do you make that decision, right? So still, you have to have the personal trust. And that is a thing that I think a level of relationship that agents do not replace today, right? If I walked by here today, I say, hey, Alan, and you say, oh, Chen-Si, let's talk, right? If I said my agent, you
keep walking.
keep walking, right? So
there is, you know what? I think that's very analogous also to the whole IT analyst industry. Right? You look at the Gartners, the Forresters, the 451s, and you were an analyst. You know this. If the AI could do the analysis as good or better than the human can, well, what value does the analyst bring to me? Well, it's the personality. It's that human-to-human relationship. It's trustworthiness. It's the gravitas of the person, not just of the numbers, number crunching or analysis like that.
And I think it's still like a very easy thing to think about is on LinkedIn. Now everybody's writing their LinkedIn post with AI now, right? So all the posts are like similar. But still, some people get more likes than others. Why? Because they have personalities. Right?
And there's the thing I learned. I strive really hard to put my personality into my AI stuff because I want it to be me. I despise the AI tells, as I call it, and all of that. I'll talk to you offline about it, but I've got a whole toolkit to talk for the AI to talk in shimmy voice.
Yes.
And then I have 2 actually. I have classic shimmy and Brooklyn shimmy. Because when I really want to go off, I tell it right in Brooklyn shimmy. But It's a very, it's a personal thing for me, but I think that's the world we're headed towards, where people are going to count, personality is going to count, reputation is going to count.
Yeah.
And that, look, that's going to be good for some people, but then, and I'm not knocking Gartner, but Gartner for the last 10 or more, maybe 20 years, 15 years, has tried to sort of anonymize their agents, or their analysts, right? Because like their analysts, I grew up in John Pescatori being at Gartner.
John Pescatori, I remember him.
Yeah, I mean, they were giant, they were personalities.
Personalities, yeah.
You think today, who are the personalities at some of these large analyst firms?
So
they're almost interchangeable.
Yeah, I mean, analyst is one industry that it's hard to pinpoint, but there are other industries have the analogy of a lot of things are done by agents.
Yep.
And what distinguishes you is your personality, your emotional sharpness, and whatnot, right? And I think that will be an interesting point because. I subscribe to like 30-some YouTube channels, right? Too many.
Me too.
So in the beginning of the year, I'm like, oh, too many, I'm going to trim, right? So I noticed in the past 6 months, a lot of them started having AI-generated content, right? The channels I visit more are the human channels. The channels that have more and more AI generated content, I visit them less and less. Not because I consciously think about it, just because I'm just not interested in them anymore, because they all look the same.
I've heard some people say there's no soul. There's no soul to it.
Right. So you want that. When all the cities look like Dubai, you're gonna want something else.
Right.
Right.
Someone used to say that because growing up in New York and then moving to Florida, right? I always, the weather's beautiful here.
Yeah, weather's beautiful.
But you could only appreciate Florida if you understand what the weather is in New York. Yeah. Otherwise, it's just all the same.
But I love New York, though.
Me too, but my wife won't move back there, so I'm stuck in Florida. But we go to New York once a quarter at least, and my oldest son's up in Boston now, so we go there pretty often. So I get my share of that.
Yeah.
I'm home,
yeah.
But Hawaii's like that too. It's 80. Well, now they just had terrible flooding, and I'm sorry, but generally it's 82 degrees every day, all year round. And I mean, it's paradise, but
it gets boring, right? When everything's manufactured, then you crave for organic things.
It's like that movie. What was the movie? The guy lived in it was all just like a big movie set. Jim Carrey was in it.
Oh, The Truman Show.
The Truman Show. That's kind of...
It's
boring. It's boring. Yeah. Anyway, Chensi, it's so great catching up with you. You are always a pleasure to talk with. Enjoy the rest of RSA.
I will.
Good luck. Where can people follow you and find out more about what you're doing?
Yeah, find me on LinkedIn, Chensi Wang, Rain Capital. I publish a lot of content.
Yes, you do.
On LinkedIn. And I'm on X too, although LinkedIn is my primary
Me too.
Platform. And my website is raincapital.vc.
Absolutely. Chensi, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to wrap up day 2. Yeah, I guess it's day 2. Yesterday. We'll be here tomorrow. We'll be here Thursday. But for now, this is Alan Schimmel. Enjoy. Take care.
It's Jensen Schimmel.